All right, I'd like to call to order the Sister City Council Thursday, February 19th, 2026 goal setting meeting. Roll call, please.
Mayor Letts,
Here.
Council President McDougall,
Here.
Councilor Creedon,
Mostly present.
Councilor Ross,
Harried but here.
Councilor Pellerin. Here.
Right, fantastic. Thank you. I'll just say a couple words that just place setting and then hand it over, but we are here for goal setting for the 26-27 fiscal year for the City of Sisters. You all have the agenda in front of us, and we have kind of plenty of time to talk. Not a bad thing if we get done early too. That's always an option. But just yeah, we have a wrong word, facilitator. Thank you. I was getting them mixed up. Facilitator with us this year, which I think we're really excited about. I think something we probably thought about a little bit over the years. Be a great asset to this meeting since
Did you bring your cat of nine tails? You're gonna need it.
Thanks for the warning. Expect firm love. But excited to have Jen Russ with us today. She's going to basically take over the whole meeting for us. So all of staff and all counselors can participate at will. And just thank you for everybody for being here. Thank you very much to the staff for putting together such a great staff report of all of comments and updates on all of our projects ongoing in future and past. Very helpful, really appreciate it. And available online if anybody's watching this and wants to take a look at that too. It's a really great snapshot of what the Sisters City has been working so hard on over the last year. So with that, I will hand it over to Jen, and it is your meeting to run.
Thanks for inviting me, having me here. Yeah, a little bit. I'm just going to go over, first of all, just an overview of the agenda and the goal setting process to get us all on the same page. So what we're going to begin with is a recap of the written summary of public input from Carrie. Spend about 25 minutes on that. As we're going through, feel free to ask, questions, but we won't spend a ton of time on that. Make notes for yourself, because as we get to goal setting, we're going to want you to bring forward some of those ideas. After Carrie presents on public input, Jordan's going to provide project updates from the different departments. And during that, once again, I encourage you to write down your questions, your ideas, and your input. We won't have a lot of discussion in that time period. We only have about 45 minutes for a lot of content, but we do want you to jot down your ideas for it. We'll take a break. I think it's 10:15 to 10:30. And then Jordan's going to spend about 15 minutes. We're just going to step back and have you confirm the goals for the city council goals for 26-27. Are these still the same goals? Are there something we might want to add based on the once we have those in place, we'll really spend the remainder of our time reviewing each of those goals one by one and the associated strategies and gathering questions, proposed changes, input for the year ahead, 26-27. So again, during that period of time, we're going to just, it's not going to be finalizing or prioritizing what those goals are. What we're doing is capturing all of your input, having good conversation, discussion, making proposed adjustments. Staff will take that input from today, step back, synthesize it, and bring it back to you in a future session. So again, we've got a limited amount of time with a ton of content. So my job is to keep us on track. We'll break for lunch about 12:30. And then in the afternoon, we'll take about another 10 or 15-minute break when I see people's eyes getting glassy. And then just to support a productive session, I'd like to ask you to consent to just a few agreements for our time. I do this with everybody I work with. First of all, ensure everyone has the opportunity to speak. Some folks have no problems jumping in there, and make sure you're keeping yourself in check and creating space for other people. And if you're somebody that takes a little more time to process, make sure you're bringing your voice forward. So everyone gets an opportunity. Respect differences of opinion, respect their opinion. Also expect that there's going to be discomfort and non-closure. Some of the stuff's complicated stuff. That's true for most groups. Maybe you're unusual, but I'm going to guess that's going to be the case here too. And then I like this term, in a bike rack some topics that you can't discuss today, but you want to capture. Used to use parking lot, changed to bike rack. So, and again, my role is just to facilitate a productive session and manage time so that we cover everything. In terms of, moving, getting up, it's a long session. Feel free, I'm assuming that you have sort of a natural to get up, move your body around if you need to. Coffee and snacks are back here. Everybody knows where the rest of you are, I'm assuming out the hallway. Yeah, so take care of your own needs in that way. And so with that, I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over to Carrie.
Okay, I'm fairly certain that these microphones, which are in the ceiling, will capture us from here. We tested them yesterday, but just so people know, if you can speak fairly loudly, that would be great, so that if anybody's online, they can hear that recording.
And if I need to project my voice, please tell me.
So the goal setting community info, we had 3 different versions of this. We had our open house on January 22nd, where about 40 people came and you were all there and we're gathering input at table. During that same session, we had our 6 goals up on boards and people were able to put their comments on those boards. Those were collected and pulled together separately. And then we did a community survey of which we had, I believe it was 163 responses to. And those are also summarized in the attachments that you received. So don't need to go through these individually, really just looking for kind of if you would like to have conversation amongst yourselves about what you thought were comments that were pertinent, anything that surprised you, anything that you guys would like to discuss. But the survey question 1 and 2, there's a summary at the top of those pages that kind of talked about what the general comments were. So I'm just kind of here to answer maybe any general questions, but I'll let you guys talk amongst yourself what you thought about the comments and if you have any further discussion.
Opening that up when you are ready.
Are we gonna talk about attachment 1 and 2 at the same time, kind of? Is that the plan?
Yeah, you guys can talk however you'd like to, whatever you guys would like to discuss and how. One was clearly by goal, which was great to be able to push them into the goals. The summary of the surveys were a little different because it wasn't quite set to each goal. So it's actually attachment 3 and 4.
I was kind of thinking of our open house that we had the what do you call them? Flip charts. They flip charts. It's really flip charts up there, and we had it by the goal categories, right? I think we need an other because we're kind of shoehorning people into a specific topic. So just for future reference, so that's where I think the survey helped balance down a little bit because then they could talk about anything they wanted to, right? But as far as like surprises or anything, did kind of see the interest obviously in our telecom and things like that. I don't know how much is within our control for that. But I wouldn't say there was anything that stood out shockingly new to me. We just have to focus more on those items that were still on our list. So that's just kind of my first initial impression of looking at the feedback.
I agree with that, mostly, although some of the surprises are, it's still a little surprising sometimes that people are asking for things we've already done or are already doing. And I know that that's a kind of a perception issue and also an engagement issue, not just with us engaging with the public, but also the public not really engaging with us because you just don't know that we're already doing those things. And I don't know how we change that, but I really would love to be able to say, hey, on this one, we're already, here it is, it's a comment by the public and like, we're already doing that, or we've done that for years and I'm surprised. So I don't know how we change that, but I just thought it was something that, about 10 to 20% of the comments in that area are like, hey, why don't we do this? And we're already addressing it or have addressed it. So that's just a thought for me.
Other input, thoughts, comments.
I have some notes, but I think I'll refrain from sharing now and do it under the topic.
Context.
Yeah, I looked back through. Seems okay, best for me.
Anyone else?
Well, I think like any one of our open table and Other comments, well as written comments, there are things that do pop up that we can't do. And so maybe one of the things we need to think about is, I don't know how we clearly define what is within the purvey of the city and city government, the purvey of other entities, including the county. You know, and those sorts of things. It's a tough one. We don't want to feel like we don't want to do it, but sometimes they ask us to do it, and we don't, and they think we didn't want to do it, when in reality, we couldn't do it. So it's just a process thought more than anything else, and it's not a big one in the back of my mind, but I noticed there were a number of things in here that seem to pop up every year of why aren't you doing, so we talk about telecom issues, for instance, and burying lines underground and stuff. That involves a lot of other agencies and significant funds. And so how we convey that so we don't seem as if we're not interested. But sometimes we just can't.
When those two, your comment and Michael's comment kind of comes together is like the homeless camping in the
Yeah.
national forest sort of comments,
Precisely.
you know. Because we're working on that. We've had this partnership, we put together an action plan, we've had community meetings. But it's also not something that we control directly in our jurisdiction. It requires, you know, working with our partners. But there was a lot of comments, like online comments, especially about you need to do something about it, you know, like directly thinking that the city has control, you know, the restrictions on that or whatever, right?
That's not unique to us. I mean, I see Redmond, I see those comments in Redmond, I see those comments have been in the valley. I mean, it's statewide issue. It's probably national.
It's a human issue.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I will ask just the question, other mechanisms that you guys do have in place that would be able to clarify things that might have come up or communicate back.
I was thinking like, we could maybe take one per newsletter, you know, and just pick one that seems to be misunderstood or something, and just educate a little bit more in the newsletter with folks or on social media.
I think there's a good opportunity here, going through the comments and the outreach that we did with goal setting to either through the newsletter or through letters to the editor, whatever, you know, summarize the questions or the thoughts and then answer. You know, here's what council is doing, this is the goals that council discussed adopting, you know, to close the loop, right? I mean, that's, I think, an important part of public engagement is that people feel like they've been heard and not just shouting into the void or.
That's a good point, because that public survey, they submitted it and then it's like,
What do they do?
what happened?
Who do we push our newsletter out to? People that sign up for it?
Those to all our utility billing accounts and then anyone else that has subscribed. So the majority are city residents.
Yeah.
And then,
So we're not catching Tollgate necessarily. We're not catching Crossroads necessarily. Some of the places, renters. And so, and I do think that some of the comments we get, especially in the online survey, are from folks that are not necessarily residents within the city, but view themselves as city residents. Because we do have an impact on them. And so how do we get that kind of information that we spread through the newsletter out to our greater community, citrus country?
Facebook community pages pick it up and share it. I think that's a big conduit.
I have noticed that, yeah.
That's probably the biggest push, is we get it out to our social media and then they push it back out. And then you'll see that kind of exponentially get bigger.
So maybe there's a topic each month or something that's, did you know, or you've asked us about, or I don't know what you call it, but sort of a, not just what's gone on in the city this month, but then delving deeper into some of these things in here that we have no ability to confront, but we're aware of. And we will confront them if we can, or do what we can behind the scenes to push it forward.
I think it's a really great idea to have a standing space in the newsletter for council goals. We don't have that. We have an update from the meeting prior, but it would be pretty easy to pick an area and even pick one thing within that and really talk about that. So I think that's a great idea just for content for us.
And I did have this, oh, sorry, I was just gonna say, I did have, public relations to talk about under good governance, that is something
Oh,
that,
good point.
I have on my list
To
and,
bring that up.
yeah.
Okay. So the three things that I heard was this idea of using the existing newsletter. One topic per newsletter, but also creating a standing space potentially for council, bring those things back. I also heard letters to the editor. Is that something that is, you guys are, it's a common practice you're already doing, and I'm assuming the editor is.
Usually topical, so if we're having a big community event or something, we'll put that in there, do paid advertising. But not like on a regular call basis. That's a strategy I think that we probably want to actually execute on, either that's a city
Broader
hall
cross-section.
or city councilor corner or something like that, to make, I think make it more personable, you know,
And the
government.
nugget reach is pretty broad.
Oh, yeah.
And some people are not online with Facebook, so that would help too with some folks.
Yeah.
And that's the last one, it's just your Facebook community page. Yeah, really high. So those are 3 different strategies. Pretty good. Eddie. What's that?
Counselor Corner, I like that idea. I would do it once every 5 months. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you,
Down
we
in
were
the corner,
tasked with it.
classified facility big box.
Yeah. 8 words, that's all you get.
Any other feedback just on the community input for today, thoughts, things to share before we move forward?
I thought it was interesting how many comments there were about not liking growth and also, you know, the livability of the community, which is very common. That's not unusual. But I think it just, for me, solidifies it, you know, that we already know that we want to work really hard on this annexation process and have it be a very engaging process. People, you know, livability and, you know, define that. That's different for everybody, but you know, just again, it kind of leads into kind of, again, the communication with the community, you know, why we're doing this, why it's needed, and why it's important, and how we can best manage it. So, you know, whatever they feel is negative that comes from growth, you know, we'll try our best to mitigate for it, but
A real proactive engagement, both
Yeah.
with the opposition, but also the education, so on that.
yeah,
It's, if I may, it's not a new issue.
Yeah.
And I think that I see it as, it's actually a little quieter than it used to be. And I think that it's possible that many of the much of the discussion about growth is from people who haven't been here as long. And I don't have, that's an anecdotal idea. But I think a lot of the people that have been here a long time, they've been having that discussion for 30 years, and actually it's a little quieter now than it has been in the past. And obviously UGB and annexation, you know, we've been talking about it for 8 or 10 years now at this time, something like that. And so just that process is taking, you know, so long, that actually slows growth down because it just takes so long to get through it all. So I think it's a good and a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing that we're always reminded of it, because we should always be thinking about it as well.
I do like the idea of doing some more proactive addressing of topics that came up during the input period. I want to be careful though, that sometimes things come up. It's like, okay, this is my one time a year to re-say what I said last year. So not that we don't want to address it, but some of the topics I wouldn't want to make more than they might really be. You know what I mean? I think we need to kind of look at
Weigh
the
that.
topics and kind of weigh, like, how much do we hear this year round? Is it just that 10 people signed on and said X, Y, Z? I mean, I think we can
That
think
discernment.
through that as we're doing this, yeah.
Okay, any other feedback right now, just on the public comment in the process?
I think that while we have a written summary here, it's different than the sort of data dump summary that we have electronically. And I think it's beneficial to perhaps have the ability, if you do, to keep that when we're going through each of those different attachments up on it, because some of the nuances I think are lost when we take it down into more succinct categories or try to merge them. An example of which would be a comment about having developers upgrade non-combustible fences. when they're doing remodeling or something like that around homes. That doesn't really show up in this part, and that may be something we can do, but when we talk about wildfire resiliency, I think there are a number of strategies that actually make some sense in there. That we have to think about how we weave that in without necessarily putting it in the goal, but we don't want to lose sight of what I think are some pretty valid and thoughtful comments.
Right. Anything else for now? Other things might come up or bubble up as we go through, but
You know, one of the reasons I think the open house or the town hall style format is, you know, it provides council an opportunity to dig in deeper when people, you know, assuming people do come and want to engage with you. You could dive into the sort of the define what you mean by small town character, define what your fear is of the growth that, you know, how we're managing or whatever, as opposed to the comments you get online where, you know, concerned about, you know, sisters having development like Redmond or something. It's like, well, what do you mean by that? You know, and I think
more
that
dynamic.
yeah, and I think that context often is missing in this conversation about growth management in particular is what exactly are people, you know, what is your, you know, concern? What is your vision, you know, for how growth should look like in sisters? And then what can we as a city actually do about that in our codes and our annexation policies? I think my second point to talking about is how complicated sometimes government work is in trying to talk about things like growth management. And, you know, it's not a simple yes or no answer. And it takes a little bit of a dialogue sometimes, or hoping that people can, you know, do sit down and read something in our newsletter or in the nugget about why, you know, we're growing and what is the complexities of with growth and property rights and, you know, state laws around it and all those things. We're trying. We've been trying for 5 years.
Yeah. My education, how often do you guys do town halls?
But we do about like 4 or 5 a year. I mean, it's mostly topical, right? So goal setting, you know, the community conversations around houselessness that you're a part of, UGB, you know, so Northwest Park. So we do a lot of those, but general town halls, I mean, twice a month, visitor communication, sometimes feels that, but I think the goal setting one is the most open-ended sort of free flow of the council. And we did, I mean, this would probably be a topic to bring up during communication and governance is we have tried other ways to do more informal conversation with council, like coffee with council or happy hour with council. And we didn't get a lot of participation. And so a better strategy has been going to events like farmers markets and
Places where people show up.
hometown. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll say with the open house that we had, I think, more people than last year, right? I feel like there's a few markets. And it seemed like the group was more diverse, at least age wise. And it wasn't, and we saw people that were familiar faces for sure, but there was definitely a lot of new faces in there, which I thought was great. So I felt good about moving the needle on bringing in newer people and different demographics, so going in that direction.
Good. Anything else for now, just on this topic? A lot of great ideas, observations. Okay, let's go ahead and we'll transition to Jordan's gonna do project updates and sharing that on the present goal areas. And again, during this, mostly what you're gonna be doing is just jotting down your ideas, questions, and input that you're gonna share later. Because we're gonna be coming back to each goal and its strategies, and that's when we'll have further discussion. So basic questions, go ahead and place with Jordan or Monty, but we'll keep the conversation limited at this point.
Yeah, this is the portion where also, yeah. So we get to do the red, yellow, green. Do colorblind folks, but we have written comments in there too, but yeah, and do feel free to ask questions as we kind of work through this. This is the portion that kind of will help inform, you know, okay, what goals are we starting to formulate for next year based on the progress we're at with your existing goals. So let me just start with the 30,000 foot level. You know, we've expanded, I think, our goal document over the last few years, and I think that's a, you know, it was a reflection on, there's a lot of work to be done, right? We're a growing community, we've had a lot of emerging issues. You know, I think we've leveled up as an organization to kind of get a little more sophisticated on how we track our work plan and our goals. But this document has gotten bigger, and the amount of the work, you know, is increased, and I think I want to recognize that with also the, you know, current staff level, for abilities to kind of accomplish goals and get things in front of you. You know, when we have only 2 workshops per month and things like that, especially policy discussions often can take some time. And but I think, you know, as the mayor gave the state of the city address to that joint Rotary and Kiwanis meeting a few months ago, like there's a lot of things I think council should be proud of what happened this last year, you know, and especially as we jump into the wildfire mitigation topic. You know, that's been a goal for a number of years, and I think there was a lot of progress. But it took some time, you know, defensible space regulations, being the first city to have the most stringent, you know, the defensible space code. That took how many meetings, you know, workshops to get through that, which takes, you know, bandwidth from the council and the community to tackle those type of things. And then we got the building hardening done. But I almost think where conversation will probably go today too in this category is the next, you know, you see the green light, you see the red light. The next conversation that is being teed up for this spring is going to be harder. You know, we actually gotten some of that low hanging fruit, which was not easy to grab, right? That defensible space code took some time, and now pivoting to how do we encourage properties within the existing city limits to adopt these standards. You know, and there's different approaches to doing that, and those are the workshops to be coming. But I think that's a big hard conversation, and so that is being teed up. So kudos on the defensible space. That's in play. Yeah.
Before we get into the details, just a general question.
Yeah.
Could you refresh my memory on how the priority column came about?
Yeah, so that's something we added this year. We had that conversation, I think, back in September. Had council do a survey of all the goals and prioritize the goals on a scale of 1 to 5. 5 being a high priority, 1 being the lowest priority, and then that's the average of the council's responses on.
So you're blaming us.
Yeah.
Sorry. Well, then that column,
we did that.
yeah,
I appreciate your point.
yeah. So we've added that now to this status matrix where, you know, the number is that priority.
Okay, I think it's really helpful because I kind of feel like if something's a priority 2 or lower, should it really be on here? Or did we just not get to it? And, you know, so I think we need to be looking at that priority column. I think that was really helpful. And then also, I just wanted to say overall for goals, I don't, like you're saying, we don't want this to be such a large list that it's unobtainable and then we just have everything waiting and backed up. So I want to be careful that we're not just putting together a wish list. We're really putting together something that we can apply a plan to and have our resources work on.
Agreed upon goals.
Yeah.
Oh.
Thank you.
I would say the priority setting is helpful because it does help manage our workload on when we bring something to you, right? Like when we're weighing, like, okay, we got this policy issue, we got this policy issue. Well, the council, you know, really wants to talk about wildfire more than they want to talk about, you know, be careful. Well, I mean, if this is a 4.6 and something else is a 3.0, it's like, well, let's prioritize this, you know, let's focus our time on putting together a staff report and doing research on this topic as opposed to the other one. But the idea is that these are all your goals for the fiscal year. We're going to try to get them.
5.0.
And that's why we do the status updates, because then we're able to give you, you know, sort of an update on, yeah, we probably took on too much, or we had things come up. Yeah, a couple emergencies, you know, we've had additional, you know, public hearings and things that kind of just slowed down some of the work.
Will we be trying to prioritize any of this today, and when we see the?
I don't think we'll have time. I think that's why we scheduled in a couple like additional meetings for council to then, you know, see the draft, sort of here's what we heard, what your goals are, and then let's adopt these and prioritize them.
So I can see us doing some prioritization only in the sense that we might say, not this year. And, you know, so something might drop off. I mean, like that might be.
Some of that prioritization today as you go through it. Is that what you're sure?
Only meeting, like, we look at it and say, wow, that's not realistic in the next year. That is not a priority for this year. And so maybe it doesn't make it into the next goals piece to be prioritized amongst itself. And also, some of these priority, I mean, like, are for the, like, a very large topic, and so there might be some line items that are more important than others. Just, we should be thinking about that.
And then also remembering that we're only 7 months into this as well, so a lot of these.
Yeah.
Projects are, you know, could be completed by the end of the year.
Yeah, that's the perennial issue with the goal setting being at the calendar year, but yeah, we're in a fiscal year. And it also kind of makes goal setting a little tricky sometimes when we're trying to come up, okay, what's next with this area or this goal when we haven't really gotten to the conversation about the current year goal. So
Well, that brings an interesting question, fine for this year, but do we need to think about maybe aligning the goals? And when we set the goals closer to the fiscal year than the calendar.
I think that, so on the other side is
I see both
in
sides.
budget.
Yeah.
Right, so getting your goals now lets us then work it into the budget. The one way to mitigate that is you're looking more at the longer term. So maybe it's 2-year goal cycle, you know, and here's what we're doing in the first fiscal year, so we're doing in the second fiscal year, and you can do a check-in, you know, every year, but you're not on just like artificial deadline of get this done by June 30th, you know.
If I may add a sentence, though, a little contrary to what you just mentioned, I prefer the funnel to be as wide as possible now. And we're gonna have processes to get these down, and I'd rather have more ideas on the table now and funnel down later. But that's just my thought. Thank you.
Well, that was sort of like high level, 30,000 feet.
Yeah.
Right.
And you're right on time.
Yeah, so
And
as we,
if something's marked complete, can we assume it's coming off our list?
Good question.
for most, yeah. Yeah, and some of these goals are multi-year goals, right? It's supposed to be getting into infrastructure, like we completed it, but there might be another phase or, you know, like. So building hardening in place, I think as of April 30.
Please start with those.
I kind of touched on those.
Okay.
In defensible space, we're good.
All right.
I mentioned, you know, we'll probably be talking a lot about defensible space and current developed property within town, different strategies, communication, incentives, get the fire district involved. But we do plan to have a workshop on this side, that defensible space item number 2, coming up this spring, I think in May. I did share the future schedule with you all, right?
Maybe we need to have a slash red orange.
I know,
Halfway there.
Yeah. That's anyway. Staff does debate the whole red, green, yellow. A lot of the yellows are sort of like, we're done it, but we're still doing it. Does that mean it's complete versus just, you know, ongoing? So building hardening, so we haven't tested defensible space and building hardening yet, right? So building hardening goes into effect April 30, right? And then defensible space is in effect, but we haven't had any good projects that have come in. We have actually submittals. Great, okay. I think so. Moving on to community resiliency and emergency planning. This is one of those areas where I think we've done a pretty great job of building our partnerships. I think that was a goal that emerged a couple of years ago. We've done the joint meetings now on an annual basis. Plan to continue those. They do take up time on your schedule, but I think you guys probably agree there's a lot of value in having those joint meetings. But that partnership with the fire district in particular has only grown stronger and stronger. We continue to do those mitigation meetings every month. Saw it in play during the flat fire. You know, there's just a lot of, I think, progress has been made on just the relationship building and the coordination. So we'll continue that. I think where we started talking and almost got there was partnering on community education on fire resiliency, in the defensible space, fire-wise. So we'll hopefully be able to make more progress on that with them this year. And there is more events to come during April and May. Wildfire protection plan, that's in progress. We've had staff and counselors part of that. I think the draft is out and under review. That was a pretty quick process overall for updating that plan. And then undergrounding, we've talked about this at other goal setting conversations. It's kind of, it's a long-term sort of just goal for the city to get as many of our utilities buried as possible. And that comes with new development, redevelopment, the Baker building, for example, that alleyway has the electricity now underground, but to pursue that unilaterally as a city is very costly. And without new development, you really don't have the regulatory stick to make that happen. The carrots are quite pricey, so that was kind of marked as a lower priority during that exercise. Mitigation improvements, underway. Continue to do, mowing and rework on all our properties. We're doing the City Hall demonstration landscape, so we're at like 99% design on that. Still waiting to kind of get the shoe to drop on the budget on what that might cost. But an exciting sort of opportunity there to do a demonstration landscape that's fire-wise and water-wise. And then something that's emerged out of the tours, I know we have one counselor still needs to do the downtown tour, is what can we do as sort of the low-hanging fruit again on fire mitigation in our downtown. And it's to start off with our public properties. So Jackson's been working with the crew on kind of getting quotes on what it would take to take the bark out and redo our bulb outs with rock, to make it more, fire resilient, get rid of the cigarette butts that smolder, cause fires and things like that. So, and then the second part of that conversation, that emerges as a goal is how do we then work with the private properties to incentivize, cleaning up those empty lots, getting rid of their mulch, overhanging trees and things like that. Yellow. All right, the other big one, housing, livability, and growth. A lot of strategies here. Obviously the UGB expansion, you're well up to date on the current plan there. Applications going in this week, maybe. Big applications, lots staff reports, narratives, all that, but getting pretty close there. The area planning work, probably something to make a note of, having a conversation today about how we sequence these next steps. Annexation is planning, we're planning to do annexation first for the conversation, mostly because there's a timing with the area planning that we want to get the applications in and start that process before we really dive in too deep, in my mind, of like all the work going into planning those areas until we have a kind of for sure expansion area locked in and start planning that concept area. I think we have pretty good confidence that that's going to be the expansion area, and utility needs, transportation needs will be mapped out as part of that process.
Can I ask a quick question? Did you say annexation before area planning, just so I have the sequence correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And that is starting next week. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all I needed to know. I didn't quite get it. That's all.
So
Thank you.
Workshop starting next week on annexation, and then followed up the following month too.
What is the significance of doing the annexation part first, one more time?
Or the annexation policies first.
Policies and criteria.
Yeah.
First.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think both are heavy lifts. The concept planning is more tied to the actual UGB expansion area and what the utility needs are, and then conceptualizing what that looks like. I think annexation is sort of, we could do the research, we could bring that forward. It's a council legislative action that you guys can adopt, and get in place.
And I'd like to comment on that. I think the answer you're looking for is the annexation policies will help guide the area planning to a certain extent. It's not gonna give the area planning all the answers they need, but at least I'll kind of know how much affordable housing we're gonna have, what's our plan on parks. And all of,
Boundary settings.
yeah, I think it brings. I think area planning right now is this big huge thing, and if we have annexation policies in place, it kind of brings it in a little bit.
So if the annexation policy, for example, could be the amount of affordable housing, for example, then you get to area planning. There
Okay.
might have an impact there as to, well, where would that affordable housing reside in this area?
If it's 15% affordable housing or 30% affordable housing, that informs us on acreage a little.
Okay.
At least a little, you know.
Okay, thank you.
I also would like to add that from my perspective, it's very high on my list of being sure that potential developers, property owners in a UGB area understand that we as a city place these certain things with high priorities beyond just bringing land in and more housing. That these are things that we expect to see within that UGB expansion area. And because it's the only time we as a council have the ability to affect what goes on once that land is bought in, is in our annexation policies. And we've seen that the effect of those old annexation policies in a number of areas in our community where things got built that really didn't make anybody happy, including us, but that's what the land was, that's what the rules were when the land came in. So I want to be sure we know what the rules are before any land comes in, so that we have time to think about them and argue about them.
I think the area planning work is just a bigger
I do too.
effort, right? And it's gonna involve consultant work, which we've kind of scoped out a little bit. So, and they're still working on getting the application in, but there's gonna be a period of time now in between that application and when the hearings and noticing and that we can start getting to work on the annexation and then the area planning.
Being good, I'm not saying something. Okay, bug emails.
Jordan, wanted to clarify on the building hardening, it's actually April 1st, so it goes into effect on April 30th.
Hey, that's great. Moved up 30 days. No.
Just today.
But wait, there's more. Affordable housing, so again, another huge priority, a lot of comments about this in our outreach. Some of these are just ongoing sort of goals that have been, reworded over the years, but continuing to monitor how we're doing with the different code changes the council's put into place over the last few years. So that's, ongoing, but a couple of things that we're working on right now that we've had grant funding for is a code audit. Just kind of look at our code in terms of is it clear and objective? Is it being productive in terms of what we're intending it to do with housing? Second goal there that does take a kind of a bigger level of effort. We had an initial council workshop about funding for affordable housing, different options. The next step there is forming this kind of ad hoc advisory body, like a task force, to look at different options, not just for funding, but other incentive programs. One update here is I did have a good conversation with COIC about if their housing team could be a partner with us in sort of helping administer like this type of dialogue. They do a lot of this work already. They're engaged with what other cities like Bend and Redmond are doing with their sort of housing committees. So I think there's an opportunity there to kind of get some affordable capacity to help with these type of projects. So I think that's probably going to continue to evolve this year. By the way, they also were open to the idea of helping support us in things like the Merle program. So I see that being sort of a helpful government agency on to help us administer some of our health.
I think that's, if we can get that to happen, especially here, it's gonna open up the door for some of our other smaller communities that are facing the same thing, that don't have the bandwidth of a Bend or a Redmond.
That's sort of the intent.
So good luck there. I know, I appreciate that we're kind of being the leader on this and moving forward.
The sister's way.
Houselessness, the next step here, we have this community action plan. We've done a lot of public engagement. We're continuing to meet on a monthly basis with our partners. So again, a lot of just really good, just human work happening with people coming together and trying to tackle these difficult issues. But you will have, you've toured the safe parking sites. You will have a presenter speaking about safe parking and some of the things that worked in the region. And so the next step for council is kind of tackling, do we want to put safe parking regulations into our code and allow for that use? So that would be coming up this year with that workshop or that presentation and the workshop on safe parking.
Jordan, would we say item 1, I see it marked completed, kind of in progress, or will continue
Yeah,
these
it's,
conversations?
I think we marked it great. Got the action plan and
Okay.
council's kind of received it, it's moving forward, but yeah, it is also, yeah, like it's ongoing. We're not like, hey, we solved homelessness, we're not meeting ever again.
Jordan, this is a question about today's conversation. Everybody, so. Maybe we had last year, consider safe parking regulations. We're gonna come back and also look at what other types of things we wanna add into here. Yes, and I'm just, like council talking about what other types of solutions we might want to look at. Not in this conversation, but when that would.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, there's other things in the action plan that are city related. That's,
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
a lot of them are housing, and so that kind of crosses over into the housing realm as well, but yeah. All right. So yeah, a lot to kind of scroll through here. Development code updates. I think, yeah, these are like lower priority things that pop up. I mean, there's a question here that does periodically come up about scope of a goal like this. Councilman McDougall, remind me of the code change. Oh, outdoor burning.
Burn barrels.
Burn barrels, right? That goal kind of lives under good governance, but there's sort of this broad goal of like code updates, and same thing with our development code. We continually monitor it, how like developers kind of give us feedback, what works, what doesn't. Obviously planners that are trying to interpret and implement the code are the things that get hung up. We do housekeeping, code updates that, every year, every other year or so. And it's obviously a lower priority, but it's something that is just kind of the business of government. So it's kind of a question of does this maintain a goal as a goal? Short-term rental regulations, maybe today, this is a conversation to talk about whether that continues as a priority. If we want to move, want to pursue, like actually complete this year, do we want to move it to next year? Is it, this is continuing to be a goal. And I think the scope of this, we haven't had a workshop on on this topic of further changes to STRs, but where it was left was condominiums, right? The buffer being applied to condos, and then owner occupied short-term rentals, and whether those have different rules. So that's kind of where I think it was left off last year of like, we should look at this. Do we want to do additional code changes? So.
And you gave us an update in one of your emails regarding STR permits have reduced significantly.
Yeah, it was over the summer. We did a much larger effort to kind of put people into compliance with the requirements for the program, like insurance requirement, posting notices, and I think with the buffer increase and those new requirements, a lot of people just decided not to renew licenses that they weren't really using probably. And they weren't transferable anymore. There was a lot of reasons but yeah, we probably lost about 20 or 20.
I'll be talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, really.
Process to update design standards between development code. So this is again kind of falls into that code updates that we now have a grant consultant to help us work through this. So that will continue with planning commission meetings, obviously with workshops, and then council meetings. Probably later this spring, summer is guessing when that work gets from the planning commission.
When it gets to the commission,
Yeah,
I think we'll kind of fall.
well. Dark skies. We're celebrating. We're working on this. There's, obviously annual events now. I think one's coming up or was announced recently. We have, work that we're doing on the lighting rebate program. We're still looking for more participation in that, but that has been launched. And then we continue to do public lighting. So we've done a lot of our facilities, and then the biggest lift on that is going to be the cascade lighting, which might fall in under the pedestrian kind of safety, traffic safety project as well. So we look at cascade in particular. Do we have any, have we approved any rebates or just had
We've
applications?
got, well, approve the first phase of like, okay, here's what we want to replace our lights with. We approve that, then they have 90 days to install. And then we do the follow-up to confirm that that's what got installed, and that'll be done.
Okay.
So. We're starting, just briefly, we have a dark skies committee. It's kind of a facto committee, I guess you call it. And we've split up responsibilities to go out and kind of start auditing the inventory. And we'll use that maybe as an opportunity to kind of pair properties that we know are in violation with our rebate program to kind of bring the two together a little bit more directly, so that they can start addressing their lighting issues with some help from the city.
You're
Be a little
talking,
more proactive about it, I guess.
you're talking about residential?
Started with residential, because that's what council approved initially. Just to focus on with the first round of dollars. So part of this process has always been kind of trying to get an inventory and understanding what the issue is out there. So just doing kind of some drive-bys and kind of getting a general sense of which ones are obviously out of compliance. And then trying to let them know that there's some money that out there to help fix that.
Interesting.
We do like friendly door hangers, like, hey.
Funny you should say that, because we were talking about that.
Yeah.
Somebody, one of our.
We'll give you money.
Yeah.
I talked about door hangers, the wildfire mitigation. I like the idea.
There's a lot of things that door hangers can do.
Yeah.
Gets people's attention,
We
right?
noted.
Who's gonna volunteer to hang?
I would do it.
Everybody has a ring camera now, so you
You
can.
won't do it in the dark at night.
Yeah.
Yeah,
would love that.
I might wanna wear like an official city.
Yeah.
logo or something.
One of the big problems is they do end up, being littered out on the property. You'll see them on the street. So it's unfortunate, but that's part of the price.
Busy day.
I was in the pizza business. We did a lot of door hanging, so trust me on that one.
Quick time check in. I've got a lot, about another 20 minutes or so. We can stretch that out, but just so I know.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm watching the clock.
Okay, you got it.
Maybe I'll start skipping some and see if the council recommends.
Oh, no, Cheryl's on there. Yeah.
There's 13 pages and we're on 7, so we're halfway through this. So
Okay, dark skies, yeah, so we'll mark that one as green, but obviously more work to be done. Moving on to other
Northwest Park.
Northwest Park. Yeah, so that's in progress, as you know. We just had a nice workshop on that. Got great feedback.
coming back to us.
It is coming back for adoption. But this is again the master plan for that park, right? So something to kind of think about for future goal would be, what do we do with the master plan, right? If council's adopting it this year, what do we put in the budget for next year? Are we starting design? Are we starting to think about putting money aside to do construction of park improvements? So, yep, that will be green by the end of the year. Possibly another goal. Economic development. Under this goal category, we kind of fit both economic development and tourism. We obviously one of these goals is kind of a catch-all supporting EDCO, the work that Eric's doing, collaborating, supporting our sisters. So that, we mark these as green, but they're also yellow. This is ongoing. Work with folks that serve on those boards. And then dark skies is also fits under this category, the linkage with tourism, and what Explore Sisters does to kind of promote that. And then public art. So this falls under economic development, but it's also one of those livability kind of categories as well. So we've made some progress on public art, obviously. We've had some workshops. We did a workshop about public art generally with the idea of a public art advisory board. The goal here was to explore one, and we presented information about the scope of what a public art program might look like. We talked about Gateway Park and other city property for art, and then how that board would help inform the installation and sort of selection of art there. So the next step there would be, if council wants us to move forward with establishing a public art advisory board, would bring it back to you what that scope would look like, and or the roles, responsibilities of the new advisory board, and how many members and who should be on it, that sort of thing. Yeah,
I realize this is not necessarily like this, but we have been pretty clear to members of the community, especially those that were supporting some roundabout art, that we were going to form this committee, and this committee was going to be working on this. And I think the longer we push this down the road, the more we are at risk of appearing to not follow through on what we said we were going to do. So I just want to pop that up. I don't know what this committee looks like. I don't know how we do it, but we said we were going to do it. We said we were going to do it back in September or July or whenever the heck it was. It all kind of blurs. And so I think that this is the goal I'd like to see us make further progress on fairly soon. Even though we have some other things that are relatively significant, but at least if the framework for the formation of this particular group were to come together, we looked at and vetted, begin to think about who we might want to have on it, that helps.
And you won't be surprised by this, but I've heard that a lot from the people in my circles. So I'm sure I'm going to talk about it when we get back to actually adding stuff or confirming that.
Okay.
Yeah.
They don't want
No, not surprised, right? So.
And we had during our prior, now I'm refreshing my memory with the prioritization that we did due to staffing, with Rebecca, the city recorder, had agreed to take this down a notch just because of that. But I think we've got ourselves back in a place.
yeah, and I mean, you're right. I think we were looking for this opportunity at goal setting to talk about the public art program, the next steps for this committee, but also what is the scope for this committee? Is it the full,
Right.
Every location, every, decision about art, is it more narrow, that, so. Okay, we'll get into that.
We'll be talking about it after lunch for sure, right? So. If we can get done fast enough.
We're on page 9 now, right? Infrastructure, everyone's favorite, right? These goals are a little easier because the policies in a lot of ways for a lot of this infrastructure work have been established through a master plan and infrastructure plans. And they're kind of incremental goals in the sense of like design, engineering, and then construction, right? Phasing the different projects. So it's also, we have a capital projects manager who, oversees these projects and has been doing a good job and continue to kind of deliver these projects on time and in our budget. So
Pretty good for a new guy.
Yeah,
right.
It's amazing how
guy.
quick he's gotten up to speed. I don't know where he found it. He's the best CIP manager we've ever had.
Who?
But if you have any questions on these projects and sort of, Paul usually helps with kind of defining what's next in the queue for these projects. I say this with goals, and I also say this during the budget process. These are the most expensive things that the city does, right? These are the big ticket, like generational improvements that are made, and they often are the things that we talk the least about, because
And 80% of them aren't visible when they're done.
they're not.
Yeah.
They're they're buried under the highway or under, or a pump station that has a big well that put in. But they're very important, I think, and it's unfortunate that they often don't get a lot of airtime, but I think that's because they're often driven by, studies and engineering and master plans that have been adopted and, been a part of, public outreach before, public works advisory board and things like that. So we're kind of in that stage now with a 2023 water plan, 2023 wastewater plan, the TSP, will likely be updated, will need to be updated. These other utility plans will probably be updated as well once we have UTP expansion. Just kind of put that on your radar. Timing on that, I think we need to flush out, but we'll have to start planning for utilities in that new area. So we're in a place currently though that we're building for growth, and we're in expansion and resiliency. So some big stuff happening. The West Side Pump Station, obviously, the Rope Street Pump Station, the well improvement. So all underway. The other big ones that are coming, the reservoir, Edgerton, road pipeline, those are under design and Sharpton will be next. But having that stuff all permitted and approved, it's big stuff.
I'm perpetually surprised by how many comments we get that we don't think about infrastructure when it's the most programmed thing that we do, and we don't do it unless it's already paid for. You know what I mean? If it's not, anyway.
Yeah.
But I think we did maybe on our outreach stuff
Right,
back
I
to
was
the public.
wondering.
That would,
I like that.
we could hit that once a year with almost the same articles, because if we have 500 people moving to town every year, that's 1,000 people that move in here and think, well, what are they doing about infrastructure? Well, we think about it years in advance, and it's very programmed. We don't do it unless it's paid for, if we know we have to do it. So it's kind of,
Well, and I think
it's an information hole is what it is.
I also think that most of the projects, due to the way the city's laid out, which is a good thing, occur out of the general travel path of most of our residents. I mean, the only real project we've had that's had a major impact on anything was the pump station that happened to shut down part Pine for a while we ran into some big rocks and things like that. But the point is that there's not a lot of disruption to the system. Like there are some other communities where this kind of work gets done and it closes down entire sections of town, sometimes a month, 2 months. So, and that's I think a high degree of praise for how our system's been designed and how our workers work. And it's also a function of the fact that careful planning has minimal disruption to the public.
Well, I think 2005, 2006 was probably pretty disruptive with the sewer system going in, right? Like 2000, 2001, yeah. Yeah, 2000. But, we are like
I had a one
Jefferson has the force main, where that was, impactful. I mean, and we will get into that cycle eventually, right?
Yeah.
Especially with sewer, where pipelines, the next 20 years will probably need to start being replaced and stuff. But I think when people think of infrastructure, though, scroll down to next, it's transportation and parks, the physical infrastructure that people see and interact with more than
Above ground.
Yeah, the above ground, not the stuff that, honestly, most people take for granted, right? You turn on your faucet, clean water comes out, flush the toilet, water goes to the place it needs to go. So people more are probably thinking about traffic and congestion and things like that. How's the city planning for that kind of growth? That's where we get into, transportation improvements, building new pathways, which, we got a couple great ones underway. We're waiting on the bridge to be made, shipped, but the Elm Street pathway is going to be a great addition to town. We have the Barclay Drive. Yeah, recess. Yeah, should have taken a break right now with them.
Okay. Screen with them.
Snowing.
Want to.
I'll come in and eat the snacks while you guys go out and play.
You will.
We have Barclay phase 1 done. The next step will be, how will the budget look for getting phase 2 done? And part of that calculus, I think, is updating our system development charges for transportation. So we've started that work with a consultant. we've done parks, we've done water, we've done wastewater. Now it's time for transportation. We're really low there compared to other communities around Oregon, especially in our region. Partly, we're not a huge city, so we have our major thoroughfare is a highway, it's a state road, it's not city, right? But this will also be one of those things that will get updated again once we expand the UGB and have a new transportation network to fund in the expansion area. But our project costs since the TSB was updated in 2018 and then again in 21 have really escalated as we've seen projects like the new roundabout and stuff. So we'll be bringing that to council this spring and then adoption this spring summer. And then the other topic I'm sure will be part of this afternoon too will be the pedestrian safety plans that we need to put in place for Cascade. We've started already engaging with consultants on doing such a plan to kind of put, okay, what are the options, what are the actions that we can take with new crossings? I mean, just putting everything on the table in terms of pedestrian safety improvements throughout that entire corridor. We talked about additional flashing, crosswalk beacons, but other options too. Is it physical barriers? Is it parking changes? Is it stop signs and a bunch of red lights? Yeah. We do have our first yellow flashing beacon installed now, and then we'll have our second once we have the grant project on.
Locust and Blackview.
Yes, Locust and Blackview. And then number 5 on this page, working through the Public Works Advisory Board. I think this is where a couple goals converge, right? With working with ODOT, doing pedestrian safety plan, and then opening up those chapters in our TSP for bike and pedestrian infrastructure. All kind of come together and having this kind of broader conversation, but also, we're pretty targeted for Cascade for the safety improvements, but the entire city has, pretty robust TSP in terms of what the bike and pedestrian projects are on the plan. We talked about the Washington Bike Boulevard. There's other thoughts about bike infrastructure getting across town too, where that makes the most sense. So that kind of interfaces with Cascade. So I think that's to come. We need to kind of figure out how to align these two things with the Public Works Advisory Board. And I think last year, part of this goal topic was brought up as, is it a new advisory board versus utilizing existing structures like the Public Works Advisory Board to tackle this topic?
Well, I think it's more acute with the UGB expansion, because the bike ped is something that needs to be part of that conversation, like out of the gate. Not something that kind of trickles in afterwards, because again, the livability thing that keeps bubbling up, and there was a lot of comments in there about, bike ped friendly and all that, and I think that's, for some people, when they say livability, that is what they're talking about. And so just, it cannot be, and again, I'm not saying it has to be separate committee necessarily, but it really just has to be a part of that conversation from the get-go. And so, I don't know if, because that is, we're kind of now, straddling two different goal categories here, but that's where another place where I think it will be very pertinent, very useful to have somebody, some people, whatever, really addressing that issue. Because that stuff is extremely hard to put in after you've done all your planning.
Can I bolster your point?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's add that in the plan for new plans, UGB and annexation ahead of time, instead of trying to build it like we're building it 20, 30, 40, 50 years later, obviously. So I agree.
Like the area planning work, right? If we center that as a main goal for that new area. And I mean, I agree. I think the era of like just putting in bike lanes and calling it good along an arterial is not what people think is livable, right? And now, like you said, we're retrofitting things, right? Like, oh, we want a pathway down now. Now we gotta acquire the right of way and, build the pathway, build a bridge and all that. It's a lot easier to do it with development and do it the right way.
Like that connectivity and just get it from the get-go, and it's just how we choose to expand, right?
Well, and back to the comment you made very early on, was this Public Works Advisory Committee, subcommittee. I don't have a problem with being the Public Works Advisory Committee, what we're talking about, but all that group has a lot of stuff on its plate for the next 4 to 5 years. And so perhaps there needs to either be, I hate to use the word subcommittee, but a separate committee that works under the jurisdiction of that particular group, or its own committee on its own. But I think that you can't really do bike ped planning without being part of what's going on in Public Works. But I also think that the Public Works Advisory Board is going to be extremely busy with some of these major projects, where they're going to go. So how do we ensure that this gets the attention that it needs without detracting from those other things that are very, very important to the future of the community? I don't have an answer to it, but
Let's hold that to.
I think that's something we need to think
Right
about.
in.
I actually, when we come back through, want to talk about the area planning. There's been a call from citizens to, participate, and I think we should start to talk about what we want it to look like, what we want that planning to look like, not decide, but just, I think there's some attention there, and I think, starting to come to some conclusions on who participates will answer some questions that have been asked. But we'll come back to that part later, but
Again, process and time check, about another 10 minutes or so running.
Oh, all the rest are green.
Okay.
Okay, good governance is almost the last one. Communications, I think there was a question, also called, I think, last month that, is the plan that we have, is it a communications plan? Is it a city engagement plan? It's more internal facing than external in terms of how we kind of track and monitor how we're doing engaging on projects and things like that. But we do have, an engagement strategy that Rebecca and Carrie put together, and we presented to council. It kind of is the guidelines for when we're engaging with the public, how we, track that, how we, kind of measure it. We have a little plans that we put into place. So we do this work. The youth engagement, which we defined as 15 to 30, that was a CLA project that we heard, different ideas, and I think we've benefited from having some the CLA adjacent members help us with this, like engaging with the high school, engage with also folks younger than high school on different things. So I think you'd be interested in hearing more ideas on what you think we can do in that area this year. Community partnerships. Yep, we've been doing, like I said early on, been doing a good job of scheduling these annual joint meetings. Took a few months to get them scheduled, but I think we'll be interested to continue to do that. The vision implementation team, it keeps on going. We haven't forgotten about that, and I think C4C is continuing to support that team and doing the progress updates. Continued partnership with C4C on the civic leadership program. So we're underway on recruitment for that again. So I think the annual question for council is we keep going, keep doing the CLA until everybody is a leader.
We're 12 people here to the whole city.
12 times.
It's educated.
4,000 divided by 12. How many years? Yep, regional committees, you all are appointed different boards, and I think you do a good job of reporting out on the activities there. Council rules, it's marked red. I think we've had some initial conversations about having different councilors involved, maybe as like a subcommittee or working group to review the rules, look at model rules and other examples from other cities, and then kind of workshop this with city council. I think it's doable for the end of the year, but maybe make a note to coming back and talking about that one. And then the catch-all municipal code, development code updates, consistent with council policies. So this is where I brought up the question is like, we have a council policy overriding goal for more wildfire resiliency. Burn barrels and outdoor burning regulation kind of falls within this, right? Then the next layer of question then is like, how do we, like, there's a lot of things that fit in these categories, right? Most of our goal categories are essentially what the city does, right? So it's more of a capacity question and a prioritization and where we can, get that through. And if it's an easy sort of change, usually those things can be scheduled and planned out. But if it's a bigger policy sort of, multiple meeting workshop kind of thing, then we need to work more closely with you all on agenda setting.
Aren't these goals that we're setting, that's kind of our policy document
Yes,
mostly?
yes, but I mean, like, you can argue that burn barrels should fit within like sort of wildfire resiliency goal, right? But there's not a goal there to address that, no change.
Specifically.
But there is a goal to code updates that are consistent with the council goal. No.
What we call it burning goals.
It's where we get back to the action, an action item versus the objective, right? I would add one more. Green status was policy that we updated was our city manager performance evaluation, which I'm really excited to execute this year for the first time and see how that goes. So that's an accomplishment for us.
And then last but not least, right? Last page, environmental sustainability. So our strategy with the environmental sustainability plan, water conservation plan. We have done some work on number one. We've engaged with legal counsel on this. There is some example ordinances out there. I think we just need to, schedule this and get this in front of council. It kind of did fall off in terms of just, the urgency because our EV charger project has been slowed at Gateway Park because of the grant program with the state got, I don't know, like a year-long delay as they kind of work through the ramifications of federal funding and things like that. And it just has taken longer for them to kind of start up that program and give us the green light. So that's getting kind of pushed off into 27, I think. So that's why this policy became less urgent. I can tell you though that we can't, in terms of this policy, like we could bring something to you. What it likely is similar, well, I don't have to get into the details, but it's similar to gas taxes where you can't necessarily charge EV charging to fund things like street maintenance, but you can charge for the use of the charger and for the maintenance and replacement of the chargers. If that makes sense. I know, I'm looking at Councilor Ross because I know he's particularly interested in this topic. So yeah, noodle on that one. But that this would be a workshop where we would talk about what we can and can't do and what we might want to do.
Just beginning that statement was what I was noodling about. The state has said that we can't use that like gas tax money.
Well, remember, gas tax has to be voter approved. So if you're doing the same thing that basically you're doing with the gas tax to an EV charging station, it would be a violation of that.
So you'd have to, if we decided to do a city tax on EV charging to recoup dollars we would be losing on city gas tax, we could put that to a vote of the populace.
It might be preempted.
And I tell you what passed. Because every person with a gasoline car is gonna vote yes on this.
I'm not sure. I mean, I didn't mean to get too much
Yeah,
into
but anyway,
the action,
yeah.
but that actual question, that the answer might be a state might have preempted that already. So
That was gonna be my next question, actually.
Yeah.
So.
And are we talking about, I don't mean to get weeds, are we talking about, our charging, city-owned charging stations?
Yes.
All of them,
Yeah, that's a good
all
point
of
too.
them, because that's,
applying
no,
that to, yeah.
It's no different than, we've got different gas stations, right? Like
Yeah,
there's
we don't
all these other ones that
provide
charge.
gas.
And the state might have different expectations of.
Well, especially go to a.
Legalities on each one.
If they go to a pay by mile plan instead of gas tax, they're talking about too.
Big
Couple of years, yeah.
So yeah, so we can come back to
I'm
this,
done with
but-
it. We'll pick it up later.
Right,
We
I
will.
got a question.
Is that some energy? No pun intended.
It's an electric office.
Yeah.
Unintended.
Charge of.
And the last two, so Sisters Recycling Center, this will be a good conversation, I think. We've had several workshops on this. my understanding is the county just last week did move forward with commingled recycling starting July 1.
I saw that.
So feels like we kind of go like this with this conversation. The question I think this afternoon for councils, do we, well, in this fiscal year, I guess, do we look at, feel like we've maybe had some conversation about closing the recycling center in conjunction with the timing now in the commingled curbside program countywide. And with that question then becomes, do you do curbside glass? Because glass will be the one missing piece that remains for our citizens if we do pull the plug. But I just giving you that sort of heads up that sounds like that's the direction the county is going, and it'll probably be July 1. So the public services will be coming back to council for a rate increase request, right? And part of that rate increase request will be what we talked about before, floating the recycling center, for a couple more years. So building that into the rates. So that's why this conversation is probably going to come up here in the next couple months. I think we have them coming in front of you, April, yeah. Last one, it's red. We haven't done this recirculation retrofit. Ask Jackson about that. I don't know what this is. I think that's one of those easier said than done projects, and timing too. It's just that.
My only question would be, are we trying to do it this year or are we gonna slide it?
Yeah.
That's my only question, I guess.
There's a hope to do it.
I'm sorry,
There's a hope to do it this year.
I hope to do it.
And this year, I mean.
This fiscal.
Maybe spring.
This fiscal year.
Basically, we're gonna have deep bringers every time the kid comes off, they're squishing through it.
Not that it's not important, but I think that either way is okay.
The other water conservation project obviously is that demonstrates the landscape, that we designed it with the intent to be not just firewise or follow defensible space regulations, but also disconnecting the downspouts and, using native plantings and low, water use, and obviously taking out the lawn, which sucks up water. Yeah. All right. Sorry, a little over time, but we did it. Yeah.
So what we'll do is we'll take a 15-minute break. We'll go till 10:35. We'll be back, ready to go again, and then Jordan's gonna sort of lead the review of goal category, just make sure got a bead on which goals are important before we start in-depth discovery. So discussion, I should say. So take a break, move stuff, and we'll see you in 15 minutes.
Months, sure.
Yeah, that's the question.
Yes.
That's good. Sharks.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Mayor.
I was gonna call your phone.
Yeah.
That would help.
Sorry.
Solve the world.
Yeah, we were solving all the problem. Thanks for bringing it up. Yeah.
Sorry, I apologize.
No worries. So review of goal categories.
Yeah, so I want to make sure we put some time down on the agenda to touch on this, because I think the practice has been every few years, the council sort of does an assessment of, these bigger, broader categories that we fit the goals and strategies under. It's all kind of semantics, we'll call them, just call them goal categories. It really is just sort of the headlines or the titles for where we fit the goals, but it really does help us in terms of the actual documentation and how we communicate with the public on what the priorities of the council are. And I think these have been the top line categories for the last probably 3 years, maybe one slight tweak. But this, what I'm talking about is wildfire mitigation, community resiliency, housing, livability, growth, economic development, essential infrastructure, good governance, and environmental sustainability. So the question is, do we want to keep those intact? Are those still the priorities, the goal categories the council wants, sort of to have everything else flow from? Or do we want to change things? Do we want to modify, have we changed, in terms of what the sort of the communication, what we want to communicate to the public in terms of the priorities? And just give you the opportunity to kind of, discuss that, think about that. If everything's fine, you think these are still a good way to categorize the priorities, great, we can continue to do that. Or if there's something else that we want to like merge a couple, we've done that before, so.
Or no, question two.
Yeah.
Did the urban renewal agency goals also fit under here, or is that separate?
We keep those separate,
Just clarifying.
yeah, the council wears two hats, your urban renewal hat, agency hat, and your city council hat.
Thank you.
Later.
So thoughts and feedback, combining these right goals, all categories.
I'll throw it out there. I'm fine with the goals, or the goal categories. I think they're great, but I'm with Councilor Pellerin and maybe finding an other category. But not just calling it find a nice phrase for it or whatever, so it's kind of descriptive.
Other than.
Yeah, well, and I don't care what we call it, but I think it's neat to have a catch-all. And I think it does break things down for the public more than it does for us. And I don't know how we do that, but I agree with you.
But I think in the open house, absolutely, yeah,
No.
but I think. Ultimately, whatever people put in that box needs to kind of get funneled into some,
Into specifics.
yeah.
I mean, I think some things just don't fall in there, but I understand that too.
I think at the open house, you mentioned that, I was thinking, board that says something, what else is on your mind, what else do you want us to know, or what are your other concerns? A board that has just something very broad on it, not other, but some kind of a broad statement that encourages people to write down whatever they think. I for that, yeah, lost get up the city council, that kind of stuff.
I think the ones we have are pretty vetted. We've been using them a long time now. I don't see anything, but you guys let me know. I don't.
I noticed about 4 or 5 years ago, there was a category called public safety. And then under that, I think there was wildfire. So at some point we raised wildfire up, right? And that's fine. But I don't want us to lose public safety. There's other public safety items to consider. I know we've got the pedestrian crossing improvements under a different category.
Sure.
But if a resident or community member was to look at our goals and say, well, what about public safety? That they may not find it embedded within other categories. So just something I'm spending our mind on. I'm not saying I'm feeling strongly that we need to do that. But if we do keep wildfire mitigation and community resiliency as its own category, because it is a big topic, but we have made progress, quite a bit of progress on it. I'm thinking we're not doing as much of the resiliency part, which is, look at the definition of resiliency, it's recovery, the ability to come back after a tragic fire and so on. Doesn't seem like we focus on that. So I'm questioning that part of this title. Unless somebody can kind of shed some light on maybe how that title came up, because I wasn't on council at the time.
You want stuff that straddles a lot of topics, so like I would say, building the new reservoir is like a resiliency thing, but it goes under infrastructure since our water supply or
As an example, but I mean, it's a good point. And I mean, I like I like how you bring up the word safety, because I think at some point we have always said, and when something hits the fan, I think we did the number, or it's my number one responsibility as a counselor, it's public safety. And so I don't know if that would, I'm just thinking out loud at this point. It's like, it might be nice to just have that word in somewhere, just to make, but again, or is it just understood? Like,
I kind of look at this whole list and go, there's almost nothing that public safety doesn't touch, even in good governance, because just our outreach of speaking, public safety is part of that. So,
Well, what if it was wildfire mitigation, community safety? That resiliency. I don't know, I hear what you're saying, I agree with you, but I don't want us to. I think when I hear the word public safety as a term, I'm thinking about the services provided to us by the sheriff's office and those sorts of things, as opposed to safe crossings of the street and those kinds of things. So I don't have a word, I don't have a thought, but in the back of my mind is I think we do need to kind of elevate somewhere in here the idea of improving our pedestrian safety. When we talk bike ped, and bicycle safety too in this town, which are two things that we're deficient in, and that's part of community safety. So I don't.
Yeah, and speeding, I've had some citizens very concerned about speeding.
We're gonna have retractable spike strips.
I'm not going very quickly here, but it feels like maybe one of the strategies under livability, housing livability and growth, maybe could be something using the word safety. You know,
Gotcha, create a strategy around. this
yeah,
protection throughout public
we don't
safety.
do a whole new category, but maybe it highlights that term a little bit more. Well, maybe it's just not finding the topic of pedestrians.
Possibilities that I've heard, one is to add it to wildfire mitigation and community safety would be one idea, incorporating. Or as you're pointing out, putting some reference to a strategy around safety, public safety, under housing livability and growth. Is there a preference for that in terms of just for today as we start to move forward?
I was gonna say, the other thing we do under wildfire mitigation right now is, continuing partnerships with Hampshire Fire District, other agency partners. Obviously, with Matt's fire group, but really, working to build those relationships, and that's all under the guise of public safety, so that's kind of already following under here, so. Like, I would be okay if we wanted to change it to wildfire mitigation, public safety. I mean, it's also one of the biggest checks we write is to the sheriff's department as well, so. But, yeah.
I think
I'd
about-
be
just
amenable to
thinking-
that, yeah.
Just think about the optics for the community. It would be nice to
To
see
see that as
that,
a community
see
priority.
that word in there.
I suggest we could also do a preamble at the top of city council goals saying public safety is our most important thing. And it's weaved into all of this, and maybe we just throw it right at the top and. Instead of actually making it
That
a goal.
exact quote.
I don't,
Yeah.
not the exact quote, I got it.
Like the idea of having a preamble.
Yeah, preamble to city goal.
So another idea, wildfire mitigation, public safety, having a kind of a top line.
No, I think at the top of the whole
Of the top.
whole, again, just say, look, we recognize that public safety is our number one thing, and it's weaved into 75% of these
Of
goals.
all these different goals.
Yeah, and that way you just, not only are we highlighting it, we're putting it right at the top, and maybe that's just on every year's council goals, I don't know. Cause it's a hybrid goal, it's not just a goal of like, I mean, it's in our goals, but it's the highest goal that we have, and it's like I said, and the mayor said, it's one of the most important things, it's the most important thing we did. Keep everybody alive and safe, right? Best we can. Anyway, that's just it, I'm done. That's just an idea.
For the sake of this conversation today, and yet things don't have to be finalized, but how would you like to hold this? Would you like to add a preamble, potentially going forward at the top? Or would you like to add it under wildfire mitigation and public safety, change that whole category? And I ask that question because it will change our conversation going forward on that topic.
Let me make it more difficult. I think that one of my concerns about current council goals is that they're lengthy, a lot in there. Enough of a lot that sometimes people don't make it to the end. I'm wondering if it's wise to let our intelligent and extremely competent staff try to figure out how to work that in, where to work it in.
Wordsmithing.
Rather than us wordsmithing it here right now.
That sounds good, but back to the original question though, where if there's an area that some strategies might fall under, where would that be? That's the main thing, just for my sake to help facilitate this next section.
I would prefer to personally to have them under livability or somewhere like that. Mostly because when I talk to people, it's in my mind, when we talk about our, like, what are the topics we work on? And we work on a lot of topics, but it's like housing and fire. I mean, like, those are things that tend to be on people's mind a lot. And so kind of wildfire having its own category makes sense to me, whereas maybe somewhere else it wouldn't. But that's my opinion. So I would rather see it under livability. But that's Sarah's opinion.
And again, you can change it going forward. Just for today's conversation, would you rather have it under, again, as we talk about public safety, those topics come up, wildfire mitigation, that one, or housing livability? As Councilman.
I say no change for today's discussion, and as far as putting public safety under any category, and just maybe to make it easier for today, we just do what that's we're doing. And then we can talk about putting it somewhere later.
We might have more clarity about it.
At the end of the day,
At least for today.
That sounds great. Bike it, would you call it bike?
Yeah, like-
Like, right,
Did you bring your law?
No. All right, very good. Thanks so what I'm hearing is, let's go with these 6 goals that are here. And as we have conversation, we'll figure out where the different places that public safety weaves in. Step back, and what I understood is let's have staff do some synthesis and bring back some recommendations. That work? And staff, does that work for you as well?
Yes.
And I have a very low level parking lot at this time. We'll talk about the Resiliency law. I want to talk about the document we just got looking at with the colored circles. I think there are better ways to do that. I know we've had this discussion before, but I'd like to at least make an idea, but I think we can get done, and I'll throw it out there this time.
You mean just on the status update?
What colors, the dots, the things.
They want dots in it? Oh,
I'm not gonna go there right now. I just wanted parking lot, I will do it later.
Right.
You could send us down a rabbit hole, and I don't wanna go down.
All right, that's good, but we'll make note.
What goal does that fall under, Gary? No, never mind.
Okay.
Very cool.
change the RGB of the yellow. The other categories are okay though, economic development and central infrastructure. Great governance. Environmental sustainability.
Yeah, I think like I struggle with a couple of them, like economic development and that aspect that there hasn't been a ton of stuff to do, or it's basically been explore sisters and work with EDCO and most part of it done. I mean, I see value in it being a heading just for the community in general, like, look, this is a concern of ours and
It shows up on our radar.
it shows up on our radar. Underneath it, there's not too much to it, so I'm just thinking out loud here, I don't really have an opinion, but under the guise of consolidating or shortening these, if that was something we wanted to do.
Or put it at the end. Just so if people will read the first 5. If it's not quite as a meaty subject.
I mean, they're nice in the respect that lately they've just been alright.
I'll have some comments when we get to that I think will change it a little.
Okay.
Maybe.
Alright.
So what I'm hearing is, let's go with these for now, and then there may be some further analysis or when we get through the second. So with that, we're gonna go ahead and go through sort of each goal category and its strategies to look what you currently have. You guys have the document. Excuse me, I think it's titled 25-26 City Council Goals. What we'll do is go through any proposed changes, additions to the goal or strategies, or questions or input that council wants staff to consider. So it'll be a conversation each time. Each one will spend about probably 40 minutes on the first 2 because they seem to be the biggest topics. We'll start with that, and what I'll do is starting with first goal category, wildlife mitigation and wildfire. Yippee.
I know.
Those dang squirrels.
I know.
Wildfire mitigation.
Oh, I thought about the deer, so.
Let's go ahead and look just briefly at strategy by strategy, starting with the first strategy, adopt local actions to increase community wildfire resiliency.
Yeah.
So if anything of these three bullets are here, anything to be dropped, changed, or added to this category, just as some discussion points for today. Go ahead and just, I'll capture what you share.
The first one,
Okay.
when we drop the first one, implement status. Implement defensible space regulations in the development code. That's.
So, I think there's been talk about going back and putting in more in the development code, for, like additions, you know, like the deck, that kind of thing. I think we ended up taking those off, so that people were making smaller changes. I'm not saying I'm for that. I'm just saying that that's something we were talking about last year. So I don't know if you want to move forward with that. I would prefer not to move forward with it myself. I didn't want to lose that. I would like to work on maybe updating some municipal code. So that's where my thoughts are lying.
A shift from development code to municipal code more. Which would be more of the, hopefully getting people to motivated,
Yes.
inspired, encouraged.
Yeah.
To implement those defensible space
Yeah.
items, but we've got to put that somehow in municipal code.
I have a question, what are the ramifications of municipal code as opposed to development code?
Well,
I wanna hear
that's the question, huh?
Yeah, that's what, I mean, I kind of don't know the why of that and why it's different than development.
So in the development code, it's, you know, someone submits an application, right, for a new development. They have to develop a wildfire mitigation plan as part of that.
Yeah, I know that, I know that's, I thought I
know.
know the other side.
Municipal code would be basically adopting a code similar to like dark skies and you know, other requirements that we would have on property, right, that they would need to comply with. And here's the whole scope of it. Would it be compliance with, you know, no flammable material within 5 feet of the structure, prohibited species of plants and trees on developed property. So now we're into kind of a code enforcement, code compliance of, hey, you have a spruce tree within 10 feet of your house, and that house has been there for 30 years, and so 50-year-old spruce tree, that tree needs to come out, you have 5 years to do it. Or
It's just absolute.
you have bark mulch around your house, you gotta take that out. That's in our municipal code now that is.
And I'd like to clarify what
Yeah,
I mean
please.
by that, because I think that sounds a little bit big. You know, I walked by a lot of lots and this is what triggered it for me. I walked by a lot of lots where it doesn't look like they raked in 3 years. You know, and so I was talking to Jordan about this, so I'm gonna like throw him under the bus. I'm not kidding. Yeah, totally kidding. But it's more making sure like dead materials are taken out, not that people need to go out and, you know, rip out their bushes next to their house. But I was talking to Jacob about like if there's a pile of needles and pine cones, that there's nothing to really enforce right now. You know, and then Jordan suggested, well, maybe we need to talk to like the fire department, like what would be their number one thing that they would like to see gone? I don't know, but if there's nothing enforceable now, I feel like we're not going to be able to move the needle forward with our community. And I'm looking at starting small. I don't know what that is, but trying to get a grasp of how do we move the needle forward for everybody?
How about something like work in conjunction with the Sisters Camp Sherman Fire Department to implement changes in municipal code to support defensible space?
Not implement, maybe identify.
Identify,
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
I think
That's the wrong word to fold up.
yes,
But you're putting the fire, talking about bringing in the folks that walk around the town and help people with defensible space concepts. is that we work with them on what we can do in the municipal code to support their work. Something like that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we do need that, the stick of the code. But yeah, definitely working with them because they're, we don't have the staff to do that. They're leaning way more into that, trying to get way more funding to do that, so, definitely partnering with them and just trying to spread the love
I
around.
want to emphasize, identify before we implement though, because we don't know.
Of course,
Right,
yeah,
and I think that's where their expertise, because they would identify things that they think are kind of concern. And then we would look to see what we could do to modify municipal code to help with that mitigation, but not put them in, and we don't want to throw them under the bus. Either, we kind of want them to help advise us where we want to go, and then if we need to be the hammer, we'll be the hammer.
It's a
It's
big
tricky.
step, though, you're right.
It's a big step.
It's a perception, the public perception will be a huge step,
Yeah.
I think.
and
And that's good and bad, right? It's got its good things, because we're serious about fire. It's got its bad things, because we're requiring things.
Yep.
So
yep,
I just want to throw that out there, make sure it's on the record.
fully get that.
Fire district,
Mitigation.
Yep.
Go ahead.
well, fire districts went out for a levy, right? So I mean, there's the opportunity for more resources to be able to implement something that is in a partnership, right? And having them do inspections, is one of the things we talked about that. Basically engaging with them or contracting with them to do an assessment or audit for folks in town to kind of get better understanding of how big this issue is, what the cost might be for people to actually implement defensible space on developed property. It's also an option that for council considers, as part of this goal and bringing the options to you is incremental, right? On property sale, maybe it triggers things, right? And we kicked around ideas of, there's a fire inspection that happens as part of a property transaction, right? That's required in Sisters is that you have a fire department come out and inspect the property for possible space. And, part of this conversation that helps with the public perception of that is the insurance, right? Like in each of these measures that we are taking into our code or development code is ideally, and especially with the state's help on this, going to help with people obtaining home insurance if they're implementing these things.
Yeah, I think
Go ahead.
it's to say, I think it ties into the Firewise certification, they've already come up with, here are the things you should do in your neighborhood. Right, so there's a great guide right there. And just as we have a rebate program for our dark skies and replacing lighting fixtures, we could potentially have a rebate program for one item that's under defensible space. Rebate if you trim that tree or you do whatever to your house. And like we say, it's incremental, right? Because it's quite a bit of ground to cover.
And this is actually identified already by you guys under the third bullet, create options to encourage property owners to implement defensible space. So that is there. You keep it. Yeah, this first, the first bullet, what I heard is change implement to identify. Really helpful to articulate that, because there were some changes to that first one. And Carrie, are you able to capture those with a keyboard? That'd be great. So give it a stab. We don't have to wordsmith it today, but to make sure we essentially get what the changes are to that first bullet.
Well, that's done.
Say again,
We completed it.
what is the link? Oh, it's completed. It should come off of here. My apology. I'm not hard.
Yeah, defensible space, number one.
Regulations and development code.
Yeah.
So this was on the second one, adopting and implementing.
So
Or replacing it with something else.
Thank you. That's what I want.
right, and the identify instead of implement was specifically to the municipal code portion of that suggestion. So instead of, work with Sisters Fire District, identify municipal code items, whether it's tying in with Firewise or not, and we just have to throw a goal on there, and then the goal will be down later. We just gotta throw it on there for now.
I agree on the implement.
Yeah, I just, you have to identify before we can implement.
Sure.
It's hard to implement something we haven't identified.
That's all.
Thank you.
Overall, I'll just say this, I see two routes, and one is that we have the defensible space code and our home hardening code in our development code. And in a perfect world, our municipal code would match that.
Yes.
For all the reasons, right? Like continuity, it's easier for staff to deal with. Oh, wait, which street do you live on? Well, that's a totally different, concept. And that came up a lot in the comments. I mean, there were people that, people are like getting serious about this. They're like, how do I get my neighbor to do this? How do I? People are scared they're losing their insurance, all the things, right? But that's a big change. That is a huge sea change, and that's never been lost on me or any of us, right? So, obviously incremental is could be more palatable. Is it more work over time for staff and councils? Maybe. Is it taking longer to get to our end goal of being more resilient? Yeah. Because it's so frustrating. We've done so much work on this topic, but nothing has changed in the community physically yet. That's a hard thing. We've done so much work and it's all code. If the fire came through tomorrow, we're not any better off than we were a year ago, but yeah, but I totally understand that there's value to incremental as well, and I think really excited that the fire district is so gung ho on this, and hopefully we'll have more funding to do a lot of this, because again, we have a small staff. We can't have Jacob taking all this on himself, and fire districts have historically not leaned in on this side of it, this code compliance side, and they're willing to do that now, which is fantastic, and we really should leverage that. But yeah, I mean, it's not my first choice to go incrementally, but I also live in the real world, and I know that's probably gonna be the most realistic to do. And I have some solutions we can talk about, a couple other strategies down the list on that, implementation and, offering some options for community, but I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. Let's move to strategy 2 in this one.
Yeah, just to recap strategy 1 is keep adopt local actions, strike the first 2 bullets. The one thing that was just briefly mentioned, so the development code, the one thing that during the adoption process for the defensible space measures of development code, the original code had, if you were expanding by 200 square feet, adding a deck or a new addition, that the defensible space code would apply to the entire site. Got complicated. I think we wanted to keep it clean, so we struck that, said maybe we'll come back to that. We're going to continue to table that and now pivot more to let's work with the fire district on this incremental approach to identifying measures to adopt the municipal code as the action we want to tackle next year, as opposed to coming back to this idea of the 200 square feet.
In my opinion, there's only so much room for effort, and we might get more out of looking at the municipal code.
Okay.
That's my opinion. Looking at citywide things as opposed to, a few people that put decks or additions on.
Yeah.
I agree.
Do you have a key for?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank for spot.
Is that second bullet a mistake? This is building hardening standards in the municipal code. Like we did in development code.
It's municipal code
Or
where
is that
it's in our, what chapter is the building code adoption?
is it a municipal code?
It doesn't
Maybe I'm
matter.
wrong.
That's
I just wanna make,
Different chapter.
It's a different chapter.
I know we did defensible space and building hardening, we can check those off, I just
Yeah.
wanted to make.
Are we so for municipal code, are we talking building hardening or are we talking about defensible space?
Talking about
I wanna make sure.
Municipal space.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, okay,
The building hardening,
just wanna be clear what we're agreeing to.
yeah, I mean, it's implied, building hardening applies to all new development on new construction,
Sure,
right?
sure.
So, but I think we wanted, in this, a year ago, we had to make that distinction because it was a little bit confusing. When we were talking about building hardening defensible space, we were still trying to help the community understand the differences, because building hardening to some people is fencing and landscaping, but we're really just talking about the structure and like, so that's why maybe that's in there. Sorry.
That's okay.
The last 2 bullets remain, correct?
We create options and then the work with the fire district, we're identifying defensible space. Yes, we have 2 points.
So the next strategy, support local, county, state, and federal government efforts regarding wildfire mitigation and natural disaster preparedness. So that's the strategy. There are 3 bullets or actions. Let's have some feedback. Need to be dropped, changed, or added. to this strategy.
First bullet remains,
Yeah, we can drop the CWPP.
as the second bullet.
Yeah, that'll. Should be done, right, by July.
Okay,
Is it gonna be though?
if it's not, we can throw it back in.
I mean, we haven't been very involved, honestly, like counties lifted most of that.
Yeah. Couple meetings here and there.
So
Taking out the second bullet is what I'm hearing.
I'm just gonna say this out loud to make sure I'm understanding, like, but when it's done. We'll look through and see what's in there for the city and. I mean, like, that's still just right now, it's a document that we participated in making. But if there's some recommendations in there that the city does, that just gets reviewed under normal work.
Yeah, I mean, our role was like helping inform them of what we are doing, right? I mean, most of this plan is like
Yeah.
the area around
Oh,
us,
it's
you know.
horrible.
Don't necessarily have the same sort of, focus that we,
So we've already done our participation, is what I'm hearing.
We're just waiting for them to finish their work and we need to have it as a goal anymore.
And we can encourage implementation, and we would, to me, that's, when we talk about fitting the document, that's a good place to fit.
Yeah,
So 2 is out.
it's really the document that in the future will be helpful if we're trying to get grant funding or other things, so it's kind of a reference guide that way.
I'm gonna go back to 1 just to make sure. 1 is almost like a continuous goal. And so just leave it in there.
And this is the continued partnerships with Citrus Camp Sherman Fire District, that particular.
I mean, you can wordsmith it to
I mean,
update some of the little
yeah.
pieces in it, but we're not gonna stop.
It
Partnership.
in a way. My previous suggestion under strategy number 1. With the municipal code and working with them, it's. Kind of covered in this too, in a way, but not specifically, just as we look to see, it may be that, well, I think for now, I'd just leave it the way we have it. But as we look at this document, it may be a way to thread those two together.
Or can we take away bullet 1 in the second strategy because the name of the strategy is already in there about supporting local efforts? I don't know.
I like continued partnership with
Okay.
the agency partners, because if
I'm just
nothing
putting-
else, this is for community to see we're doing it.
Okay,
Check it.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Maybe that first bullet, we can make it a less wordy.
Less wordy, I was thinking the same thing.
But keep.
how about the third bullet?
You know, that.
I'm kind of maybe
third-
we need to take that off. I think in some regards it's applied. But it's a very complicated lift, the undergrounding.
There was a lot of comments on it and I think there's interest in knowing that we're always trying to do it.
Yeah, you're still attending to this.
And it's only it's kind of a short sentence. Which is a great
Yeah.
goal.
Right, but are we doing anything, or will we be doing anything more? I mean, obviously, new development is underground and all that stuff is undergrounded.
I think
There
there's
is no easy solution that's presented itself, or even a hard solution that's presented itself to this issue.
you know, with watching what happened with the Baker Building, I think that there's an argument from the development community for us to always look at it and make sure that we're not overburdening development itself. They had a big lift there as a development, as a project.
Yeah.
It was tens of thousands, if not more. So, I'm not saying that we should look at that directly this year or anything like that and make that a specific goal of reviewing how that gets paid for. But we have to always keep that in mind that we're not putting the whole burden of undergrounding things, everything on development, because we don't want, I just worry about us overburdening development because we're gonna do it more and more with UGB expansion and annexation processes and stuff like that. So we just have to always keep that in our mind that we're not overburdening the public itself, the private enterprise.
But I guess the question is, do we leave that statement in? As a
Goal. Or a
placeholder goal, do
strategy.
we remove it? Knowing that we have very little ability to affect what happens, but we do have it in code. I hear what you're saying, Michael, I don't know, I don't put that. but
I don't feel like it really needs to be in here as long as it's in our policies. I do hear what you're saying, that people want to know that they're not going to be overburdened, but we don't put in other references in here that are already covered in our policy.
since it did pop up in the community survey and under several others, looking through the comments, underground utilities and all that stuff came up a number of times, like we could snap our fingers and make it happen. The question becomes, do we leave it in to say that we've heard you and we're gonna continue to be aware of it, knowing we would be whether it was in there or not, or do we remove it to make the document a little more succinct? That's really, that was going through my head.
Where do folks stand on that just at this point in time?
I want to leave it in, but it's
And again,
consensus.
you can also come back to this as you get the sort of like the next iteration of this, but
Yeah, and it's a very important goal. It's just, it's been, I think, in there all the time we've been on council and.
We're not done until we're done though, right?
Yeah.
In a lot of ways.
One
So
of my,
it's in one sentence.
one of my
It's fine.
issues with it is, if we leave it, we leave it. I'm not gonna go home and be sad. But one of the raw comments I think was about undergrounding Jefferson. You know, 'cause Jefferson has above ground lines.
Yep.
And like, we're not ever gonna do anything about that. But you know, that's the. type
Never
of
say
thing-
never.
Well, never this year.
Well, if it was the last line though,
Yeah.
it would be identified as the next
Well,
one.
and
right?
it's
So-
like, I walked through with the city when they pointed out that the alleys that run down through the middle of town, they can't get a ladder truck in to support a fire because of the power lines, can't get the lift on the ladder truck. So they're carrying ladders to a building.
I mean, if Jefferson was ever rebuilt and we need to do like water infrastructure, sidewalks, whatever, that would be the opportunity to then, you know, put in the conduit and go underground. The one option, it's more of a strategy than an actual action.
I
It's
think
not
it
really
is too.
actionable. The other part of this is the thing that you probably saw in the goals and heard from people is that it's not just undergrounding utilities, it's the redundancy of utilities that we're lacking. You know, it's the fiber optic line, it's the concerns about power, electricity.
Right.
So the reason I say it as a strategy, because as opportunities arise, sort of state legislation, fire, you know, hazard areas to really push, you know, private utilities to go underground and things like that, that we would support. But there's not really an action of like, okay, Jordan, tomorrow I'm gonna go and, you know, tell, you know, your co-op electric utility to spend billions of dollars going underground, you know.
so with what you just shared, which makes sense, do you want to add that potentially as a strategy under this goal category?
It's not just about wildfire then.
No, it's more, yes, that's a good point, so maybe.
So is it
look at
under
infrastructure,
livability?
Livability,
You know, I'm also gonna bring up, and I don't know if you wanna do it here and under the URA, but it fell off a year or two ago, but. Fire hardening downtown, I think needs to come back up
as an action.
as. No, as a strategy or. And that, you know, a lot of the above ground power lines are downtown. But there are other parts of town as well. I'm wondering if there's. We could keep it and, you know, then trying to figure out, you know, an action item is, I mean, it could just be. We have an annual meeting with CEC and then we say. What has changed?
Yeah, what's your plan?
Is there money available? What can we do about this? At least to just keep the pressure on them to their participation in
I
this.
guess the question.
Or let me
Yeah,
finish my
yeah.
comment is that, so that's one, which could just be to have an annual meeting with them to discuss it. Or it could be, we highlight a specific street or alley or something and say. You know what, let's really focus on this small corridor, and it obviously would have to be in conjunction with, you know, Adams Avenue streetscape, right? Is there like opportunity to, because we're doing work there to underground, I don't know. That's the only other thing, I don't have a great example for that, but just trying to get it more actionable of either, right, we're gonna do these important meetings. Try to get more information. Or pick a small place that we can have.
I guess in answer to that, and also what George said, is there a value to us in terms of grants and going after federal dollars to have that documented within our spread, with essentially our city council goals and plan? to have that somewhere in the document. I know they go for a lot, we put things in our comp plans oftentimes knowing that we may not be able to do them, but we put them in there to support ourselves when we go after certain types of grants funding.
Input from staff on this, in terms of thinking around those terms, whether strategy or. Again, we don't need to wordsmith it today, but to take it forward.
Yeah, and then where does it land?
And what it's planned, yes.
When, yeah, this remains community resiliency. It's not just wildfire, that it's also community resiliency and having. Reliable power and telecom.
Reliable
Yeah,
communication line.
Yeah.
In or out?
So we can keep it in.
Yeah, let's move on.
Okay, last strategy here. Lead by example through implementation of defensible space and wildfire mitigation actions on public property. So. 2 actions there. Changes. They need to be dropped and added.
Well, number 2 is going to be done for the end of the year.
I think 2 might be,
Fiscal year, Ellen.
That's a good question.
yeah.
Help us out, Jordan.
We're gonna, well, you think we can construct this and. Construction moves to next fiscal year?
For
Bullet 2,
City Hall.
the demonstration.
design and construct wildfire mitigation water conservation demonstration project at City Hall.
Yeah,
Yeah, meaning before the end of the fiscal year, or is it, what do you think
no, we're gonna be into next year. Yeah, so if we take out the word design,
Say
just leave it there.
Construct.
complete the wildfire mitigation.
Yeah, complete.
Okay.
Yeah, all right, cut 2 words up. And then are there any changes to the first bullet?
I think City Hall will probably go away
Okay,
if we do the second bullet, right?
yeah, are there, I mean, we don't have to list everything, right? I mean, we do have a plan. It's just nice to see what, for people to see some specifics, so.
We can bring back what properties are due up next. I mean, I think this is an annual.
I was gonna say, it's a continuation thing. I don't see that.
First method.
But just some years we prioritize some properties over others, right?
Right,
Well,
yeah.
because the Edgerton next is gonna be, yeah.
Right, so yeah, put in whatever you feel like is gonna be viable.
Public buildings, public facilities. There was a feedback on my table about the First Street building getting defensible space.
Yes. Park mulch that was put in there.
Mayor, is this also where you wanted to put in something about downtown, like review downtown, like, review possibilities of doing?
Yeah.
Downtown hardening.
Was that like, URA?
Well, I mean, it could, it's one of those, yeah. Worrying, I think one of my concerns over the years is that. And, as most of us have done the tours with the chief and the fire staff and seeing through their eyes how, freaked out they are about our downtown and all that. I think maybe one thing that needs to change is, can we get code for downtown to not allow wood structures anymore, or,
You mean not new ones?
right, yeah, let me just tear down all the wooden ones. Or, so maybe it's just looking at code in that zone. Make sure that it is, I guess more stringent, or to make, I don't know, I haven't looked at the combed over code.
And that would be commercial code, downtown commercial, or?
Yeah, I think it's, well, and it would be. I don't know, we can do code for a zone, right? Because downtown is residential and commercial,
They're just like design,
Mhm.
especially, right?
Yeah, I just wanna make sure that somebody, 3 months comes with a permit and they're like, oh, I'm building this wooden building, it's got a false front, and then it's gonna be a commercial building, it's gonna be so cool, it's like. No, that has to stop, like, we can't be, allowing, I just wanna make sure there aren't any loopholes, I mean, I think. This day and age, when people are building commercial, they're gonna be building something. more.
So this is an added suggested action, a new one to add.
Yeah, we had a bullet a year or two ago for a while, like fire hardening downtown, right? Which I think I don't really know why we dropped it.
It came up on the tour more than once. We really like your downtown design, but this is one of the problems it causes for us. With the false facades, the wood facades and the look and everything. And some of that is in our downtown design code, I believe. I think there are ways to maintain the look and feel of the downtown area as new buildings go in. Without making it too onerous, and it may be that it's the building construction is such that it's less flammable and the false front just has to have non-flammable material on it rather than clapboards or something like that.
There's a lot of Western designs, like the one over here, the brick, right? Brick buildings were very Western too, and that's allowed in the design code, right? So, way happier seeing that.
Framing question, so does it feel important to have this, wordsmith it, to add this back in as an action, that staff can maybe propose some language?
I would say yes, with the caveat that I think what you're talking about is a long-term process and it's a very big lift. And if we could identify the low-hanging fruit of that particular subject and just to get people going down that path, I think it's a great idea. The bark mulch is easy, there's a whole bunch of little things like that where if we put building hardening back in there, kind of keep it simple, first grade, second grade level. The next year we go, okay, here's the next step, or here, that way it's not like this big fight. I think that's the way, again, a lot of people don't like change and there's a lot of questions about livability, about things happening too fast. And I think that's one way we accidentally do it is because we throw all this new code at one time. And sometimes it's better to go just a little incremental. And if you keep it at low hanging fruit the first year, it kind of helps.
How about doing like a research?
Well, I wanted to hear from Scott.
Yeah,
I think that's
sure.
answer about this.
So your point about research, we do actually have some information that we put together a couple years ago. I don't know if it was shared with you guys or not, but we get a grant through through Deschutes County for historic preservation, and we hired a designer and architect to kind of come up with some concepts about how you could make downtown more fire resilient at the same time preserving the character that we all know and love, and came up with some recommendations that I think are workable with that. We can't impose that stuff through the building code because we can't be any more stringent than what the state requires. They've allowed us to do residential, implement the R327. So we can't do it through that, but I think there's creative ways we could implement it through design standards in our code.
Because I look at other cities, and I always say this, most cities go through the phase where they burn down a couple times. And usually a second or third time, everybody's like, oh, let's build with brick. And then you look at downtown Bend or downtown Redmond, stuff like that, a lot of brick buildings, concrete, that kind of stuff. So I just don't know enough historically or code wise. Was that an organic process where people were just like, oh, screw it, we're not doing it anymore? Or was it like the city got together, said, no, this area, you cannot build this way anymore. It has to be something more fire resistant. I don't know how the genesis of that's happened, but it just never happened here. And so I want to make sure that if there is I just want to close that loophole so that the next person that throws in a permit to build something on Cascade and empty lot wants to build a wooden building, I can't have that happen anymore.
We're just gonna give an example. So, one of the whatever, sorry, I lost the word, but fake fronts,
Facade.
a facade, thank you. If one fell down or something, they would rebuild with hardy plank. Or, with a more defensible material, as opposed, is that the type of thing you're looking for?
Yeah.
We're not trying to change what downtown looks like, we're trying to
Right.
make
Depends on building materials.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we wouldn't say, go ask someone who's there now to change it, but if they had to rebuild or if someone new came in, we would want them to, is that the type of thing you're looking at?
Definitely, any new buildings.
Is hardy plank something that can be put into defensible excuse me, design standards as opposed to development code? Is that something
say
that
design?
legally we can do?
Well, same design standards.
Design
But
standards, yes,
those are implemented through the development code.
okay.
You said design standards and development code. I wasn't quite
Oh,
sure.
no, no,
what you're-
I'm asking is something like Hardy Point, okay to put in to the design standards and require
That's a
that?
quick requirement.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. So the design standards are the vehicle that you're looking for, because the development code, we can't be more stringent than state
Or
requirements.
building code.
Building code, yeah.
So building code can't be more stringent. That's-
So you can have under the downtown commercial district. Design standards that new buildings to be constructed with. Materials such as masonry, brick.
Yeah.
Cement board.
That's the workaround for getting fire resiliency down.
So I think that's the vehicle you're looking for.
Yeah, whatever it takes, and yeah, it could just be study or whatever, I mean, I know we're probably not gonna get this done in a year of getting that. Codified, but.
If you feel like you have what you need to craft something,
Okay.
let's, just for time's sake.
Yeah,
um,
thank you.
Yeah, no problem. It's important.
But is that a steady action? Steady an update to
Send you an update.
designs, commercial design standards in downtown?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
we're
I
spending.
haven't looked at it,
Yeah.
that's.
Probably just study, yeah,
Okay,
great.
that's wildfire mitigation, community resiliency. Next one, and we'll have about 30 minutes or so, 40 minutes on this, housing, livability and growth. Lots of strategies out of here. So same process, but we might need to expedite the time a little bit. So the first strategy, ensure the city has an adequate supply of land to accommodate future responsible growth that maintains community livability. That's the strategy. Taking a look at those 3 bullets, any changes, anything to drop, anything to add?
Maybe move the annexation criteria above the UGB expansions. Is that the order we're gonna do it in? Question.
Yeah.
Sure. Great. I mean, that's.
So I think, again, we're gonna be doing changing of keywords here because likely what we're seeing with the UGB amendment will be application submitted and then noticing planning commissions, council, public hearings, and then adoption will likely be next fiscal year, right?
Adoption of annexation.
So that's
Sorry, UGB,
That's wordsmith.
Oh, adoption of
right?
next year, next fiscal year, next year.
Well, later this summer, yeah.
I'd be comfortable with the first 2 portions of that, dealing with the UGB component. To have you folks word it the way it needs to be worded, that
Okay.
reflects the process where we are right now. Leave it in as a goal, but we don't need to sit here and try to figure out how to do it, because there's a whole process that's there. And then move the annexation material up towards the top. And the rest of that wording, I think I would depend on staff to be able to come up with that.
Yeah, wordsmith.
Okay.
And I'm not gonna belabor this, but. And not today,
Yeah.
but just for help here. When will we talk about how to structure public input fees? I think,
Especially the area planning, because
Yeah.
that's what people are talking.
yes. So
That makes sense.
Well, we could talk about that. I mean, that's a little bit more in wordsmithing because what that goal then becomes is similar to what we did with the UGB. Is like, is it a steering committee, or do you just want to say, include robust public involvement in the area specific, planning process or something, right? And then when we come back to you with like forming that project, you
Okay.
can tell us.
Okay.
Yes, we want a committee of 12 people and we want property, I don't know if it lives in the action,
Yeah,
get into
no,
that
I
level
don't,
of
I
detail.
think
You just want assurance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it would be. I would like to have something about public in that particular one, only to be clear that. There is going to be public input only because the amount of questions. we get in.
And discuss the public's involvement, whatever. That's enough for the goal, right? Something like that.
You guys have what you need. Okay,
They read our minds, Jeff.
that's awesome. All right, let's look at the next strategy. Pursue resources and partnerships for the development of affordable and workforce housing. So 3 different actions there: drop, change, add.
I think when you ask that question, drop, change or add.
Yes.
I'd really like Jordan to jump in and say, we're gonna, just to remind me,
What you're already
or
doing.
what we're gonna have finished or what's already done or what, is that okay? Just to speed up the conversation?
Yep.
Okay, thanks. Cause I am,
Mhm.
I'm in for
There's a lot
overload
here.
right now.
Absolutely.
Look for those green dots.
Yeah, I don't,
So I think that with this strategy in particular, they all fall under an umbrella of an effort to kind of pull together a working group to then provide recommendations to the city council. Because I think that's probably what we're looking for, is to getting more of that, expert guidance, but also public involvement on, do we need to go further on the efficiency measures? What are the recommendations there? And having some recommendations come back to you through that process. Same with the funding sources. So this might be a wordsmith, effort here. We've, like I mentioned this morning, we've had a workshop on like the funding, vacancy taxes, CET and things like that. And it kind of came back to, again, pulling in these more partners like Habitat, Rooted Homes and others to be a part of that process. So and then as far as the efficiency, I mean, that's code changes to get your direction from, and then process that through council and planning commission. But again, does that come through like a staff led effort where we come back and say, do you want to increase heights? Do you want to do something about parking? And bring those remaining efficiency measures, or would you rather have that process through like a working group or task force?
Efficiency is a big lift. Efficiency measures is a big lift.
Can you clarify what that means?
So as part of the UGB process, one of the steps we have to take before we then embark on the effort to analyze the land needs and come up with a concept plan, is to go through a process of looking at the existing available land within the city and what our development code has in terms of lot sizes and parking and heights and all this stuff, to basically make sure that we're getting as much out of our existing available land within city limits before we expand our boundaries. And so 4 years now, 3 or 4 years, the council adopted a good handful, 10 or so efficiency measures, meaning new code changes to reduce the minimum lot sizes, increase density.
MIT did a big study report for us, so,
It's a lot of money and a lot of time, and do we have enough time to finish this process and do that again at the same time?
And this is council interested in pursuing some of those that were not adopted at the time. There was probably 4, 5, 6 additional measures that were recommended but decided not to.
see it being that heavy of a lift, because it's already there, it's just, hey, let's dust off the report, let's take a look at it again. Is there anything that bubbles up? Cause it was kind of like, there was a long list, and there, how
Yeah.
it is, like, look, we got.
We
bandwidth
get
to
to
do this
8 of
stuff.
the 12 or whatever.
Right, so there was the others that we were like, okay, we're gonna come back to these, because I think these are important, but it's been 3 years, 3 or 4 years. There was some, I feel there was some good stuff in there. No need to reinvent the wheel, there's already a report. I mean, it could be homework on our part of just getting in front of us again, and then,
I'd love to read the report, but
yeah.
and. But at this point, I don't have an opinion.
Yeah.
But I'm open if it's time conducive. kind of
What
thing.
I worry about is if you crack that open, the public engagement process on even discussing one item such as building heights turns into a big public thing. And rightly so. And so what I think this does is if we reevaluated all that, I mean, maybe there's just a thing, maybe we just have a goal of see if we want to look at it again and then crack it open if we decide we want to. I don't know. But if we crack it open, I really worry about the time frame and the cost. So that's just
Is it Do you think it's possible to have a workshop with the planning commission in this fiscal year for this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Probably
mean,
just efficiency measures.
yeah,
And maybe we take a recommendation and they'll say, hey,
Yeah.
crack it open, or
Right.
there's only 3 things, don't worry about it.
It'd be great, yeah, if it could get in front of us again or get that link, I'm sure it's on our website. Cause you know, especially for these two who weren't here during that process. Cause it also, yeah, if there's something that catches our eye, I think as counselors, maybe it's more on us to elevate whatever's catching
Yeah.
our eye.
If you remember that particular meeting at city council level, the efficiency measures one was a big one, and there was a lot of people there that wanted to weigh in. And unfortunately, a lot of them were at the end of the process, again, like happens on occasion, where we had a multi-month process and public process, and a lot of people didn't get in until the very end and had comments about building heights and densities and things like that. So I just worry a little bit, that's all.
Well, I think some of them in there are, time has passed, right? And we've implemented some things and not, or we've seen it in other communities, right? So I think maybe some of those items we're gonna look at differently than what we did 4 years ago.
Maybe.
So quick pause,
Yeah.
lots of discussion, just wanna make sure, in terms of a couple of action items, to replace the 3 that are here. Couple of things that I heard may not be right. One is to pull together a working group, which looks similar to the second bullet, is that correct? The other one is to workshop with the planning commission or committee, whichever that is. Are those the 2 actions, or is there something different?
I almost think the first bullet stays the same.
Okay.
And well, that's why I asked Scott, like, we're still 5 months, we got 5 months left in this fiscal year, we could take this to the planning commission and probably bring this back to council next, in the fall or something like that for study. And then I think we can wordsmith the second bullet action there, like work through an affordable housing advisory body. I don't think we need the third bullet, because I think that probably is captured under that second bullet now. That's my recommendation.
Do councilors generally agree with that?
Yep.
Okay. Great. Let's move.
Can I
Yeah.
add one more thing on this topic? So when I think about evaluate and consider housing alternatives like tiny homes on wheels, is that something that's in the housing plan and efficiency measures report already?
So, I have. Restart. Okay, I was just looking at the next topic, which is houseless, and which drew me to go, the unnamed sisters partnership on houselessness has a working plan. And what I was hoping to do in there, and it's not all, some of it is housing and some of it is houseless kind of thing, including like the tiny home. So I was gonna go through there and see what has city assigned to it, and maybe we can just talk through those and see if we have interest in those. And maybe some of them end up going under housing, not houseless. Am I making sense?
So we are bringing that action plan, excuse me, to council,
Oh,
along
okay,
with the safe parking, and I believe it's the
okay, in April.
April 22nd
Okay.
workshop to kind of review those, but I understand what you're saying, like, where do they align at the same place? So maybe there's a goal around aligning with specific items in the
In
action
the,
plan.
okay,
In
okay,
that action
And to
plan.
add that potentially as an action under the housing? Thank you.
To answer your question, I don't think tiny homes, homes on wheels, those concepts are not in the efficiency measures.
No.
That's
correct.
Yeah.
They're not even in our housing types.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a whole new, and I'm not trying to disparage it, it's just a new section.
I just feel strongly we need to call it out somewhere.
yeah, absolutely. And that is, I'll just read this one, I won't get into the whole rest of it. This one says, when if land is appropriately zoned for this use, develop sites with pods or tiny homes available for people transitioning. So it's kind of getting into that topic, and I agree, we should have it at least to look at what, and that might be under the affordable housing body, like which types of new possibilities do we want to dig into? Or maybe that's maybe it is a separate one
Yeah,
like explore the type or just add types of housing or types or that you not word like.
My concern is that this is a bigger topic than it initially appears. Especially if you look what the state's been talking about and some things like that. You know, we go everything from manufactured housing down to pods, tiny homes on wheels and all these other things. I think that trying to pigeonhole it in here as it, and some of these strategies are not going to be for houselessness. They're going to be for aging in place. They're going to be for those sorts of things, or single family, you know, workers and those kinds of things. So I'm a little concerned that we try to wordsmith it into this without giving it adequate attention where it needs to be given. I don't know where that is, but
I'm very good with at least exploring that whole topic and having it as its own goal under this whole thing. And I'd rather add it now and then take it out later if staff says we don't have a capacity.
so you can put
I'd rather shoot at 110% and take 10% out than have goals that are only 80% and they're trying to fit them in later.
It's a new strategy.
Absolutely. As a
as a category.
Yeah.
Yeah.
New housing types. And just kind of throw it under us.
Explore alternative housing types.
Yeah. Because I think it's
Separate strategy.
absolutely. I mean, it's under this, it's under here somewhere, but
Or it could go under the bullet of the housing plan efficiency measures and new types, because it is kind of all exploring.
I don't care if you give it your own
Different
strategy or put it
yeah.
under another one if it's,
Yeah.
because I think it's important enough to look at. Because we are getting,
Yeah.
and the tiny homes on wheels and tiny homes, that's great, but it's actually one little piece of everything the state's looking at. And we have to reevaluate ourselves at the same time. So
Are people comfortable having it under the first bullet and just having that as included as a part of that as an efficiency measure
Or a separate bullet for that.
or a separate bullet in there?
I think it deserves its own bullet.
Okay.
Only because we aren't really sure what it's gonna look like yet.
Okay.
And then that makes it easier for us to modify or change as we get a better sense of what we're dealing with.
and they'll let us know if it fits in with the next year's workflow, or we'll know pretty soon if they like it or not. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, the only,
Carol.
I guess the argument for having its own strategy is it's instead of a bullet, it's not really pursuing resources department, it's something different, it's
Yes.
evaluating,
evaluating
considering.
and, alternative housing types and.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is, I think, things similar to that are in the efficiency measures report. I just think it's a little weird to separate it out as its own thing, but I think it's under that category, but that's the method.
Yeah. It gets captured one way or the other.
For optics, for the community, they probably don't even know this, I don't even know what's in the housing plan efficiency measures report.
I can't remember. I looked at it.
So I just concerned that the visibility is something we need to think about when we put goals in here too.
So your preference is let's keep it its own bullet because it's visible in that way.
I would,
Okay,
even if it's under the, within that report.
let's go ahead and start with that and then staff will again bring it back.
And then we can blame them. Oh, this works. That's.
Let's look at the third strategy, leverage local and regional resources and partnerships to help the sisters houseless community. Yeah. Jordan, would you want to lead in with anything on that?
I think it's a question, for the first bullet, if we want to just continue it as a goal to communicate that to the public, that this continues to be a priority, and then, for the second one is, the question that I don't think is answerable yet until we get to that workshop, is there other actions that we want to call out specifically, for your goals that we want to pursue, and consider, right?
So
Let's
maybe
just leave it
review
alone.
review the community action plan and consider.
Well, it'll change after we have the
Oh,
meeting.
right, yeah.
So I would say
Yeah.
keep it in there and we'll
Yeah, we'll
change it
wordsmith
after we get that
second
workshop.
bullet,
We're
since it's
wordsmith it,
yeah, meeting action plan is complete, so.
Harry, when was that workshop for that
I
one?
believe April 22nd.
Okay. So before the end of the fiscal year and we can revisit.
So staff will do a little bit of wordsmithing, but we'll keep both bullets at this point.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sure.
strategy 4, continue to update the sister development code to bring it into conformance with Sisters Comprehensive Plan, respond to changes in state law, implement council policies, and remove barriers to housing.
So the process is underway, we had about a year and a half ago, we did have a sort of a workshop with council, kind of reviewed some of those code amendments, and really it kind of comes with timing as new developments occur, kind of get feedback on that, then we share that with council on what code amendments actually have been implemented. And then this is where we get into the modifications to short-term rentals, and then design standards in the community development code. Question here on that third bullet is, does the building hardening, is this now replaced by the downtown building hardening design standard?
Bullet 3.
Yeah. 'Cause what other, oh, you know what, no, there is another. And I think we're working through with the consultant on this, it is like multifamily and other code design desires for us to look at, right?
This is,
You lost me.
this is not the piece where it's the consultant who's looking for ambiguous words to,
That's under that strategy.
that's,
It's part of the piece.
But the last one I think was looking at least in my mind, something I brought up, I recall them trying to have a little bit better, a little more diversity in the way some of our large projects look in terms of from the street, the exterior. I mean, there's some excellent examples have been of significant housing projects that are attractive in the community and have a lot of interesting design elements in them. So kind of looking right now, our code kind is have to do this or have to do that. I don't know how it gets changed. I have no clue, but it'd be nice if we could have a little more flexibility in there to get some variability so we don't become a monolithic community.
So we were gonna go forward with those kind of code amendments, but then the code audit came along and we thought, hey, let's just wrap this all
Yeah.
up into that one process.
So with this conversation, of the three bullets there, what changes? Additions, anything about?
so, go ahead, Mike.
I was gonna talk about short-term rentals.
Yeah.
I figured you were.
I am tired of walking around with short-term rentals. I think that the standards are very tough. The numbers have gone down unless you're actually trying to eliminate them. Other than maybe tinkering around with those couple of things that has been brought up, which is the condos and what's the other one? What's the two pieces?
Owner occupied.
Owner occupied. I mean, I'm like,
It does say minor, that's where the minor came from.
yeah, I hope so, because
Yeah, this is.
I think that- I
Yeah.
think that there's a little bit of fatigue on my part for sure about short-term rentals. I am not a short-term rental license holder anymore because of the changes that have been made. And I'm a little salty about it for sure, but really moving forward, I mean, they are heavily restricted. We're considering talking about doing annexations with no STRs allowed. You're not gonna get more than you have right now. I highly doubt it with 500-foot setbacks and things like that. I just think that we spend a lot of time on it, and it's okay to take a year off, and unless you're gonna just do these very specific minor things.
Those are the only two that I'm interested in.
And I'll tell you that I reached out to, finally found out who the president of the board is at Forster Lodge. And exchanged a few emails about a few different topics, but also this one, and from her purview, and they're, kind of pointing out that, hey, we trying to be like, hey, we know this is an outstanding issue for your lodge, and the way that she communicated it, and then you've talked to somebody else as well, and I think they probably have divergent opinions on this, is that there is not a cohesive feeling on how to handle that. I kind of thought we'd walk in there and be like, oh, yeah, let's fix it. The issue is like there's a 500-foot buffer, right? So, and this condo was built kind of to be vacation condos, kind of built for this, but 40 years
Double
ago.
occupancy.
Right,
They're
40 years ago, before SDRs were a thing. So that only basically means one person in that complex can have an STR license, because that would eliminate everybody else in all the buildings around them. We know that's not the case. You know, the president was like, she was like, I and others do not like the STRs. However, you talk to somebody who owns one and has or uses that as STR or wants to, or she would like
Yeah,
the
so
ability to, you know what I mean? So there is not a cohesive feeling in that community around this, so it's like we could take this on, but they're not. It's a slippery fish.
yeah,
Like,
well, I am okay with either way. I would really like, so the person came to me a year ago. And we put it in the goals last year. We did not have time to address it. What I would like is to decide is whether we're going to address it.
or not.
Yeah.
Address what specifically,
So
Sarah?
whether we would like to, exempt condominiums from the short-term rental. That I would say more like existing condominium, not future condominium. From the existing rental, short-term rental code, or even this condominium, because it,
Just that one.
yeah. So, again, I'm open. I think it would be good to come to a decision as to whether we want to
Address
address it or not. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Thoughts on that, just, and this is again,
Yeah.
bullet number 2, correct?
Bullet number.
The low hanging fruit one is the owner occupied. I mean, to me, that one to me is, we talk about owner occupied in the short term rental, there's been a lot of places that have restricted short term rentals do allow owner occupied.
like a room,
Yeah,
as an example.
Or ADU.
Or ADU, but the property is inhabited over 6 months of the year by the owner of the property. And we could even make it 12 or 10 or 11 months, but, and that way someone could put a mother-in-law cabin in, or have a supplemental income if they're right at that edge of needing a little bit of money coming in. That one to me is an easier one than the Four Sisters Lodge, because having owned a property at Sun River designed exactly like that, I can tell you that.
I have a follow-up question on that.
There's a lot of back and forth.
My follow-up question on that would be, yes or no? Does the owner occupied person have to be there when it's rented out? Or is that part of the decision-making process that we?
The concept is that person, the owner occupied person lives there while it is being rented.
Okay, that's my question, because if they're not there and it's getting rented out, that's completely
that's
different. Okay, thank you.
So back to the question, does this get wordsmith, item number 2, or taken off?
Well, just by this conversation, it sounds like you do want to
That's what I'm saying.
discuss this.
However, it just hasn't bubbled up from the community or anybody.
That's-
Like, I reached out to the condo trying, for other reasons, but also just like, hey, I was just like, hey, I know this is an issue for you, and they're like, oh.
If our plate is full,
Right,
this is
Yeah.
one that could go away, I think, for sure.
I just wanted to give credit for that, I mean,
punt till next year.
and if it comes up, a lot of it, we can pick it back up.
You could add it back, so
Right,
pull it off. That's what I'm hearing, exactly.
I think we could leave it and pull it off later, or pull it off now and add it later, either way.
I would, at some point, and y'all can just say next year, fine, would like to see some other people's code on the owner occupied. Do you know what I mean?
Other
Like,
Yeah.
another
municipalities,
city's code, and maybe we look at it and are like, bah. But I do think that when the short-term rental discussion was here, there were people who came forward who, there was a survey sent out to people who are living, kind of a paycheck away from losing their place, who do have a short-term rental that are getting some extra income from renting out a room periodically. And so just reviewing the code and seeing if we have any interest in it. I know that's still staff work, but not trying to squeeze it all in, but just start down that path without trying to.
So leave it on wordsmith and then we'll see.
That's.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, let's leave it, you can always take it out later.
We can take it off
Just don't beat-
before we finish these goals, right? Okay.
A couple more of these strategies to go before we get to pizza.
No, pizza getting cold.
Is the first bullet coming off, develop a process to monitor effectiveness of code amendments, does that come off, does that come in?
I think we'll wordsmith it to just monitor the
Okay.
effectiveness of them.
Let's look at the next strategy, Number 5, preserve the night skies for dark sky viewing opportunities and to protect wildlife from light pollution. So that's staying on. The action is there.
Still work in progress, yeah.
Okay. Other folks, it's all good.
Yeah, because especially because we have that 5-year window, so I think it's really important that it stays on
Get
there
on the radar screen.
until we really, I know.
Yeah,
Here,
so she-
Oh,
Wait, this number
first says,
Okay, I thought someone said second bullet.
Yeah, there'll be more work. I mean, this rebate program is a pilot program, so we'll see how that goes. Might need to make changes. What do we do about commercial businesses downtown? There's more to be done in the next 3.5, 4 years. So
Okay.
we should have a clock ticking down to dark skies.
Last
You'll get
yeah.
spring lights by.
Yeah, turn off the power.
Yeah, it goes from light to dark and it kind of moves across.
For the last
We're out of
enhance recreational opportunities and park amenities for the community and support partner efforts to meet the recreational needs of all ages and interests. 2 bullets there. And any context, Jordan?
I think first bullet is probably stays put. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I'm gonna roll it. I mean, I guess is probably gonna happen before, so we
Perhaps
can
continue?
wordsmith. Yeah.
Okay.
Wordsmith to the next phase.
yeah, funding.
Great.
I have a question. So I was gonna use between the 2 documents, slightly different levels of detail. Back on dark skies, one of the topic of coordinating possibly with ODOT on Cascade, is that something that we should be looking at under the URA, like spending money there, or like not this year, then another year, or does part of that live there as well? Like, what do you think?
Or do we keep, I mean, my argument would be keep it there and the funding part of it can still come from the URA.
When you
I
when
think,
it pops up.
Actually, yeah.
I don't think it's a URA goal in the sense by itself, but I think it certainly could be funded partly or totally by the URA because it's in the URA.
I think we're starting to, like, our URA projects are starting to stack. And so, like, do we need to be looking at this? Do we want to spend money from there possibly? Just when we look at the plan next time, or?
I don't know if I wanna answer that yet without doing more research on if that's plan eligible.
Okay, okay,
That makes
that's
sense.
I understand.
So back to the strategy, number 6, last one, we said yes to wordsmithing, but keeping the first bullet. Second one, continue to seek opportunities to implement priority projects, create parks and master.
Sure.
I
Did
think
you do
we
that?
can,
I mean, we're not gonna not use the master plan, so.
and we're gonna need to look for funding to help us do the things we want to do, so I'd leave it alone.
Yeah, examples there like the dog park, things that we hear, we partnered here.
The ice rink, the swimming pool, the ice rink with the swimming pool underneath it.
And then I have,
2-tier building, we put ice rink on the top, swimming pool on the bottom. That would be air conditioned in the summer.
I have 2 things I wanted to bring up in regards to the strategy, and one of them actually may go over into economic development as a segue, so, one is, I've heard this a couple of times, it's not a huge issue, but it's one of those growing pains of a city that is growing, is that, there's no cemetery. And the only cemetery that exists, they can no longer intern anybody in this whole corner of the county. And that's something that depending on where you go, sometimes they're privately owned, sometimes the city runs it, sometimes the park district runs it, something like that. But people seem to keep dying. They haven't cured that yet. But that's just, we're growing, there's more people in this corner of the county, and if somebody wants to be buried or interned or something, there's nowhere to do it.
So we're getting that is, do we need to develop a strategy that we
Yeah,
address
And
that?
I have, other people have brought it, it's not like thousands of people brought this up, but, because it's a weird topic, but, it is open space, and I know nothing about the economics of it. I mean, City of Bend has a cemetery, so we could go, it could just be research cemetery, I don't know if it actually can fund itself. I think it would maybe be an enterprise fund kind of thing, I don't know, but anyway, it's one of those, just community assets we don't have. And there's more and more and more people moving here, and yeah. I think people would like to be able, if they want to be buried or interned, that they wanna, usually don't want to drive a half an hour or an hour.
Partner with the historical society on research.
Yeah, so I know it's a weird topic, but I think that it's at least worth examining.
My first thought was, property. And if I had to choose between affordable housing or putting a gravestone, I'm sorry, but affordable housing would be my priority there. So we talk so much about, do we have enough land? Do we have enough land? I would be hard pressed to convince myself there.
Who's being
Putting
buried and
cemetery.
who's getting cremated? I'm getting
Yeah, cremated with, that could be a wall, right? With, I don't,
There are some societies that are up over 99% in cremation because they don't have land.
they don't have
And
land.
I think there's a lot less people being buried, and I'm not trying to poo-poo your issue.
Well,
I've had,
I saw it in the document.
yeah, and I've been asked about this off and on throughout the years, and I'm just like, you
Well,
know,
I think it's a conversation we need to have because it doesn't necessarily, would have to look into county code, it could be in the county.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest we talk with the county.
Right, but yeah, and that could be just like,
maybe it's a research,
but,
a research.
right, and that's what I'm
Yeah, maybe
saying,
what we
it's just
just
a
hold that
study.
as one of those topics, the bike rack, hold it, some investigation to bring back
Yeah.
and maybe perhaps add to at a later date rather than,
I'm okay with that.
does that make
I
sense?
mean, just a research and find out the facts. and-
Yeah, I just want more information on this, but I just feel like this is going to be growing need. It already is a need. There's nowhere to bury or intern anybody. in the
Yeah,
county.
I'd like the county, but if it's helping our residents. Feel comfortable that they will have a place to go. Later. But I mean, I do feel like, Cheryl talked about land, like, there's much more land available in the county,
Oh, yeah.
so like.
Well,
We have property in the county.
Oh, we do, yeah, that's true.
The lazy Z.
Well, yeah, there's
Cemetery.
also some other.
I'm gonna propose that we hold it as a topic that gets explored later.
I would say one more thing that, back in the day, the cemeteries were around the churches.
Yeah,
So, that's another thing. Is there a way we could help maybe encourage the faith-based community to use some of their property towards cemetery?
Or affordable house, right? No.
Or,
well, find out what.
It didn't have density. It's high density housing.
What's your second bullet?
Oh, second one is just, Gateway Park. And especially more on the transportation side of it. And kind of, we've been doing some work on getting more users to use it. I think maybe the city needs to just be leaning in a little bit more in the short term. And that could be going into
Infrastructure.
economic development.
Or
Yeah.
infrastructure.
Yeah.
I think we really have to realize in the back of our mind, there's two different pieces of property in a way. It's park
Yeah,
and it's a transit center. And I think we need to, while we see them as being together and at times they will be blended, but during this process of development, we need to really view them as two separate things.
That makes sense.
So bring into other.
No, I think we'll look at Gateway Park down. We covered the park part of it already, just about 5 minutes ago. I think we look at the transportation part of it, we get further down into some of the other things.
yeah, I mean, it's mentioned a little bit under economic development, more in the regards of
Getting people to work.
workforce,
Yeah,
yeah,
workforce.
but there's also recreational.
I think it's a good conversation to have.
Yeah,
Right, your market.
that we love.
Did you say 2 pizzas of property? Did I hear you?
look at him, he's already launching off his.
Did you hear
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
I think that's the first thing I heard. Pizza.
So,
No,
lunch,
pack cold.
lunch is next. We want to. Topics first. About 20-25 minutes per topic. We're gonna start with economic development, the same process. So, let's see. Yeah. The strategy, foster traded sector economic development through economic development for the poor. So, Jordan, is there any context you want to set with this?
So some of this is kind of driven by, well, obviously it's driven by Eric's work, but also the direction we kind of provide through our, advisory group with, what do we call it, SCED, and their strategic plan. But the areas that we've, been focusing on is childcare options and workforce housing. Childcare is actually a lot of progress has been made on that front, this very building.
Look outside.
Yeah. And then public transportation, Eric was, usually cuts and push like the right to care programs. Obviously, CET now is charging for fares, but has agreements it can work with organizations. So I think the question there with that bullet is there other priorities that we want EDCO to help us focus on? Is there targeted industries? Is there other need besides probably keeping workforce housing and transportation?
I wanted to just. I'm not remembering whether EDCO was starting to move into small business, like more like retail, that kind of thing. I've realized that part of the reason some of our small businesses struggle is because we have a not as strong a chamber as we could have. How's that?
Sorry, I couldn't help it. Good one.
But I'm thinking, Eric may be doing things there, or is EDCO starting to move that way as an organization? Is there anything we might want to add in?
Yeah, so second strategy has support Main Street businesses. I think we think of Main Street as being the retail sector, right? Restaurants, shops and things. So, is there a strategy or an action there that involves EDCO? The first strategy really does say traded sector development, which is the mission of EDCO. But as we've talked about before, EDCO is open, and Eric does work with retail businesses as well. Part of this working with us, attends small business meetings, chamber meetings, things like that.
I'll jump in here because I'm the advisory member on this council for both regional and the local EDCO, and the mayor's been there before on both, I think. And one thing I'll just start off with is we know that our economy in Sisters is about 48% ish. It's almost 50-50 between retail and traded sector local business. Obviously, the traditional role of EDCO has been traded sector businesses, but things are evolving because of the business climate in Oregon, A. B, the housing issues in Oregon, B, transportation issues, C. And so EDCO has really expanded their mission, especially since COVID. COVID threw everything into a tumbler, and things are a little different than they used to be. And EDCO is filling a lot of those gaps, both regionally and local. They're having funding challenges. I wouldn't say that they're debilitating in any way, but the forecast for the future is while EDCO's mission they've had really good mission creep with these other childcare, healthcare is another big one, right? They're always creeping into these other places, and that's just getting bigger. So I'm on the revenue task committee, as you know, task force, trying to figure out new revenue sources. But one of the things that is apparent is that even Eric in his local role is doing much the same that the regional EDCO is, which is they're just trying to fill in the gaps to attract businesses. And it kind of doesn't matter as much whether they're focused on traded sector or helping local businesses. Obviously in Sisters, we kind of consider ourselves a bit of a unicorn. We're trying to help local businesses, and Eric has jumped in that role 2 feet first. So all I can say is that there may be some conversations in the future about possibly helping financially in that Doesn't mean it's necessarily our contract, although that may be something that comes up here pretty soon because there is a 2-year.
Somebody's on the revenue committee.
Yeah, well, and I'm just saying, I think it's a warranted discussion because of that Mission Creek that they've been doing. And I think that if there's an ask or anything like that, we should at least consider it, but for the overall thing, I think Eric's been doing a great job. I don't know how I don't have a specific goal to give you, like, what else are we gonna do, other than, I think things are pretty good in Sisters. I think that we've had some conversations over the last year. The conversations with, BASX was a big one, and we got a lot of help from economic development, the county a little bit, the city staff to attract that business into Sisters, and it's like over 40 jobs. That's like the 5th, 6th largest employer in town by themselves. So I think the worth is there, and I don't know what else to tell you about all of that other than it has its role here in Sisters, and I think that we just need to continue fostering it.
The strategy, of course, does say foster trade the sector, and then we have support Main Street businesses under the strategy below. And I'm wondering if it would make sense either to blend those into one, or to, certainly I want to raise the concept of our Main Street businesses to a little bit higher level in this, if it's advisable. And I don't know if it isn't. I'm looking at the assembled talent in the room to know, and you probably have your thumb on that, pulse of that group more than anybody. But I just think that it kind of gets lost in the second strategy.
Yeah, I think
You're saying, let's have one strategy that combines all of those things.
I don't know.
Perhaps.
I'd like to see us have, the overlap and have some move Main Street as a whatever we want to call that. Small business or whatever.
yeah,
Retail sector.
They are the ones that are,
that's half of our town.
in the end, not being well supported, and I mean, SBA is doing
Yeah.
as much as they can, which is fantastic, but
And they've grown from nothing into something in 2
Right.
years.
You know,
they still
like I
don't
said-
have the bandwidth to really take on a lot of the stuff.
And Eric works with them, he goes to their meetings and.
There's a reason why I volunteer for the Newport Chamber.
So one thing I just want to, we call this economic development as a headline. In this world, economic development really means traded sector, but in our goals, it doesn't
I
necessarily.
think that's.
And so I think that that's kind of the confusion area for a lot of people, especially the public, because 90% of the public has no idea what that term even means, really. True.
I think economic development for EDCO is traded sector. I think economic development as a
That's what I mean.
term and definition is broader than just.
Absolutely. And so I think that having these strategies, whether they're traded sector or retail sector, and they're combined or they're not combined, is not as important as just about what are the goals that we have for economic development within our city. And I think that this is a tough one because of the traded sector part and what EDCO does as far as defining exactly what we want from them and what we want as economic development for our whole city. Because obviously traded sector is only, like I said, about half. So I feel a little bad. I feel like I should have been more prepared and to be able to say, here's a couple of goals. And then I thought about it a lot ahead of time, but honestly, it's a really important piece. Because it involves all of our business. So again, I don't know what strategies we want to do, and maybe that's the strategy itself is to maybe make that a little less blurry between that between traded sector and our retail businesses. And what's Eric's role in that?
Well, I was gonna say the city, I think, has two roles. One is just supportive, because we have business licenses, we do building, help with building permits or plans or, sign permits. Code stuff like that. And then the other is, on the development side where that gets gray pretty fast because it's, I can I don't hear a lot of people complaining about services they get from the city. Every once in a while, you know, sometimes, well, this permit's taking too long or whatever, but. So. Yeah, I don't know if we're hearing it enough so that. Maybe a goal or not, but yeah, the other side is, I think in regards to how much we support EDCO and how much we support Explore Sisters. I mean, I think. We're in, that's beyond most cities our size.
We punch above our weight.
You know, and I don't know, and I would like to do more and lean in more, but it's just also just starts to be like, man, this is out of our wheelhouse. This is really should be another entity that, you know, and EDCO is filling some of that gap. Four Sisters is filling some of that gap. But that's really capitalism. It's, you know, it's, we're kind of setting the table and.
One thing where EDCO is, especially regional level, has changed over the last 2 years is they're partnering up with the Ben Chamber. And the Ben Chamber is helping them legislatively take things to the state, which is EDCO, you know, they'd say yay if we liked it or nay if they didn't like it, but they're actually starting to do a lot more legislatively. So that's part of how the region got stronger.
That makes me think, Jordan, Jennifer Stevens with Regional Business Alliance.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to add that because they're
Well, we're, yeah,
here as well, or.
well, what I was gonna suggest is, and this is only an if we wanted to get into the conversation of attracting a new chamber or reviving the chamber or something, is that something that a city would want to take on? Because there's a big vacuum right there right now.
And that's a hard question because I think, yeah, there is this sense of everybody's looking at each other
Yeah.
to do something right now, but it's like, who owns that, right? Like, who has the.
Well, I think it's
Part of the problem has been slow
death.
that was the word I was thinking of the current chamber, and I think until that kind of is put to bed,
100%.
it's gonna be hard to try to start up a competitive. I mean, the closest it's come, I mean, this has been done organically, you know, by the people in the downtown community. And I think that a town like ours needs a strong chamber, and it also needs what Explore Sisters does. Those are two different
Absolutely.
things in my mind.
And then goes a third as a three-legged stool.
Like I said, you know, and like I said, there's a reason why I volunteer for the Newport Chamber, not the Sisters Chamber.
Yeah.
One gets things done.
I
Is there a
definitely.
place for us to lean in on that? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was just gonna add the fourth one, that's small business administration.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they each do something different,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
And there's gaps, right, as well. But I read through the EDCO Sisters strategic plan. I don't know if anybody's done that recently.
Mhm.
But they pretty much capture a really good plan, I think, for sisters, and I think we should just call out that we're gonna support that plan specifically. It's not just EDCO, I mean, they really are focused on sisters. Yeah, and I think that's important. And I was just gonna add UGB, that we're gonna make sure as far as our area planning,
Employment lands, yeah.
yeah, employment lands will be evaluated for UGB area.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you wanna put in bullet points, just calling out a couple of those phrases, and that's not.
Let's bring it back to just looking at that first strategy. Is there more to change or to add to that strategy? Around fostering trade sector economic development through EDCO. Yeah, Carrie.
I was hearing something and I don't know if I was hearing it correctly, so I'd love to put it out there. I thought that you were combining those strategies, and what I'm hearing still needs some wordsmithing. Support Main Street business, traded sector development, and foster responsible tourism development with local partners. Underneath are the bullet points through economic development, Central Oregon, wordsmith, collaboration with SBA, wordsmith.
Yes.
Explore Sisters, some wordsmithing still there. Is that,
Does that capture it?
does that capture?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
Okay, Daniel.
I would say with did you say skateboard specifically?
I can say that in there. I just had wordsmith.
Yeah, I think I really like that and I appreciate that because that's our first point of contact. Eric's in our city hall. He's the person that sets it all up, but it's the board itself that makes all the choices, right? Kind of still like any other board and staff, so.
And I think by listing those organizations in this as part of the goal, it provides us with a little bit of a basic framework to be able to say, let's try to convene something, see if we can get the pot boiling again.
And I wish the chamber was part of that, but they're just not.
I'm with you.
There's nothing to go to. They don't even have an office anymore.
Do we wanna list the Regional Business Alliance, or are we feeling like it's pretty new?
They're still trying to figure themselves out to
Yeah.
a certain extent, but that doesn't mean they're not important.
I know
say,
they're
and
in
other
Salem
businesses
right
do.
now, today, cause.
And guess who else is there? Ed goes with them. So Don't Start was actually there today.
Yeah, they all went over together, so yeah, I don't know if we wanna call them out, or if we're like, oh, they're kinda new.
Other local organizations, or I don't know.
Yeah, and some, including something to be inclusive in case other things come online.
Yeah.
Is that helpful?
That sounds great.
Yep.
Wordsmith.
Yeah, wordsmith.
Okay, Carrie, thank you.
Thank you, Terry.
All right, let's look at the next essential infrastructure.
No, there's still the second, there's a couple things, oh, sorry.
Yeah, we're.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry,
apologies. My apologies.
I didn't mean like, no.
Okay,
Yeah, so that second strategy
encourage responsible tourism development.
had, yeah, a few actions in there. So. If, imagine we wanna just continue to call out supporting Explore Sisters.
Yeah, I think that was one of Carrie's bullet.
Yeah, so we still have that one. Dark Skies, Wicked Wordsmith,
First guys, I'm okay with that.
yeah, and then invest in public art opportunities and programs and update policies and codes where necessary to facilitate public art, so.
How do we get that under economic development? Is that really a good fit?
Kind of could be tourism-ish, I mean, maybe, that's all I can think of.
Yeah, it didn't quite fit any.
I suspect it got thrown in there because the discussions with its four sisters and other things about, having a rotating public art display and fostering artist community. I don't know. It's a tough one, but it
supports our art community, which is another one of our backbones. It does draw people in, to experience art in our
Oh, yeah.
downtown and stuff.
It is an economic driver in the city, a lot of artists, true.
Yeah,
So there's two things I wanted to bring, some, that kind of gateway part transportation thing, circle back on that, just, as I know this, the city, we've have an agreement-ish with Pacific Crest bus lines.
we do. We have a virtual handshake and an insurance certificate that they're gonna stop there.
Okay, yeah, I think it's worth maybe a bullet point, my opinion, on kind of calling out that facility as a way to get tourists to the community or move them around the community. And that includes, obviously we have at least one, if not more, local purveyors, shuttle buses.
Leverage.
Yeah.
Ability to.
Yeah, leverage or promote mobility
Encourage
hub
development.
for tourism. And, so I know, I think we kind of look at it as like, oh, it's the place where CET goes, or it's more like workforce or regular regional bus, but it's like, this is huge tourism opportunity to bring people in from the Valley and the Portland area. By leveraging that facility. And also, yeah, we do have local providers starting shuttle bus company, Cogwild and Stagecoach. They want to do more, they want to run, shuttle buses of Three Creeks or Mackenzie Pass or Hoodoo or something, and that, promoting that place as a place that they can, park and people can meet them there. And so if it's just like promoting the gateway mobility hub for tourism, transportation, that
Additional transportation for
Yeah.
tourism or whatever. I'm for that. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, are the folks comfortable sitting, you were trying to figure out where's the
Yeah.
best place to have Gateway Park.
Right, so I think that's something as a city that, yeah, we definitely can do, that's our property, that's that's something I think we can.
Do
lean
we-
in on.
Do we need to more formalize our handshake agreement at all, or do you think it's fine the way it is, staff?
Not similar to CET.
Carrie said she got it.
Okay.
So.
Yeah.
We've kind of bounced a number of different things around. Tourism and. Public art. And whenever we talk about public art, we're thinking about the fact that we don't. And maybe we don't need to, but we really don't. Honor in this document or our relationship with SFF Presents or with Rodeo. In spite of Roundabout Art. And those are big tourist stores and economic charge engines for our community, whether it's the Pondaroo in the middle of the summer, Folk Festival in the fall, the rodeo, fills our hotels, people in our restaurants, there's people in our shops. That's all part of our economic engine as well. And I don't know if we need to capture that in here, but I at least want to with this group to say that I've always been surprised that they all do well. They don't need us. But I've always been surprised that we don't recognize them anywhere in our goals and our documentation.
What are those called? The events that can only happen once a month?
Citywide.
Citywide.
Foster support citywide or something. I don't know if we have to have a goal, but I'm kind of looking at the room. I don't want to send us down that rabbit hole, but I just want to get on the table that I've always been surprised that we don't really honor that anywhere in our documents. Do we need to? Maybe we don't. They're sort of their own thing and they probably would survive if we all went away.
I think there's, I've definitely had some, community members talk about how come we don't leverage more with the rodeo, and he suggested, hey, we can run a parade of calf down the Cascade, during rodeo week or something, and and dances or whatever. And I said, well, I don't know, we've been doing this a long time with the rodeo, and the rodeo is kind of like they're independent, almost, and they have their event, and we all play along. And nothing new has really come up in a long time, and maybe we need to change that. I don't know. And have better relationships with all the city.
Well, and one of the reasons I bring it up too, you probably saw in the nugget if you didn't, but Krista Parent's going to retire.
Yeah.
So there'll be a new executive director coming in for the folk festival. And there may be someone coming in with different sets of. I have no problems with Krista at all. She's done a wonderful job, 30 years. And I'm the sponsor side, but I think that there may be an opportunity with new leadership coming in. They might be looking to us to somehow be involved. I don't know what, anyway, I just throw it out there, leave it alone. I don't know, put it in the footnote at the bottom of the page. Gary said, blah, 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 blah.
What it looks like, do you want to add that in as potential action?
Maybe.
Sounds like a head nod, like a nod to the how much they impact us.
Maybe
I mean,
when we
like,
talk about
so
some of the art things that are in here, we talk about art, maybe we need to expand that a little bit. We have our physical arts, but we also have our music arts and our performance arts.
I see the space you're talking about.
For sure, I don't know how to recognize it, but it's there. And it's part of economic development in my mind.
And I guess the big question is how much we want to document it, because it's still a goal, right? It's never a goal to not talk about it.
I'm not gonna lose sleep over it if we don't do anything with it. I just wanted to throw a little.
Yeah, I guess what is the new thing?
Right, I think that's why I kind of feel like goals are for new things, and then the goal is for the goal to go away eventually, because it's been accomplished or it's been baked in. It seems like these events are pretty baked into our
Culture, community.
our culture and our processes, and I'm not hearing anybody say, oh, we want to do more, but the city's not letting us, or I'm not hearing, if I was hearing that, then I'd be like, oh yeah, well, let's look into that, but I'm not hearing that.
Yeah, I think there's always room to re-examine it, whether it's a goal or not. I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, and maybe Explore Sisters need to be involved to help facilitate a conversation or something like that.
Yeah, it might be there. I just
Or even bringing them to council for presentations or part of the kickoff, right?
I think that would be
Ceremonial,
beneficial. If nothing else,
you know,
people when they have their new director in place in the fall, because I think there may be some overlap. I know she's staying on through this season, but I believe they hope to have somebody onboarded prior to the event. So there may be an opportunity there. like that to have.
A good discussion, Gary, for sure, but anyway, I'll leave it be, I know I'm burning time that we really don't have, so, we'll keep on going.
You know, make note of it as. You can discuss this.
So 4 more citywide events.
Let's,
Something in May.
All on the shoulder seats.
next topic, excuse me, goal category is essential infrastructure. First strategy, continue investments in cities.
Yeah.
Can I blow something?
I wanted to say thank.
Yeah.
This topic is, I think, very hard for us to figure out what to do with the public art piece that was the last,
That we included under economic development.
yeah,
Okay.
and I don't know where, you know, looking to Jordan and Carrie to talk about it, like the committee idea.
Yeah.
We need to come to some resolution sometime, somewhere.
Plan, yeah.
That talked about earlier today.
Yeah.
And if it's not today, what do we say in here saying that we're going to do it soon? I mean,
That's right.
I don't
Yeah, so
have an answer, but just bring us back to that.
Thank you.
So
Yeah.
we had that, yeah, so again. Back to this morning, and we. Reviewing the existing goals, we had that workshop with council about public art, I think we got direction that, yes, we want to establish a new public art advisory board. And so, and then. We talked about staffing challenges and things like that, it just was deprioritized to do that heavy lift of, a new advisory board with. Training them up, orientation, scoping it out, so the next step would be bringing that back to council, I mean, confirmation here that yes, we still want an advisory board and let's do it this fiscal year. Give us that direction, we'll bring it to you, here's the, authorizing resolution for the advisory board. Get your input on scope. And then that question is. Do we need to have that conversation about scoping at a goal setting thing like this, or does that happen during the workshop, or? Say, yes, we want them to look at roundabout art.
I
or
think we'd
no,
love
we
to
just want
talk
them to-
about that right here. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, about whether the scope of that committee is going to include roundabout art or not.
And there is the urban renewal goal is kind of
Yes,
where
the-
that roundabout art kind
Okay,
of
so-
lives in urban renewal, but you could talk about it now too, yeah.
Talk about it,
Yeah.
I think today is the day we should talk about it. A day, not the only day, but I
I'm
think.
putting in place public art advisory.
It's one of those, like many things we do, a crossover between what goes on at UGB. I mean, not UGB, urban forestry board, urban growth boundary.
Yeah.
You are, you are. And, you know, what we'd be part of the city's purvey as a city. And I mean, we could make the discussion, well, most of the public art we talked about the art pedestal stuff would be in the downtown core, therefore it could be a total URA discussion. To me, there are two separate things roundabout art in this, in my mind. But I also think we made a promise to the community, we're gonna do something on this. And we kicked that can down the road to buy us time. And we kicked it a little bit further because we had to, and so now I think that it's time to open the can.
Can I give a little background on kind of where, so what I'm hearing and what we heard in the meeting in August was. You would like us to explore, recommend a art committee, heard that again today. That can be brought to you as soon as we can schedule it, because it's actually ready, it has been ready to go for a while. It's just been circumstances, as you said. So that piece is there, which. The goal for last year was really looking at pedestals and perhaps our code, or not our code, but our policy around art. Might not be able to get to all of that this year, but could potentially at least get the resolution passed and get ready to stand up an art committee reasonably soon. So that's one piece of it. Second piece I'm hearing is the roundabout art, and at that same meeting, because those were two different pieces in that meeting. The second was roundabout art, and I went back and actually listened to the recording last week because I wanted to be very clear. So in that meeting, council requested staff move forward with landscaping 4 in favor, which is happening right now, the basic landscaping. And then 3 were in favor of potentially looking at entrance sign there instead of art. So that was what was talked about. There was a couple in favor of maybe looking at a couple of different things, but that was kind of where that settled. So I think for my own clarity, if this conversation is happening here or if it happens in another section, is A little separation between what the committee is and what the roundabout. Whatever goes in the roundabout, whether it's more landscaping, whether it's a sign, whether it's art. And the biggest piece of clarity that I need is potentially. Do you want this public art committee to be in charge of that, or does the council want to be in charge of what happens in that roundabout? And that is, to me, has to be very clear before we go out to a committee, because people want to know what they're stepping themselves into. Sorry, wrong word.
Yeah, and just lost my train of thought. I completely agree with that. I know that what we have said back to the proponents of the statute was this committee was gonna handle it. It was gonna be within their scope. But that means we delay it even more. We wait until the committee, we might not get people who want to be on the committee if they hear that they gotta deal with the roundabout. So I'm leaning more now towards it comes back to council for the roundabout.
I'm with you, that's, yep.
Yeah, I'm the opposite in the respect that with the committee, I was hoping, it's the city-wide purview and what shifted for me over the process was that, oh, this is roundabout 2 of 4 planned roundabouts, so then I thought, we never even explored or talked about, oh, should all the roundabouts have a theme, like all 4 of them kind of have a theme to them, or are they just gonna be one off, right? I don't know, that just never got discussed, and I feel like that's really more of a purview of a art committee to look at it the big picture, and so I kind of lean more towards an art committee. It's just weird that this would be separate, honestly.
If I may, we gave them a theme, it was Western. What was it? What was the theme that we?
Nature, Western heritage and culture.
And culture, okay,
I believe.
that's just one thing. I really agree with the mayor, I really like the idea of having the citizen committee. Just go ahead and just take all the art as one big piece. We always have the final say, right, as a city council, so much like, planning commission stuff and other things that come to us, if we can always go, yeah, we're not gonna represent that or whatever, I mean, that's always on us, we're the last piece there. But I do like the idea of just having the citizens just take over, because I kind of think that that's what some of us were intending as agreeing to having the committee on art. You guys might have different things, and that's okay, I'm not telling you how to think. I think that the citizens, especially the proponents of the roundabout art that came through last time, would really love the citizens to kind of just take over and decide it as a group for us. And because I really think that if you guys decide that to have it come back to council, I think that's gonna have blowback on it.
But you're saying it's coming back to council anyway.
It is true.
Right.
And any council, and this is where we have to kind of be careful, is because next year the council's different, right? So you have to plan it for not this council, but plan it for all future councils, and we do that with everything we do. And so it has to be decided in a manner that's good for all councils in the future, right? So.
I think that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen, this is a big topic. though.
It is.
We went through a hell of a lot on this.
But it is.
Yeah, just, if we could just have 2 more minutes.
Several different areas, well.
I think maybe there's a separation here of approving public art just as a piece of art and then approving the location of that art. And that's where it seems like we get to this problem with the roundabout, what's going in the roundabout. But if this public advisory board could be focusing on art and what themes or what have you, and then maybe the location piece has to become separate.
The more direction you can give to a new committee, the better, right? I mean, I think the fear is that instead of the public art committee, which we have an interest in more public art everywhere, right? That the committee becomes the roundabout art committee, right? And that, so we have people that may be joining this committee just to focus on one particular art piece and one particular location, but really, we want a holistic art program that this committee is gonna be advising us on.
I think where my brain was on this. with the comment that Council Keller made is that I want to have quality people on this committee that are vested in art, that can help us with art as a community as a whole, and not have them be scared away because of the real strong visceral response, including an attempted recall of 2 councilors at this table over a statue in the middle of a frickin' roundabout. But the stupidest thing I've heard in my life, and I mean it. So I don't want people to shy away from being on this committee. In this particular instance, that's why I'm separating them. I think we can always later move those roundabout arts down the road and that sort of thing into the purvey of this committee if that's something that's of interest. I don't think we've even decided based on some of the discussions we're having whether there's going to be art in there anymore. It might be, as you say, an entrance sign or something along that.
I don't think we legally can do a sign in the roundabout. I think that's against the ODOT rules, isn't it?
Reached out to ODOT, waiting on response.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, anyway, but my point, I guess what I'm trying to say from my point here is that
We're still navigating.
is that I'm hearing what you're saying, and I think it needs to be totally the purvey of a committee to do this. I just not sure I want to take a fresh, raw, brand new committee and dump them into that whirlpool washing machine spin cycle that we all got thrown into.
Gonna make a proposal, just as putting this forward, again, it's an action item, just develop and charter the Public Art Advisory Board, which is a citizen committee. And that way you don't have to do it today, but all of these things become a conversation, you're still going to craft that. Does that help in terms of an action item? And moving this forward without.
I'm looking at the people who put something together already.
Yes.
So my main concern for this year with the roundabout. The rest of the art, I would love to have other art. I do not want us to be distracted. We have too many topics this year. It distracted last year, it took up a lot of energy. And I just want us to keep that in mind as you think about this and how to do this and when to do this. And so, I don't have a clear opinion right now. I'm just saying that we need to
Just bookmarking that.
think about what else is going on this year and make sure that we're not.
You talking about this fiscal year? Or are you talking about next fiscal year? Because that's 2 separate things.
I would say the next 18 months are going to be full of need to be focused more, in my opinion, more focused on the UGB than on roundabout arts. I mean, if we were gonna, I'm not saying we shouldn't do anything, I'm just saying we should keep those things in mind as we're talking about them.
I like the proposal you have though. Do we have decisions on art, what's appropriate art, the part of the art committee, and when it comes down to location, that to some degree that falls back on us. A
Location first, if you're looking at art, you're developing it or you're going out for call, people need to know where,
Yeah,
how to scale, so the location does matter.
yeah, you're
It needs
right.
to be pretty intentional before you go out for that.
And funds.
So we can have large, small and medium, right?
Yeah,
We can,
in between.
and this isn't
Yeah.
probably going to satisfy you, but tell me we can say we are going to have our committee. And get moving on that. We don't have to decide yet.
The rules of the committee.
Or yet if they're going to weigh in on the roundabout or not. I mean, we'll have to decide at some point, but by the time we're advertising their interview. I mean, there's, but
It's my hope in the back of my mind, and you've heard me say this, and I'll leave it and move on to push, but I really am hoping we have an alternative location for that particular piece of work. And then we say, this is where it can go, and then we walk away from it, and we go back to what we originally intended, which was have an artistically creative endeavor, much as we have with our other committees that advise us on what we should do to make this town more livable and pleasant. And I keep hoping that before we have to have that final discussion of what does this committee do, that we have an opportunity to have a placement location that if it's not acceptable to them, will be acceptable to us. And I'll
I
leave
think
it
we're
there.
gonna
That's all
come
I'm
back
gonna
to
say.
this during URA funding also.
Is that how you want to hold for now? just for time's sake, we definitely need to keep you guys going.
I mean, it is a big URA topic, I mean, financially, it's.
Yeah.
For both of you, so. Yeah, it might be best to just keep moving,
Okay, for now.
and if we have time and energy to revisit it at the end of the day, then.
Great, and staff's made note of it. Okay, now we'll move to essential infrastructure. First strategy, continue investments in city's critical infrastructure with the funding of the design and construction of high priority projects from the water and wastewater capital improvement plans. So that is the strategy. Lots of actions, any context learning.
Yeah, so we, there's obviously a lot of actions here, and that's basically we document, each stage of these capital projects. For tracking purposes, for your awareness. Always want to hear your thoughts. Like I said, a lot of this is on a track, right? It's a train heading down, the track with things that are in our master plans and things that we plan for through our rate studies and adoptions and things like that. Paul's here to answer questions if you have any specific questions, but I would just offer that we would just update, these lists on what's coming in terms of the next stages of these major projects. Right now, we're like under design, like I said, for the starting design for the reservoir, under design for Edgerton Road. We'll probably be at some point done with West Side Pump Station.
You want me to just run through the list real quick?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So I leave the first bullet as is. I met with DEQ permitting yesterday, and we're a couple weeks away from having our treatment plant draft permit to review, which then will trigger updating our reclaimed water use plan, and that process is going to go into the fall to get approval from DEQ on that. And then that process is going to require us to get a groundwater protection plan, which is going to be another year in review. So this is a multi-year action item right here. Second bullet, I would replace the 16-inch Edgerton transmission line with the White Shoes Creek Junction transmission line. So we keep that going moving forward. Take West Side off, take Rope Street off, take well number 3 off, and add an additional bullet of design and construct the Edge of the Pines waterline improvements, and we can wordsmith all this and get it back to you.
So thoughts on that?
Yes,
Thumbs up?
Yes.
yes.
That was easy.
I'll repeat it. It's the most programmed part, so it makes
Yeah.
it the easiest part.
Fair enough.
I'm relying on.
Yeah.
That's very good.
Your Edge of the Pines. I don't even know where is that? I did.
The next strategy, plan and pursue funding opportunities for high priority pedestrian, bicycle, and key transportation improvement infrastructure projects that improve pedestrian and vehicle safety. Do you want me to-
Yeah, probably more conversation into this strategy. I think we're probably constructing Elm Street, finishing construction on the Camp Pole, so we'll modify that bullet. I think through this budget process, we're developing that funding plan for phase 2 of the Barclay Drive improvements. So I don't want to overpromise anything yet.
I want to construct it. Give me the money and
I
we'll
want you
build
to
it.
construct it too.
And I would like to be there when you construct.
Honestly, I think that one is super important for our public safety issues.
Yep.
Because if we can get X percentage of people to go around, they won't be going through downtown. And I
The
think
Barclay Drive improvements.
the Barclay Drive improvements to me should be high priority just to relieve the traffic downtown.
Yep.
And I think that we've been promising that for quite a while, and let's just get the ball all in and get it to the
Pine
finish
Street
line.
intersection is a part of it, is to me is a key piece.
And I think you agree with me. I mean, I think that that's a huge part. The trucks are never gonna go around until everything is perfect, or at least as good as it can be to perfect. So they change their transponders and they have new, just,
Yeah.
they're used to going downtown. And until we improve that part, they're gonna continue to do so. That's it.
So what I'm reading is a funding plan and schedule, which seems very reasonable to me. Because if it turns out that we can't afford it in the short term, and we say, oh, it's gonna take 2 years instead of 1 year, then we, well, that's part of the looking at plan and schedule together, yes? Are you
Yeah, you're
like-
just missing, if we can't fund it, the word construct. Cause I wouldn't wanna wait
Oh, gotcha,
until 27, 28
yes.
to construct.
Yeah.
So you
If we
might
can, if
propose
we can
adding
afford
that?
it. Let's.
Whether you put, but yeah, schedule and hopefully construct or, whatever. And a
Budget, plan,
feasible,
construct, yeah.
yeah,
Take
yeah.
the word schedule up.
sure.
I'd rather put construct in there and not construct it than not put construct in there and then you have to.
Yeah, I mean, it makes
Especially
one of those
going
things
after
where you
grant
scratch
funds and
over
things like
multiple
that.
fiscal years,
Yeah.
but begin
At
construction.
least get it started.
Well, no, we're leaning on Joe here.
Money.
Well, we're increasing our transportation SDCs hopefully soon, so.
Well, and the other thing that I finally, after all this time, have learned more about is, the congressional appropriations, that process and the community initiated projects, they all have CIP or all the little terms, but they've been more aggressive about reaching out to the cities and communities and saying, what projects do you have? Nothing's a guarantee, but they want us to submit projects. And I know, and at first I was like, oh, well, we're fiscally responsible and we can figure it out ourselves and all that, but it's like, no, we need to be putting, and especially when we have projects that are pretty vanilla, that aren't offensive to anybody, of like, oh, here's a street that we really need to finish this connection, right? It's good for truck transportation, it's good for public safety, or the reservoir might be a good one because it's really fire and resiliency is what it's doing, for a small rural community that has a big fire problem, the things that are just not partisan, that are palpable, and I think that's not something that we've attempted. And I mean, they really reached out this year, like, what do you got? And what they do, I mean, what they want projects is that sometimes they can use them as bargaining chips. If they're like, hey, I'll sign your bill if you pay for this project for me, right? Like, it's just how it's all greasy back there, but that's how it works. And if we can get something out of it.
Sounds like 1 and 2, bullets 1 and 2, let's keep those with some adaptations to the second one, is that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about, Jordan, is there any context for the remaining 3 bullets?
Yes, I think we have, to answer the mayor's question on funding, I think we have until the end of the month to submit some projects. We've been talking about which ones, any of these infrastructure projects are candidates. Yes, so this next bullet, I think, is one that probably gets modified into what we're in the last bullet. I think, sorry, bullet 3 and 5, I think is probably something we work to talk about, that pedestrian safety plan. As well as, citywide, prioritizing citywide, bike and pedestrian projects. Because an outcome of doing that plan will probably be, we've identified with ODOT where we're gonna put new flashing crosswalks in addition to other improvements.
Because Paul and I were talking a little bit about it on the break, but so basically kind of turning it into one project on Highway 20 from border to border, that whole corridor, just kind of, and there's a way with a kind of bringing in consultant to kind of expedite that process.
But when you better consult, like.
Yeah, so it's basically what's going on, and I didn't realize this is kind of repackaging a bunch of these into kind of one.
Gotcha.
Is that what, if I'm understanding that correctly?
I have, I'm flying the ointment a little bit. Question, are e-bikes considered bikes? And do we need to start thinking about long-term about how e-bikes are? How they fit into our transportation plans, how do we enforce certain things and where they go? And maybe that's not for now, but I'd like to at least put that on everybody's radar because they're only getting more prevalent. We actually have homeless out in the forest that have e-bikes to get into town and stuff. And I think that we may be behind already on e-bikes, but at some point we have to start thinking about it. That's all I have to say.
So are you suggesting perhaps just a reference to e-bikes within that, or just a note to?
It's more of a note, because I think we're already too late to add it to our goals and stuff, because we haven't really had a chance to digest that, but I've heard it from a couple of people. It's,
Right,
it's a public safety issue, but also B, it's a planning problem because we don't know what to do with them yet.
It's also multiple levels.
Yeah, of course. So I just wanted to put it on the radar more than anything. I don't expect to shoehorn in e-bikes into our plan here.
Well, and at the beginning of the day today, I mentioned the idea that do we need to think about whether or not we need to decouple to some degree the bike ped issue from the Public Works Advisory Board, which has its hands full on a lot of other things, if this is something we want to percolate to the top. Well,
So my thought on that is we are going to be involving PWAB in our transportation SDC update, which is going to include new bike and pedestrian projects.
okay.
So we're taking care of that this year. And whether it's the next year or the following year, it would make sense to do this work under a full transportation system plan update with an actual bike ped committee to completely redo our bike and ped plans in the TSP to include not only our existing UGB, but the future UGB as well.
Say the timing of that again, Paul, the redo of the TSP.
It really depends on, it's in the next year or two. So that we'll be doing it.
So
So
possibly
status quo?
26, 27.
Possibly, but it'll definitely span over because the TSP process is going to be a 9-month process. So it'll be multi-years anyway.
So you just, I think if I can paraphrase, kind of status quo for right now, but as we get close to this process moving forward, have that group be a separate advisory group to this whole process.
Bike ped group.
Bike ped.
Yeah, the bike ped
Yeah.
will be a specific group of bike ped people.
Yeah.
For the TSP update. So I think as staff, if we can sit down and try to schedule out what we think when we're going to do that TSP update, then we can modify that goal
Sounds good.
accordingly. But as for right now, PWAP's going to be doing this work this year.
That's fine.
So it could potentially be off this year.
If,
Totally.
do you think that e-bikes and other forms will be included in that plan?
In the TSP update, absolutely.
Okay, that's all I needed to know.
Now,
Because you got it handled, so.
yeah, now, does a PWeb have people that have bike ped skill sets and knowledge? Because it's always been, as a bike ped person, it's just mind blowing how things get designed and end up bad to horrible because there just isn't that person, and it's one of those things that is not as easy as it looks.
Isn't it
So
a
I
separate
just-
committee though?
Well, I'm just asking, he's saying that PWAB for now will handle bike ped issues, which is fine, as long as there's confidence that there's people in that committee that really understand.
They're going to use the work from a previous bike ped committee that updated the 2018 TSP to figure out what the priority projects are. They're not coming up with new projects or modification of projects. That they're working off of work that's already been done by bike ped people.
Okay.
And then, which is going to get renewed by a new bike ped committee when we update the TSP.
Okay, and I'll just invite that, even though it's not totally in the purview, but there's always the county BPAC. And I would always never be afraid to reach out to me or the committee as an asset if people have questions or want another set of eyes on something.
Or ad hoc on the
Because
committee?
we are underutilized and we're frustrated that people aren't reaching out to us more for that stuff. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah, we had Representative, Wendy Holtzman was on the last, Chuck Humphreys. People that are really involved with BPAC, they'll obviously be on there. You will obviously be some part of it as well. Yeah.
Circle back a little bit. Does this cover us for essential infrastructure? Sounds like kind of the second strategy. All of these things, there might be some combining in the last 3 bullets, correct? Staff?
I think modification of that third bullet.
And potentially a 5th bullet that would
Okay.
include a TSP update.
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
And we'll talk about the Highway 20 corridor plan and maybe even stretch it to implement recommendations from the plan. Like the direction that we kind of got from council and what we're working on, why we're trying to move fast on. We don't just do another point.
Gary's gone, let's do good governance on that out.
No, the third bullet, working with ODOT, for with beacon, flashing beacons, et cetera.
Yeah.
It's very specific to Cascade for that one, but what about our other intersections and dangerous crossing areas outside of Cascade? Would that be under the bike ped committee? And then my second part of that is the Pine Street and Barclay, which we got an email on, how dangerous that is. Do we really have to wait for phase 2 of Barclay to do anything about that intersection, or have we done something?
We did look at it. We got some
And
recommendations.
we've made modifications to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
There
Yeah.
are.
But to answer your first question, yes, I think other pedestrian safety projects that are already existing in the TSP that we're now gonna work with PUAB on reprioritizing and
So it'll be expanded,
yeah, it's not just,
Cascade out.
that's where you capture things that are not just cascade.
Oh,
So like extra stop signs possibly or whatever.
okay, it just sounds like public safety should be urgent. And I know we try to put these committees together and things that it adds more time, but if we know that every time somebody crosses this corner, they're getting hit by a car, we're gonna do something about it, right? We're not gonna wait for that. And that's, I would just want to make sure that somehow the public, again, optics on our goals, that somehow they see that we are paying attention to the safety within our community.
100%. We,
Yeah.
we put the stop sign in at Hood and Pine. And, you know, we did that on our own, even though a traffic engineer said, hey, there's not enough wrecks there, is that correct? And we did the same thing with the 4-way stop at Larch and Main, right?
Which was recommended.
That one
by the
was
trans-
recommended. We still have the ability with through home rule to do some of this stuff ourselves, right? I mean, we can, if we had enough outcry or whatever, if we wanted to add a couple more stop signs or whatever on Hood and
Absolutely.
Main and
I mean, we're gonna do it with, good engineering judgment, obviously.
sure.
But yeah, your Adams Avenue project is a huge bike ped safety project.
Sure.
That you're gonna be able to point to.
Okay.
For your constituents, it's.
Question, did what you needed get responded to in a way? It sounds like it's going to be included, it's not just Cascades Avenue, there are other.
Yeah, it's fine, and I thanks for the update on Pine and Barclay.
And that's gonna change again in phase 2, right? Isn't that going to be upgraded as some manner in the second phase of Barclay?
The east side,
Okay.
the west side's already done.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, now we're moving to good governance.
Oh, not to Gary.
All right, the first strategy.
Nominated here.
Yeah, okay, so that wraps up good governance.
First strategy here.
All right, give me the gavel, we're done. Good governance. All right.
Effectively communicate and engage with the public to increase involvement and input. So, Jordan, any context?
I would be interested in hearing council ideas, for expanding upon the actions here. I think the implementation and monitoring success of the plan, evidence of doing that this year, we're pretty nimble about changing our strategies when things aren't working. And I mentioned the coffee with council and leveraging more of the events. So I think we'll just continue to evolve that in terms of our actual engagement events. And then as far as communications, some of it kind of slowed down a little bit in terms of our social media expansion and activity. Is we had dips in staffing, but we're already bringing that back up. And then if there's any thoughts on the second bullet, I know there's been ideas kicked around in the past about trying to get the school and high school age students more involved in more of the direct governance stuff, city council meetings or advisory boards, like having them come to a parks advisory board and stuff. Challenges for just really hard to get kids to attend. They're busy. They got full schedules these days, jobs, other things. So
It does feel like sometimes the meeting them where they are.
Yeah.
Tends to work best.
Let's do a city council meeting at high school.
Well, Jordan did one, right?
Oh, council
A
meeting.
mock.
During lunch?
Yeah, absolutely.
We have to just, our schedule show up earlier today.
Well, I think that would be so awesome, and I think that they would like it, to be honest with you,
They probably think we're idiots.
probably.
It's what we gotta talk about.
Talk about swimming pool.
The disc golf course at the new park in Lazy Zoo, yeah.
So I've been doing a lot of digging, as staff knows, on this topic in regards of trying to help communicate what we're doing to build the council and city's image in the community, really educate, kind of build that relationship. Because there is a big knowledge gap on what the city does. I think the city functions, I think, at a pretty high level. So, there's nothing to complain about. People just don't pay attention. And I think that is a problem when things do go sideways. That we might not have as much, trust in the organization, that we could. In the regards that if something goes sideways, people are like, oh no, but I'm sure it'll, I trust an organization. I think they're gonna handle it well versus if people don't really know day-to-day grind and everything everybody's accomplishing every day and doing well, then it's really easy to be critical and judgmental. So I think we experienced that a little bit over the last couple of years. So I've talked to a few people, PR people, really trying to track down somebody who just specializes in doing PR for government agencies. Because there's this idea of, it could be anywhere from doing nothing to adding a staff member to work on this, to adding a pretty big collateral duty for somebody to kind of take on messaging and whatever that looks like. More newsletters, more articles, more social media, more posters, or conversations, interviews, and then, or just maybe hiring consultants. And I know we did talk to one consultant, Sarah, Jordan, Carrie, and I were all in that conversation.
Cheryl.
Oh, and Cheryl, I'm sorry. Yeah. And so that was an interesting, I thought it was a fruitful conversation. She's worked for other organizations, Central Oregon, not so much government. But I think she kind of brought up some good points or options too, of like also hiring a consultant to come in and just even train staff to do this. So we're not hiring somebody full time, we're not signing on with a contractor, but maybe like, hey, come in for a few months, train staff on maybe the best places, have them maybe look at our public perception or even the outside, like look what we're doing already and how it's being received. And hey, maybe you need to focus your energy here, there, you can train some staff to do it. So there's a bunch of stuff on the table, but I feel as the city grows and our plates are getting fuller and we're taking on more things, and there's more people in the city, there's more people in the country, right? It's just I think communication really needs to have more time and energy and money put towards in some fashion. Because again, if we're growing trajectory, we need to be kind of situationally aware that there's just more stuff going on and building relationship with the community.
Yeah, is there a way, and I'm wondering about this, the first bullet is there, of adapting that to capture some of the things you're talking about? I don't know if it's assessing, evaluating, and then this idea of crafting, implementing, and monitoring success of communication plan, but that idea that it's a dynamic process, is that what I'm? Or is it completely separate action that you're proposing?
I mean, it kind of, this bullet point touches on it. I think it's
Yeah.
just taking it to the next level.
Yeah.
And
Well,
yeah, I mean, you were in the conversation.
Well, I heard
Yeah.
a couple of things.
Yeah.
In what you're saying, yeah. One of them is the image of City Hall, if you will, including council, right? With the public. That's one thing, we talk about PR. And then the other one is trying to get people more involved early on, so instead of just hearing when we've
motivated
gone
to-
so far
Yeah.
down the road and then suddenly they're aware of it or become aware of it. And I think the other thing is obviously just human nature. People, we for some reason are very fascinated by what's going on in the city. Not everybody else is. And you can't force people to want to be interested or to read or to even engage. So
So they
kind
won't comprehend.
or comprehend, yeah, because there's a lot of nuances and things that it's just not black and white. So I kind of feel like there's several things that we're kind of discussing here that I'm hearing, if I'm correctly, I'm summarizing what you said, Jennifer. Which kind of leads back to a communication plan, which we don't have an official plan for the city. And I'm wondering if that could capture all of these different aspects, because it's all under kind of that umbrella. But do we want to put the time into that? I don't know. And that's where maybe the consultant could come in.
I would feel, personally, I would feel much better if it was a consultant, because that's all we do is hire consultants, right, Gary?
All the time.
All the time.
We have 45, 50 more staff members. We do.
Yeah.
So,
Just because it's really about an outside perception, and so really having an outside look.
The image, so that's what you're,
Yeah.
was the priority here, so.
Yeah, I mean, because yeah, we've talked about this before, there's these moving parts to it, there's also the part where I feel like we have a solution of at least getting council training on how to work with the media, how to talk to media and work with them and build relationships with media, and it sounds like League of Cities has a course coming up, I think we can participate in, so I'm kind of satisfied with that box being checked.
And that's like, that's even another one, right?
Yeah.
It's council.
Yeah.
So that's. Yeah, and I think that, like, I don't know if everyone's gonna wanna do that, right? And be maybe.
But at least, yeah, it should be offered and promoted.
Yeah, it
should be available.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think that as the parent of a reporter, I think there's some validity to training on how to deal with the media and not get yourself in trouble, quite frankly. I think most of the media we work with is actually pretty upfront with us. I'm not too worried about it, but the simple fact of the matter is there are certain things you want to be sure you do or say even before interacting with the media to protect yourself and your organization. So I think that kind of training is good because not all of us have it. You know, we joke a little bit about consultants, but the reality is, and we all know this, that if we had people on staff to do some of this full time, it wouldn't be an $80,000 job. It'd be $100,000 to $120,000 hit on the budget by the time you had salary and benefits and retirement, vacation, and all those other things. I mean, I think the city is very good at utilizing talent that it has, and what I know is that it's either doesn't have that particular area of expertise or that it's overwhelmed on the projects in front. We bring in the consultant at a temporary period of time to move the project forward and then we're done. We don't have that overhead all the time. So I think a consultant of some kind would be a good idea, maybe to help with communications plan or something, but certainly even to come in and just do a 1-hour workshop with us on how to work and interact with the media, whether it's print or television. And when it's okay to say no when they ask you if they want to. It's okay to say yes. And what you need to be upfront about.
Staff, do you feel like you have what's needed from council to be able to craft something in action step in this?
I think the question for council, do you want us to start with like a plan for, capturing some of the things the mayor mentioned, in terms of communication with the public and building trust with the public and, more of the PR side of things. And that plan could then, produce recommendations on how much resources we may need to invest.
Can I ask a simple question? And this is related. Are we anywhere close to needing a communications expert on staff like a like you guys?
Oh,
PIO.
information.
Yeah. Are we
Big enough, or we?
well, that's what I'm asking. He's,
Is
are
that-
we big? Are
Or
we getting there?
dual
Are we getting there?
Is that the next staff person we would?
It's in the conversation,
more like-
getting into more of the budget conversation, I think being able to afford another $150,000 staff member out of the general fund is probably pretty hard right now, but maybe down in a few years. That's why, like, do we start with a plan? It's like, oh yeah, if we want to do all these things, if we want to have, 10 Instagram posts a day and active on Facebook and responding to people constantly and doing online, weekly newsletter and doing videos with council recaps and stuff, then yeah, I think we can have 40 hours a week person just doing tons of communication stuff. And then probably the scope would get broadened out beyond just city government stuff. Remember, 19 people with like, a couple core things, planning, public works. But the rest of the stuff is all, we don't do really police, we don't, but we would engage with them to do some of these features and things. I can build a work plan for a 40-hour week job. I don't know if it's necessary yet. And well, I don't know if we can fund that tomorrow without reprioritizing things, which would be a budget committee and city council conversation. So it all kind of depends on like what exactly the council would like to see more. And I'll just say my take on, after a couple of years in Sisters is this is a hyper media environment. So I
Yes.
get the PR, the media training, but in terms of public communication, coming from other areas of, Oregon and other states, having news channels here, having a local newspaper in town, like the public's pretty well informed. It's a matter of, are they
Or it
picking up
can
on
be.
it?
It can.
And we can always be doing more, absolutely, if we had more resources to do that. But I think that's part of the challenge. People do know a lot, or there's so much information. How do we get through the noise to tell them about what the city is doing?
And I think that's,
You answered my question, fine.
yeah. And I just say that I think that, I'm not saying we need to put a person on right now, we might even look to see if it's a hybrid person who has two sets of job responsibilities, that comes in that does meets some other need, is okay with that. But I like the idea of having somebody who pays attention to, especially to the social media space. It gets that stuff out there as soon as it happens. I'm not good at that. I don't think any of us at this table are, really good at that. It's not what we do.
You're not doing TikTok?
I called it talk to when they back me off.
I thought you were really active on Nextdoor.
I'm a worker.
I do wanna,
For time's sake, to wrap this up.
Yeah.
I think that whatever we do, we need to come up with some really clear wording around what is it we want. And like, if we talk about media training, is it how does a counselor interact with media? Or I also had heard a different time, how does city hall, whoever, create relationships with media? So it's making sure we put the verbs in of what it is that we're looking for. Cause I'm not still sure exactly what we're looking for to add at this point.
I think if I had to summarize it, I think my ask would be to have, to explore hiring a consultant to do a communication audit and plan. Kind of.
So along the same line, I think one of the things here that is a little confusing is communication plan for us was our internal document, so it was not a piece. I think what we're potentially looking for, which would be more of an annual thing, as a communication strategy. What are we doing
Okay.
versus how we're doing? So the plan is how staff right now is doing. But I think that's the track, and maybe this goal is develop a communication strategy with. You guys get a whole laundry list of things that you talked about, so we can probably wordsmith back and then hopefully get the tone of what a number of you have talked about, and you can look at it in when we bring this back potentially. And I think because I think that
A lot to this.
there's a lot to it, and I think, yeah, you guys will have to determine what that looks like, but there's a lot of these pieces we could put in that goal that allows us to move probably forward pretty quickly on that.
Yeah, I mean, talking
I want
about,
to explore the consultant, though, sorry, bringing someone on to help us with that strategy as opposed to.
yeah, I think it just seems like that would be the best fit, and not necessarily the woman we talked to a couple months ago, but it was a useful conversation because I think she was picking up pretty quickly, like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, I see what you need, I see, I see what's going on here, or oh yeah, I can see where you have a problem with that, cause that's their line of work, they know this, so. I think once we kind of get somebody good engaged, I think it'll be a pretty easy lift for them.
Would you be interested in researching what other cities are doing of our size perhaps. Because she wasn't specifically working with cities, right? I think she said she did
Right.
something down in Sun River, but it wasn't with the city
Yeah.
of Sun River. So maybe we just need to kind of do that, and maybe that's even something our own staff can do, is just, what are other cities doing around communication plan? If at all.
Like, especially our comps too, I mean, most cities of 4,000 people are not, also seeing additional 10,000 people on the weekends and stuff, I mean, they're, it's hard often to find a comparable,
Yeah, I'm gonna encourage you guys to hold it here and report if you feel like it's been captured enough for staff to bring back some recommendations.
Yeah, pull it together, yeah.
and then, I mean, we'll bring something you can, we'll have a workshop that you guys can react to.
Probably 3 will go, I have 4.
Yeah.
Make sure you communicate that, please.
Yes.
So we have 2 more strategies here. If we can move through them a little quicker, that'd be great. But again, if we take time, we'll do it.
That's why we added it, that's why we extended the agenda to 3 hours.
So the second strategy, maintain partnerships with local agencies and districts, to foster collaboration for long-term priorities for. So, any context for that, Jordan?
Yeah, just what I said this morning, we, having these joint meetings, I imagine, do you agree that we should keep doing that?
Yes.
Yeah. And then, we, with got the CLA goal, I think we're okay, I mean, at some point, that might become just a recurring program, and I don't know if that sits in a goal anymore, but I want to keep it in the goals.
I
think
I
it's
like to
good.
keep it in the goals, I do see possibly if we don't see enough interest, it becoming every other year, maybe. But one thing I've noticed, I've started seeing those people around town. Engaging.
Yeah.
And I don't think they were before, and that's exciting.
I would say that also leans into any grant funding I go for that program. If I can lean into it, it's in the goals, it's
Oh,
very
yeah.
helpful.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Good to
Can I ask a question? How many people applied for this last
We're
program?
not closed yet. We're
Oh,
still open.
that's
Yeah,
great.
Still, yeah.
How many do you have now? Can you say?
They don't come to me.
Oh, okay.
They, Kellen and C4C does that, so.
I got it. Never mind.
There were 8 as of yesterday.
Okay, there you go. Oh, boy.
So any changes, additions to this second strategy?
Is it worth, to Gary's earlier point, this is not making this any shorter, is it worth when we say regional committees, like listing some of those? Or,
There are so many right now.
right, and I know
It
it
does-
is some, but,
It doesn't leave anybody out then when new ones
Yeah.
form. I think I jumped on a couple of new ones in the last
Okay.
year. Up to the council for sure, certain, but it
right,
allows us to kind of flex in and out as needed.
You don't have to worry about missing somebody and having the nose get bent out of shape.
yeah. But yeah, but it's that same point of, I'm not disagreeing, I don't want it to be more wordy, but you're right, there is like. And again, maybe it's that public perception thing, it's like weird, you're active on these, so many regional committees, and advocating
right.
for sisters, and I would say we do that better than. I'm on way better than other cities, we show up, so.
I hate to bring it up, but I'm hugely supportive of our grant program and we don't have it in our goals, but I think that it's good enough to have in the goals somewhere about how we wanna continue that grant program and have it somewhere where it's said. And I also, when budget time comes around, I would love to consider adding a couple of people to that are usually in the grant program that we get to every year, and maybe we have a better list of recurring grants that for institutions we've been doing it for so many years.
We just.
That as long as that we just put it in part of a separate part of the budget of recurring programs, as opposed to having them apply every time. And I might, right now it's FAN. We give $5,000 to FAN every year, and we might want to consider SCLI to that and possibly even core. It seems like everything's that's just going to be recurring stuff, and I'd love to be able to support them if we can afford to do so. I just want that conversation out there. Doesn't have to be.
Is that part of the portfolio, which is participate in and contribute?
I think that's part of it. Yes.
No, that's.
Those
You
are
said it
committees
right.
and boards, this is more of like local organizations that support
So it might be in
It's our
addition.
own grant program we have.
Yeah.
We have a city grant program.
All right.
That-
Anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there.
Good governance, the city.
I mean, this might be a budget like,
Yeah,
I think this is the budget, and say, do you want us to just, build this into our budget to have regular
I
conversations?
just wanted to throw it out there because
But
that's
I
an
think what I
idea.
heard you say was that it'd be nice maybe to somehow, in a document like this, given that there's turnover on the board and those sorts of things on the council, to somehow have it memorialized in our goals. And I don't know what that wording would be and where it would go, but it's not a bad idea.
So does that have that sort of captured to bring forward and talk to council? Okay.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Something I've been thinking about for years.
And how often we meet with the county board? Do we consider that a district board?
Sure.
Okay, so we got it covered in the second bullet item under the second strategy.
Or regional board. Oh, no, it's, you're right.
Other boards.
They're the board of county commissioners, so.
With, other local districts
Boards,
and county, districts and, county board of commissioners.
Ready to move forward to the last strategy. Update city policies where needed to implement best practices and reflect the changing needs and expectations of a growing community and city organization. Context, Jordan?
Yeah, we could be ambitious here and say we're gonna have updated council rules. Or,
Councilor Pellerin.
but
What?
I was gonna seek another volunteer too, if we had like a little subcommittee, to.
Well, I'm kind of one of the people that really wanted to do this, especially on the mayor communications and how that all came about. And I've been thinking about it and, I think for many reasons, it's not nearly as important as I thought it was back when it first came about. So, I think that there's probably reasons to look at this, but there's probably not anything pressing. At least from my, at least from my perspective.
I had brought this up last year also because they're very outdated. And,
Yeah.
and it has to do with how meetings are run, it has to do with like how you ask if you can go to a conference, all these things and we're gonna have rules.
We should have good rules.
We should have like relevant rules. I don't think it's gotta be this crazy old project, but like similar to what happened with the city manager evaluation project,
So you're proposing keeping it here.
Yeah, so, yeah, but not trying to blow it up into some large.
So I took a cursory look at them and we're effectively comparing them, to LOC's recommended template. And we're basically doing a lot that's on the LOC, it's just not documented in our city council rules. So it could be just catching them up, what we are
You're saying
doing.
something simple, but.
Yeah, so I'm not seeing it as a really large effort, but capturing the missing items like you brought up, Sarah, is important. And like I told Jordan, I would volunteer to work on that and tackle it. But I wanted to go back to Michael's comment about mayor communications. What, could you elaborate on what you were saying? You brought this up.
I think it's a clunky method, and
Of
You know-
choosing a mayor.
of choosing a mayor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and the rules to do so was all kind of, it was just, it's not perfect. We had a former councilor, Susan Cobb, who actually talked about maybe making the mayorship a separate person, elected that didn't vote on council. I thought that was a lot, that maybe we don't probably need that, but again, yeah, just, I think it needs to be looked at a little bit, but it doesn't need, it doesn't need to take a lot of time.
So the selection of the mayor.
So that's actually a charter change.
I was gonna say,
That's not council rules, that's a much different.
yeah, Charles.
That piece is, I think the other pieces though, is
Yeah,
there
right.
a process
Right.
that the council through like, it's not governed by the charter, but it's just an agreed upon process.
Process
how-
to select the mayor.
Right, I think that really is the piece that I'm seeing, I mean. I have no desire to move to a separately elected mayor, that would be a charter change. I don't think that's really what we need in this community. Oftentimes, because I see where Havre, oftentimes you can have a mayor diametrically opposed to the rest of the council. And that happens a lot. But I'm happy to, if you want another eye on it, to sit down with you and go over it too. I think it's just, it never hurts to go back over and just bring everything up to make sure it's up and tight with current code. And I think that one of the things we should have a group of 5 discussion of is succession and how that happens from the mayor position, like we're talking about. And, you know, we're gonna have some changes in this council over the next 4 years. And I think having a clearly defined set of rules and guidance that can be provided to a new council member would be advantageous. I know I certainly came in blind.
Yeah, I wrote down in my notes, onboard policy, or onboarding. It's just simple things too, like. Dinner will be provided, or what have you, but I mean, there were just little details about, you're gonna have an email address, and it's things that I had to kind of just clunkily learn along the way.
Yeah, so we'll,
Be
it
done.
sounds like we'll keep this action item, staff's got content that you guys are looking at, specific stuff. Do you have what you need to be able to bring something back to council to take a look at this point?
Yeah.
Okay.
For council bring back. Council.
Sorry.
Well,
then-
yeah, we'll.
And then to dovetail, into Cheryl's comments, the one thing I had written down was, counselor compensation. It keeps coming up in comments and conversations. You know, and it's this time of year, you know, we're coming up on an election, right? And it's that whole thing about, you know, trying to get other people to run in a diverse slate of candidates. And so part of it is, again, being more, having that job description or being more descriptive of like, oh, well, or here are the things you do get. But I just feel like we need to be offering more, especially for people that, I mean, life is not getting easier or cheaper to live, and our ability to attract good candidates is getting narrower and narrower. And again, it's compensation, it's not pay. Talk to plenty of communities that, you know, some will pay for childcare, some will pay for, because we're the water utility. Some towns get free water, their counselors get free water. Some you get to buy into the health plan if you want.
Do you want to add that as an action item to explore compensation of council members? Is that what you're proposing?
Yeah, I mean, and we've kind of discussed it before, and we haven't gotten a lot of traction or.
I've never had that conversation with anybody in the public at all.
Oh,
Ever.
wow, I've heard it a lot.
I'm definitely interested in.
Not to say that hasn't happened to you, I'm just.
I've
I hear it a
never
lot.
had anybody come and say, I should get, well, I take that back. I've had people tell me we should get paid. There's no doubt about it. But
I'm interested in at the very least talking about child or elder care, you know,
Mhm.
whatever, like
Stipend,
something that would allow somebody to be on council and go to the meetings. Because it actually costs them to leave their home. I mean, that's the kind of thing that I come with, not that I wanna limit it, but I'm right there.
Oh, I mean, I was on a board before this, and I was paying for childcare to go volunteer at a board meeting, like, you know, and having that moment of like, this is insane, and I can't afford to pay somebody to go volunteer, as much as I wanted to volunteer.
Sounds like there's support for holding this and bringing back the possibility of an action that would come with this.
Yeah. And obviously something that is, the easier the better, because I don't know if we're going into charter territory or if it's council rules, you know, the path of least resistance would be nice. But yeah, I think speaking to what we go to meetings, we get mileage, you know, we get a tablet, we get an email address, right? Like, even just being able to articulate that early in the process when people are thinking, or having somewhere on the website that just explains that, so people walking in are like, oh, okay, it's not like, I'm not taking on this full
You're removing
brunt
barriers.
of it, yeah. There are little barriers, yeah, but I mean, it might be enough for some people.
I mean, that's not a council rule, but you're saying, you know, it's an
An option.
explanation of, it's almost like the job
Job
description.
description,
Yeah.
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 You know,
Which I think that's great.
I've been,
Just for the sake now, is it something you guys want to discuss further and have it come back as a, feels like there's
Yes.
interest in it. to take it deeper.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a very definite opinion on the concept of pay. And it's different than my opinion on the concept of assistance with elder care and stipends and those sorts of things.
I would
And
agree.
that's just a personal thing. 16 years in elected position, I have a strong opinion on that. But that's my opinion, it doesn't mean it's right. And I will end up going along with the majority of that.
Staff, do you feel like you have what you need to bring something back to council to further this conversation on the topic?
Sure, well, yeah, we've done this research.
Is that new? Okay,
Stuff before.
but- Okay.
2 years ago, we might have sent like a report or a memo. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it might just be getting it over the finish line opinion. Yeah, we just
Big
finished the
guy.
Put it on the
conversation.
whole sheet.
Yeah,
Quick question for folks in the room. Do you need a 5-minute break to get up, breathe and move a little bit before we continue on with our last two topics?
I do.
Okay, let's take 5 minutes. Does that work? You'll get it later. Okay. Let's
If
take
you're
back
back
at
at
5.
6, we'll still love you.
Okay.
Just in case anyone's wondering, US won in overtime.
Environmental sustainability is the first goal category. Strategy there is to continue implementation of the city's environmental sustainability plan and water conservation plan, including electric vehicle charging infrastructure in city park facilities. For some context.
So I think there's the opportunity here with the policy on public electric vehicle chargers to continue working on that, to probably maintain that goal, or my suggestion, I don't think, just looking at it through the next several months, we'll do it for the end of the fiscal year. And then explain with the EV charging stations that Gateway Park, that timeline is probably, we're designing that portion of that park this next fiscal year. We're planning to probably construct that in 27, well, that's 26, the end of 26, 27, or going into 27, 28, but that seems to be the ODOT timeline.
Well, your review is based on that, so
No pressure.
it's kind of a rough day.
I'm gonna grab the extension cords and drag them out there.
And then that money, I know that money got hung up, is there anybody we need to be? I don't say
Poking.
yelling at, but poking at the state or federal level or squeaky wheelie?
Get the impression there's like,
There were some hiccups due to state and federal level disruptions, but primarily staff changeovers. We're on our third project manager with that project. We're communicating with them consistently, so we're moving forward now.
Okay,
You hiccups early on in that, but
okay,
we're moving forward.
all right, yeah, don't forget that we can say the things you can't, so.
yeah, right.
Elected
us know.
official to elected official.
Yeah.
We would love to yell for you, to be honest.
I mean, honestly, this is a consequence of probably the ODOT situation, right? Low morale, a lot of turnover, and then it affects us. This way is where our project is going. Studying options for the future of the Sisters Recycling Center. So it's probably premature to like have a definitive answer on this. But this, like as I explained before, is probably a conversation coming up next month about do we go ahead, pull the trigger on moving forward, closing, communicating that to the public. Do we still want to transition that to allow people to come up with, new plans for how they do their recycling or cardboard and get that in place? I think regardless of immediate next, couple months, there is still probably a goal here of like, what is the future use of the recycling center? If it's not what we know today as the recycling center, is it putting up for sale? Are we turning it into a different community amenity? Are we,
Why do we,
rezoning it?
do we have to do that? And when I heard from the polls, most people wanted to keep it. They like it, so why are we having to talk about what are we gonna do with it in the future? Unless we reach a point where we absolutely have to make a decision on it, do we have to plan
The
this far ahead?
Well, so we did survey the public. The other factor, the other information that comes in is, the county going to commingled recycling with that change, will the county then not supply subsidy for the recycling center anymore, which then increases the cost for everybody to continue to have the recycling center as an asset. And if the majority of the users, county residents, are, paying for it or seeing the need for it anymore, will the public still see that as an asset they're willing to pay another, $8 a month or whatever it is to have that when they can have that all at curbside today? Except for glass.
Yeah.
The other policy question.
Which we're gonna get to next month, right, or April. We're gonna be talking about this, right?
We'll be talking, Republic will be presenting their rate case, which includes, do you want to fund the recycling center? Through rates.
So yeah, I had kind of two thoughts on this, and obviously it was a moving issue, right? It wasn't even until this week that county voted on that, right? We were kind of waiting on that, so I feel it would be, I'm very big into recycling and waste management, but I feel for the county, and the county is like, it's not something people can opt into, it's like you get a recycling card now. You're paying for it and you are getting it, yeah, so I feel that it would help their program in our surrounding communities if we shuttered our facility. People don't need two options, they're getting a really good option at their curb. And I think we would probably see use go way down. And also, I think it just helps people lean into that service that when ours goes away. But yeah, I think it's going to just get more expensive. And basically everybody's gonna have access to everything it provides except for the tertiary things like the glass and oil and things like that. So and my idea, which I've told some of you about or bored you with, is possibly using that and turning it into kind of a wildfire mitigation depot, so that it could do one or two things or both. One, we could house an air curtain burner there permanently or semi-permanently, and in coordination with the fire district. Maybe we kind of provide the location. Maybe we pay for the burner. I don't know. It's a good $100,000 probably, but they could provide the staff and personnel to operate it. It's a closed area. It's kind of well set up for something like that. It's already light industrial zoned. It's but that way it's a place in town people can take their debris to really easily on like a regular basis, instead of, twice a year fire cleanup and then landfill, and they get just inundated. And obviously it's been a very successful program to the point they don't know what to do with the stuff anymore. But if we are there, I think there's just a lot of people, especially in the city, that if there was just something they could get to easily, and you're not gonna need a trailer, you're not gonna need all this kind of stuff. People would stay on top of their fire mitigation.
You do need a trailer.
Yeah,
How else do you get it there?
Pick up.
Okay,
if you don't have to pick up, how you gonna get it there?
Right, but it's going to eliminate.
In the back of a Volkswagen.
It's gonna eliminate barriers.
Yeah, I know.
Driving out to the transfer station is not convenient. And so, and the fire district's really looking into this and really exploring some funding streams, maybe congressionally as well. And, we've talked about it a little bit, because they kind of want something portable, but also having something that was kind of more permanent. It's already got a gate around it, you could have hours. I mean, it's kind of transitions into that use really well.
So that's one option for future use, the Sisters Recycling Center. I might have other ideas and other people might have other ideas.
Yep.
So as far as that bullet goes,
That feels like it's so.
it's okay to keep it there. And then we'll kind of see how things go over the next few months.
Right,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's dependent on other
Sure.
decisions and things that are gonna happen.
And we're gonna have discussions about maybe we'll be able to coalesce our ideas on the option, the different studying the different options. Before we even get to the next fiscal year, right?
Yeah.
So,
and I was hammering on that.
yeah, I definitely keep.
Yeah, because I kind of forgot to mention that during Wildfire, so that's why I hammered on about that.
Okay.
And then you have,
I think it's a good, you.
you have to go back on the Wildfire thing, but
I also missed when we were talking under good government. Gutter. Yeah. Right, gutter.
Government.
Gutter slump. About the municipal code, I just wanna bring up the barrel burning.
Oh, yeah.
Because I
Yes.
mentioned that today and felt like I was going to say that today. I don't know how we prioritize that, but can we put that in the prioritization hopper somewhere? Jordan, as to how to get that done, if it works in there.
Why do you wanna burn my barrel?
My sense is not
Bonfires.
that complicated of a code change, right? I think that's something we can actually bring
Like
up.
the tree fines,
Yeah, we
but
could
maybe
have,
less complicated.
Yeah.
So we had to run that through the forestry board, so.
yeah.
Yeah, because municipal code doesn't go through the planning commission.
Correct.
I think we can process that.
Did you catch also that there the two items to pull out of there? I'm good. I just wanted to make sure I brought it up today because I said it would.
What about the fourth action item, permitted water recirculation retrofit, First Street Park splash pad?
Yeah, I think that's, we're planning to do that this summer, so I think we could
Keep that
pull
on
that.
there.
Well, I think we can pull that one off as an accomplished goal, like, to be accomplished. You know, I think the strategy captures probably other projects like that, you know, and Jackson probably can give us like some more bullets if you want, but then we have the sustainability plan and the water conservation plan that has, you know, like the Hood Avenue, landscaping, we're gonna do some irrigation improvement, you know, I don't know if that needs to be in the full document versus it's in the plans already.
And just report back to council on
Yeah,
progress.
yeah.
Anything else at the moment then, given that, for environmental sustainability?
I'll just make the point, there was public comments about environmental sustainability. You know, a lot of the like EV charging, all that stuff does kind of fit within this category as you see. I don't know if there was anything new in this area that.
We talked a little bit about EV compensation from losing the gas tax, but I don't know if we agreed on putting anything in the goals.
I think that
To discuss it.
I think we discuss it when the time comes and we know what we're doing. It's easy enough to figure out a formula where you can equate kilowatts to gallons of gas.
It's not necessarily a goal, and it's more of a discussion item down the road. I'm okay with that. I mean, it's on everybody's radar, right? So, I mean, we've already talked about it as a group in this forum, so I don't think it needs to be a goal, but
I mean, the goal is kind of underneath that policy on public electric vehicle chargers.
Yeah.
So when we have a workshop with council about having an ordinance with a fee structure for chargers. That's all.
Are we gonna have a meeting with CEC? I know we invite them.
It's on the invite list. I don't think
Okay.
we've set it up or anything like that, but it's more of a. Yeah, have the executive company present it or.
do they know we want a double franchise fee just for them? No, I'm just kidding.
Our gentleman
Yes,
left,
we
didn't
can.
he? That our CEC,
Or no, we,
Or no,
yeah,
Yeah, he left.
yeah. It'd be good to meet the new person.
It was the operations. Yeah.
What's in
Yeah,
front?
hopefully they start sending something else. Yeah, cause I have some. I mean, the solar net metering issue with Central Electric keeps kind of bubbling up. Some people, I keep hearing it every once in a while, or, you know, people kind of like, oh, we should do more solar, and then it's the whole. All right, here's why. Here's why we are the outlier in Central Oregon,
Because our electricity is so cheap.
but monthly,
I did get, they do net metering with me.
but monthly, not annually. I think that's what
No,
it's monthly, because if you,
right,
if
it's
you,
monthly.
right, you want it annually. Because you're gonna overproduce in the summer, everything you overproduce, you're not getting compensated.
No,
for.
yes, they do. It carries through and mine does.
I
Well,
thought it was the incentives, you don't get the. energy
well, you don't,
incentives.
yeah, you don't get the
You
incentive.
get the energy trust, but yeah, my net metering, it accumulates in the summer. I have no metering, I have no bill in July, no bill in August.
Well, that's because you're probably overfit.
But then my bill tapers down even if I'm not producing any solar until it gets back down to where it goes back and forth. So they do deduct it up, at least mine has been.
Well,
topically, is
Yeah.
that something you guys want to capture?
No,
Okay, yeah, sorry. We
no,
did
but it's something that keeps coming up in conversations. I mean, like when I.
People know.
the-
Okay, we're gonna move to our last topic, which is
What to do with
2025 to 26 urban rural agency goals. And I'm not sure the best way to approach this.
Let's jump right in. Everybody has them, so. Do you have categories in this agency too? So transportation, utilities, public entities, so secure financing, begin the construction of Adams Avenue. I think maybe this just becomes construct Adams Avenue, so bids come in next week.
Yep.
Exciting. West Side Pump Station is gonna be complete, so I think it's probably gonna be taken off. I think even the contribution from URA is done. That portion of this. Yeah.
Yep.
And then the third bullet. The acquisition process for installing public art at US 20 in Locust. So this is the roundabout art conversation. We had put someone, you all know, what was the amount?
$175,000.
$175,000.
22 cents.
That's what the amount was for.
I'd like-
Before landscaping came in over budget, so yeah, I don't know how that was gonna work.
Yeah, we haven't
Yeah,
just that.
Well, yeah, we at the time it was if we continue to proceed with acquiring public art in the same fiscal year, then we would need a budget adjustment, pulling money about a contingency or whatever. Otherwise, you have enough in capital, the capital line to pay for the landscape.
I think that the language here based on the location, the intention here was before we ran into our buzzsaw was to install public art in the roundabout in this budget. At this point in time, we're not sure what that's going to be. But we are going to be potentially installing other public art within the UGB area. We might wish to use those funds that we were thinking of for the roundabout to install that public art somewhere else in the UGB area.
You are.
Sorry.
It's all right. We got you. We understood you. We're still.
Gary, you are messed up,
You are. You are correct.
but we are here to help.
Anyway, so do we need to rework that to allow us with the flexibility to utilize those dollars should a significant piece of art be located in a location other than the middle of a road?
So
Yeah, I mean, you could do that. It's urban renewal eligible, so.
so. Kind of a
This is pretty
bigger,
specific.
bigger question. Adams is out for bid? Is
Yep.
that true?
Bids
And
come in
so-
next week.
That's one of the projects in URA. And we've been talking about some other things that we won't talk about here. Because they're more executive session type.
So it's on there.
The last one.
Acquiring properties.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Funding that
so
funding for that.
I think. We need to look at everything, and I don't know when that happens, I'm not saying today, right now, but I mean, it's quite possible Adams comes in over bid or over budget, who knows? And it's been a while, it feels like, since we've looked at the project list for the URA. And can we still afford $175,000 for any art? Not, that number's still good in there. It's like, I'd like to have some.
Yeah.
I would like to have some more, what's the whole bucket discussion?
Well, I think it's a valid point, but in a bigger, broader view, we kind of don't even know what's left over in the rest of the URA term before it sunsets, correct?
We do. What's our maximum indebtedness left? 6 million?
Yeah, like 6.2.
6.2.
That is not planned out for, is that what you're saying?
Oh, no, that is
6.2,
that is allocated, but
okay, all of it's allocated, every bit,
well,
within,
within reason. I mean, it kind of does start with that.
I mean, 100, Of course. What I'm saying is 175,000 of the 6.2 is not that big. So if we wanted to leave a placeholder for art, that's fine, and we can always do a project adjustment if we have to, and that would include taking that off if we needed more for Adams. And we're gonna know about Adams before next fiscal year anyway, so maybe it stays, maybe they we re-smith it or re-wordsmith it, excuse me. Then bike rack it until we know for sure if we actually have any money left for it. Is that okay?
I am okay with that.
Okay.
I'll give you a couple opinions. That you asked.
Sure.
I am no longer really interested in spending time on art in the roundabout. At this,
Well, we wanted a wordsmith it to be
Yeah.
anywhere in the URA.
That's what I was
Okay.
suggesting, take the word roundabout out.
okay. Cause I think we've got some things to work out, and I get it, this is government work, and so like we kind of work around it a lot, and it. and
Around the
things-
roundabout?
And this stuff just keeps floating out there, which becomes difficult because not for me, but like it's difficult to have that out in the community and not have answers, you know,
That's okay.
that's. Well, I know it's okay, but I like,
Okay,
Yeah.
so
so when does that discussion happen
about the roundabout?
about the URA budget? You know what I mean? Like in the next 6 months, we'll be doing that again?
Well, it would definitely come up during the budget adoption or,
Well-
in May.
So we'll look at prioritizing again during that meeting?
Yeah, we can do that. It may even come up sooner, as soon as we get the Adams bid. Because that's gonna trigger, and we've already done the pre-work on this, how much we need to go out and get a loan for, which we can get 4.1.
Or like 4.15.
So 4.15, an additional borrowing to basically get us to that $6.2 million maximum indebtedness, right? So now we have access to all our maximum indebtedness to fund these projects. Question mark still, and why we're hoping we would know Adams, right, is by now, so we would know, okay, the big chunk of money, how much of that,
What's left?
what's left, that we haven't already earmarked.
And what is Adams ballpark? Ish.
4 million, but we're using
Per month.
the parking fund as a funding source, so it's not entirely.
Yeah, we have like 3.5.
Yeah.
Kind of budgeted.
Okay.
Out of the URA.
And parking district. We have
Oh,
like
parking
60 out of the parking. Yep.
But I think back to what you were discussing and back to, and I'm with you, I'm fired out of myself. We kind of have a pretty distinct statement, and I'm wondering if we need to modify that very distinct statement in with either the one below it or somewhere else and take the direct reference out and go with
Downtown art.
downtown art,
URA.
continue the acquisition process for installing public art in the downtown area. In the urban renewal agency area, I even got it out that time. So I think that's, to me, to take the word roundabout out, take the word locus and highway 20 out. And just say, and that way, we haven't said there isn't gonna be money for it, we're just saying,
I can sit with that.
yeah, I'm just trying to, I'm with you.
The folks concur with that change, and again, you're combining bullets 3 and 4, is that correct?
Yeah, wordsmithing underneath it.
Yeah. Wordsmith.
Staff, anything more that you need on that?
I'm gonna raise my hand, and I don't know if this is appropriate or not.
Go for it.
Recommend, and I should have gotten to counselors earlier. We're going through this signage master plan right now, of which a huge amount of those signs are in the URA. And would it be potentially an option to have a goal about funding some of that signage through the URA? Does it need to be, and Jordan, this is maybe you, sorry, I didn't even bring this up to you, it just came into my head. Does that need to be a goal, or can it just be part of eventually?
Review the master sign plan to see if there are appropriate things to put in the URA, something.
That's kind of the idea of if there's, and I don't know how much funding is left, again, it all comes down to the funding piece of what's left in the URA, but I think.
Yeah, I wanna make sure that's plan eligible too, like, placement of signs versus new signs, right? Part
Yeah.
like improvements and enhancements, you know, usually all the time, but our plan's pretty flexible.
I'm okay with looking at it.
Yeah.
Explore
We
opportunities to use.
just
it.
something we're able to get together workshop. Just came to my head, sorry for throwing that at you at the last minute.
You're allowed to have.
Okay.
Today.
Explore using URA funds to do wayfinding signage to direct them to the public art locations.
There you go.
And what about the last bullet, explore key property acquisition opportunities in.
Stays.
It stays, yes,
Absolutely. That hasn't changed.
okay.
Sorry to speak on it.
Not in my mind anyway.
Then I have one to add that maybe more of the URA, but I don't. It'll only take half an hour.
Okay, that's all we have.
Wait, we have development assistants to go.
Okay. Um. More of a URA issue, but it is kind of a citywide issue of just lack of bike racks in town. I leave my bike on a lot of things. And as do other people, I think it must be there's a requirement for businesses to have a bike rack, is that true? Cause I see them and they're in the most god awful places. They're in the middle of sidewalks, they're pushed up against the building, you
Next to a
can't
flagpole.
use them next to, right, like. So part of that is, and there's a few bike racks downtown, like built into the sidewalk that the city built.
Look like itchy posts.
Yeah, that they're not really great for bikes. Great for horses though. So, and I think is there some in the Adams, are there any in the Adams plan?
Yep.
Okay, it would be nice if there were more spread out downtown. Because they are very few and far between, and the ones that the businesses are providing are, I mean, they're literally some that are just on a sidewalk, so your bike has to completely block a sidewalk, and that's not ADA friendly or anything, so. That's a personal beef, but I know other people.
Is that something we can add to the PWAC part and the bike ped part? I'm just asking,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, cause I don't know if it goes under URA or back into kind of under transportation,
Well,
it's a parking issue.
yeah, like other things, it can be in parts of the goal set, all the goals. But at some point, the URA can be looked at for funding, of course. I mean, that's with everything. If it's in the URA, it can be funded by the URA. To a certain extent, within the rules of the URA.
Cause again, it's, the thing that does pop up a lot is, bike and pedestrian friendly, like you see that phrase a lot, right? And that's one of those things, you create a place where people like, oh, I have somewhere to lock my bike, especially in our age of e-bikes when the cost of the bikes are.
Well, you know how there's always gonna be a little bit left over of the URA money, once we spend it all, there's still gonna be like 30,000 sitting there or some weird little number. Maybe that's,
Not a.
maybe that's a project that can be on the URA project list of that little leftover piece for bike racks within the URA. I don't know.
I'm also okay with spending money on that. I mean, if it's
Not a lot
not,
of money.
if it doesn't.
How much is it for a
fit
bike
in
rack?
your-
Ish.
Well, it depends on what style and how, if it, you're putting it in concrete or.
Maybe we need a sisters themed bike rack that's standard.
So we're looking at adding that, keeping in this one, potentially, bike racks, spread out throughout downtown, adding that as a strategy for putting that under infrastructure with funding from the URA.
I mean, is that something that the bike and pedestrian assessment can look at? I mean, I think, because one question in my mind is location will matter too. It's not just replacing, but it's like
Oh,
the key locations they should go and stuff. So I mean, we could buy bike racks, do we want to design something special? And then engage with the public on what are the best locations, and then you have to talk to the property owners too, if it's not on public property, but we're asking like, hey, this would be a great spot for a bike rack, you okay? We'll buy it for you.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like in the downtown core, it makes more sense that it's on city property. Because the businesses are close together and they really don't have the
Yeah.
opportunity to provide that in an effective way. As you go out, obviously, the more sprawly places where people have more elbow room, but yeah, I think that's really more on them and maybe kind of holding them up to, or assisting them with a code, or maybe the code needs to be tweaked someday to be a little bit more descriptive on.
Does that
Does
have,
have standards for separation and not blocking pedestrian paths
Okay.
and 5 feet of kind of separation
Yeah.
between the bikes and any other obstructions, so.
You know, like the one at Fika
That's safe.
completely blocks the sidewalk.
Yeah,
The staff.
It's just, oh, sorry. I was gonna say, it's just like A-frame signs, you know, you can have them, but you can't put them on the sidewalk, you have to put them somewhere else. And code compliance has been going around town the last year, telling people to move your A-frame signs.
Yeah.
Yep, anyway.
Staff, do you have a recommendation on where to capture this one?
Yeah, what would be easiest for staff and on Sunday?
You can recommend it to us.
So,
I suggest so.
if we make the bike racks into artwork and put it in the art.
There are a lot of people, there are a lot of ways to do that.
I know.
A lot of bike
As long as they're functional, it's.
Functional art, right?
They're not
I
functional.
joke, but I mean, that's what I was thinking. It's similar to that. I mean, we'll bring something back to you with it. Let us write the action item and see where it better
Figure out
fits.
where- Okay,
Yeah.
that worked for
I
council.
can spend a day going around town taking lots of photos. I can send to you.
You can help me with down the road.
Yeah.
I think it's good.
Move to our last topic, development assistance.
So here's where the incentive programs for wildfire resiliency lies. So this was discussed last year. We then engaged with the fire district and did the walking tour to kind of identify those things. We haven't taken the next step yet in developing any incentive or grant programs. Maybe this goal probably should have been an explore goal before we got to the point of actually, proving a program or developing a program. But it's the wildfire resiliency, which could be those incentive programs to say, hey, can you pull out your bark? We'll give you money for gravel. And then the dark sky lighting is where this sort of is more targeted at the commercial properties downtown, using urban renewal for, commercial or for businesses in the area to have dark side lights.
both the wildfire resiliency and the dark sky are for commercial. Is that correct?
In the sense that the majority of, well, not all, but
Most of the
when we're thinking about the RA, we often think about it as downtown commercial or commercial businesses. There's obviously residential downtown too. Could be multifamily developments and stuff too in the downtown commercial that people's. So do we keep this? I mean, it's a policy kind of project option we haven't obviously brought forward to you yet.
We don't have a separate slice of money set aside for this. We have to do that.
So when the last time we reviewed sort of the financial projections, it was probably last summer-ish. I remember when we had the different, kind of break down the different projects, what's remaining, Adams 3.5 million, how much maximum indebtedness. There is a category of sort of other urban renewal projects that have not been we haven't identified funding for. So that could be property acquisition, that could be incentive programs. And again, we're sort of waiting on what the bids come in at Adams before we know exactly what that number was, but it was like an additional 100,000 or so. Which if we maximize the amount of loan that we go and get, the 4.1 million, most of our ongoing TIF money that we're going to be pulling into the district going forward will be to service that debt. We're maximizing the maximum indebtedness, so we want to then use all that TIF to pay off that debt.
I would like to keep this for now. And keep it in the possibilities. I mean, I might, when I get my tour.
It's so busy this time of year.
Anyway, it sounds like I just got, some feedback from when other people went on the tour that there were definitely some things downtown that the fire department had some pretty good issues with, and if we think there's something we can do to help, I'd like to be able to look at it. Anyway.
I would say that there's both low hanging fruit
Yes.
downtown.
Quite a bit.
And very, very super expensive things that we may not be able to affect change on.
Yeah.
But the low hanging fruit's enough. And I think the park mulch itself, just by itself. If that was the only thing that was taken care of, that'd be pretty darn cool.
Well, there are a number of buildings that are set that 5 foot apart. It creates a long building, they create a vacuum wind tunnel down through, so, doing something in there to
And you
eliminate
brush this aside.
combustibles, and maybe even looking at something down the road, not now, down the road of siding those particular sides in between those buildings with fire resistant materials, so that if something happens, starts in that area, it doesn't jump to the next building. We keep it off the roof, we'd like to be able to survive.
I think we're agreeing with you.
Cool.
Don't often do that.
And if Adam's streetscape comes in way over budget, then we'll have to make some tougher decisions.
But yeah, but I think that because we have so many absentee landlords and stuff in the downtown area, I think anything we can do to try to incentivize some of those low hanging fruit stuff probably to our benefit, and I think the fire district would appreciate it.
Yeah, and I think that this is where, we have to bring a program to you and say, how does it sound? Because we'll probably have to develop a template of like, if we're really offering to incentivize it, the best way to do it is say, here, sign this waiver, we'll come on your property, or pay for a contractor to come and take out your grass or your mulch and put in, rock. Here's the rock that we want to use because we want to have uniform look in downtown. And if they're game, have them sign and we do it. But that takes time to kind of develop and plan that out, get their permission. But I think we've pretty well identified what properties are sort of the low hanging fruit besides the public property.
The bottom line is, it stays.
Stays.
Okay, great. The last one.
The last bullet,
Be a bit.
I just told Peter yesterday, man, I really want to get you your money for the end of the year because I don't want to keep pulling this forward. So we're working on it. So I hope this is not a goal, like we take this off.
I am too.
Sign that agreement. The affordable housing, just so you guys know, the affordable housing on the habitat is more complicated because of the land use. The land use model is, the attorneys just can't figure out how to get the right paperwork on that. Workforce housing, I think, is a little easier, but we may have to do a modification to the resolution that authorizes the program because of the debt to income ratios with the workforce housing a little different. So there might be a couple of hoops we have to jump through before we can actually finish the grant agreement, but.
So it stays on here.
I would like to take it off,
Okay,
but
it comes off.
but by the time we adopt, the council adopts a goal, it might be time to take off.
What else?
Did it.
So, yeah, and I think. Few minutes, like, is there anything else that was not touched that we need to revisit?
And also
Yeah.
a recap by staff of some next steps for council, so there's a clear sense of timeline as well. So anything it did not address today that feels important to council to start with.
Oh, there's plenty, but I think that's a full set of goals. And I think there's other smaller strategies that we can discuss that are separate than these goals. That dovetail into them already.
Let's conclude. Chad, is there anything that we're blatantly missing? Ignoring
I
or?
don't know. Depends on whether Jordan wants to
Well,
address it or not.
bringing in the lieutenant, after going through the goals, I'll just start with this one. Does it make you think differently about the goal categories and whether public safety should be called out as, one of the top line, wildfire mitigation, public safety?
Preamble.
So, and then to Chad's comment, one thing that you're aware of, that we brought before is that we just did our new contract last year, with DCSO. In that contract, 3 deputies, lieutenant. Contract also has the option for the 4. So Lieutenant and I have been talking about this, like the timing on, when to consider that. But to explain to Chad that, the issue for us is just the budget capacity in the general fund, to be able to fund a 4th deputy. That is another, I think, $250,000 per year. There's escalation clause in the contract. So contract now with DCSO is, 1.1 going up to 1.2-ish, million per year. So it's another like $350,000 increase. We had been sort of had a pretty favorable contract up to that point. So this, there's a couple different approaches. If there is interest in a 4th deputy, one is have that conversation with Chad through the annual report process, kind of understand the need, And, obviously your desire, that's what you hear from the public, is that we need, more officers on the street, patrolling, more coverage. And then it becomes a conversation, can we afford it? And, I usually tell councils when we're in this situation is yes, but there may be trade-offs, right? Like if you want to fund, additional FTEs or programs or officers, then, through the budget process, if that is a priority over other things, we may have to say, well, we can't do this over here. Because we're going to be hiring a new body or paying for, another increase to our contract. As you probably saw in that, we touched on it a little bit in the last budget, we went through a boom cycle with especially our general fund, a lot of growth, property tax growth. TLT went from 750,000 to 1.1 million, right? With the Zoomtown, Boomtown during COVID. We're now more at, we've leveled off, right? We're back to that sort of more, we're still growing, but not at that boom, sort of situation. So, in terms of revenue growth and everything, that is not as robust as it used to be. So that, talking about adding more and more bodies is, not as exciting anymore as it used to be when we were, doubling our revenue basically over a few year span. So that would be my one caution is until we go through that budget process, it's hard to sort of say, yes, we can afford a communications person. Yes, we can afford a fourth deputy. I want us to be able to present the budget, kind of work that through with the budget committee and city council. So kind of introducing that, brought up the topic, which I think that's what the lieutenant would say is, yeah, like we've been talking about a fourth deputy. Is there still interest? And, the council be open to exploring that through the budget process or, figuring out a timing on when that makes the most sense for us to pull that. Or that fund.
Fourth deputy or fly with police cars to pool speeders. I hear that a lot. Can we just be more of those plywood?
I thought spike strips was the other.
I like the spike strip idea. That one slows them down.
Literally.
And I Schwab will like this.
And they gotta wait and spend money in town and have lunch.
Yeah.
That's great.
No, but to back up what Jordan said, this is the time of year
Oh,
where we're gonna
yeah,
start
food
thinking about
travel.
it. If we were doing
Something
something
20
big,
miles, second warning, 20 miles, final warning, 20 miles really hot. Just like going over Highway 20.
it's. I think all the calls to help people change their tires, that'll be what.
But if there is more interest, there could be an opportunity, like during the annual report process, lieutenant can go more into like, okay, if you have the fourth deputy, this is what you're getting.
I think that's probably what I would want to know in here.
Yeah.
In terms of, what that enables your folks to do and what kind of pressure that takes off as well, because it's a double-edged sword there. It's what work you do, but also what kind of pressures can be relieved by having extra bodies out there and allowing people to have a little more, maybe shorter shifts and some things like that. So, which allows retention to occur.
It basically gives us coverage from 8 AM to midnight, 7 days a week. Whereas we don't have that coverage Sunday, Monday, Tuesday night. We have no swing shifts. So you have these gaps. We talked about this before where you got shift change deputies going or West deputy going back to Bend or wherever they're from, night shift coming on. So sometimes we have like an hour or two gap time of coverage. We always have like Blackview OSP to fill in the gaps, but that's what we're trying to really fill. Not only that, it gives us another person for special events, other person who fill in, work overtime, that type of thing. So, currently we just don't have that. We work that Wednesday through Saturday. We have that mid shift, which helps during the busy times, but you never know what night it's going to hit where you have bad weather, you could have some major incident, and you may have a lag time in response. So that's really what we're trying to address. And we've been fine. I think it's still something that, whether it's this year, which would be my hope, but it's going to be something that you'll have to address at some point, whether it's this year, next year. It's really not going to go away. But I also think it's sustainable for probably 3 to 5 years or beyond to stay at that same service level. It's not like in 1 year, like, hey, 5th deputy or 6th deputy. I think that's a ways down the road. I think we could survive, and provide a good coverage with that 4th deputy.
To be quite frank, we lean on you for that advice because you're the one that does your job and we don't know much about it. I mean, we know a lot of peripheral stuff. Like you're the one that can tell us, so keep us up to date.
Is this keyed up for discussion at the annual report process? Is that what I?
Yeah, when is the annual report?
Yeah, when is that?
Next week.
Okay.
That's not too far off.
Well, and I think that my willingness to listen to what you have to say comes from the fact that you play straight with us, and I have a great degree of respect for that. And I've been in other entities and organizations where someone will kind of pad it up to make it easier for them, but not necessarily for what it's for. I'm not talking policing, but other things. For the fact that you've done the job you've done for this community and shown us that this works, makes it a lot easier to have that hard discussion. So, thank you.
Any other topics?
I just say the next steps, yeah, if there's any public safety, any other topics?
We want to add the word public safety. I think it's nice also to have the word resiliency, because again, I don't know how often we're gonna use this, but resiliency is also a word that triggers a lot of grants and things like that, so it's not a bad word to have in there, but I think I'm not opposed to public safety being there either, because again, that's I think all of our top goals, but.
Great. Anything else before we look at next steps?
I kind of went back on my notes and going back to, I guess it'd be housing, livability and growth. And, one of our very large demographics are the senior communities. And I don't know where we would put that, but, just making sure that we're paying attention to our senior community, especially with the loss of our facility that we had, and we have more and more seniors aging in place. So I wonder, maybe, I guess livability would probably be the appropriate place. Not only that, but also children. So I think we don't really call anything out specific to those groups. So I'm
But just
open
to have them on the radar.
Yeah, just open to hearing some thoughts on that from council.
I think that one of the reasons that in the back of my mind, the concept of the owner occupied STR, whatever you want to word that, to some degree in my mind is to enable that to occur without care or something, to have someone living on site in a it wouldn't be an SDR, actually, it'd be a long-term rental, I guess, wouldn't it? But anyway, but it's still where you draw a line that where someone could be providing elder care, keeping an eye on a parent or an elderly neighbor or someone who is maybe single but needs a place to be where someone can keep an eye on them and check on them every day to make sure they're doing all right. So that, to me, that is a lot more possible when you have the relaxation of some of our ADU and / secondary residence. What I call secondary resident, the language. That drives it, I guess, as I get older, I think about it, I'm looking at a friend of ours whose mother lives in Roseburg, goes over every 3 days to take her to the doctor and everything else. Would like to have her here, but has no place for her to be. So.
And I start thinking of that, to me, equates to houseless community.
Yeah.
Same thing. It's a group of people that need our help and may not have a place to go and they have nobody to help them.
And they may have the means to help themselves partially if we can get them in there at a rate that they can afford.
Yeah. And
Let's highlight these as you're looking at some of those goals we did set today.
Yeah, because we've got a huge grassroots effort here which is the saving our seniors, serving our seniors, SOS.
Yep.
Serving our seniors, and they're putting a huge amount of data together on all the gaps and services, what we do have, what we don't have, and then that's it. That's their scope, and they're done. And
Take that.
I hate to see all that. Yeah, I hate to see that information not go somewhere. So I don't know if it means dovetailing it somehow into a goal or not.
Well, the staff brings back recommendations, including some of those things as a lens as you refine them. Would be a conversation.
Yeah, this is the first goal conversation, not the last, right?
Fantastic. The
Trying
staff,
to think of where,
staff on next steps.
yeah, I mean, you've been through this process before, we will bring it back, give us until March 11th. because we have a packet going out tomorrow for February 25th, is your next meeting. So we'll bring back for a workshop on the 11th. That night, you also have a workshop on the Northwest Park. Another the final draft review. So and then possibly the contract approval for Adams Avenue and a conversation about the franchise agreement for public services that we're having a workshop on next week. So we'll make sure we have enough time for that so we can go through the draft goals, get them in front of you beforehand. And then adoption will come after that, and then probably in either the second meeting. We don't have a second meeting in March, so the first meeting in April, and that feeds into the budget process.
In fact, sort of a question that's been rolling in the back of my mind since we had the discussions on the recycling center. Is there a way with Republic to do 6 months on the recycling center as opposed to a full year initially, so that we have an opportunity to see what the impact is of the county's curbside recycling? I mean, because if we say we're gonna eliminate it July 1 date, we really don't know what the effect may be if we give it a period of time, and I don't know how long that is, to determine what occurs when we start removing all that. Because I think we all really suspect that a lot of what shows up there comes from our residents outside of the city limits. And have that information, that would put us in a much better negotiating perspective, as well as I think being able to talk to our community about what it means if we take that away now. So let's assume it doesn't drop, then we still go to the county and say, well, that had no effect. We still need your money. Or if it drops significantly, we know we're going to lose that money, and that lets us make a more informed decision rather than just kind of. So think about it.
Yeah.
I don't have an answer, but I'm wondering if we can, in our negotiations with the Republic, rather than saying, let's look at what it's going to cost to do this for a year. Let's pick some period of time and see what the effect is of curbside. So I don't know how I guess we feel about it, but
Are they on
that's.
the same fiscal year?
Yes, and
We're looking at the same.
yeah,
timeframes.
and they're open to other structures for rate increases, like if you want to incrementally do it or something.
I'm just thinking that we don't have enough information to make, based on the responses that came from the community. I'm where you're at. It was overwhelming in my mind, but certainly the majority said keep it. So we need to have enough information to say, well, here's why we're not.
It also, if we do it for quote 6 months, means that we, in my mind, we would definitely want to have a line item that could be pulled after 6 months, but it makes it real clear what that increase is. If it's to fill the gap.
They've been resistant to that so far, but
I
we can
know,
continue to
I
push.
know.
Yeah. Get a better billing system.
It can be explored, but not sure.
Yeah, I think, yeah,
Well, if I had a little more, if I had the same sort of feelings as I do for the Davis as I do for our friends at the Republic, I'd be a little more comfortable. I know.
Overall, I'll tell you, I'd be honest.
But before we.
I love it.
Before we
Gotta
go
find
further,
someone who knows COBOL.
let's just a little bit to capture what worked about today, what we can do differently next time in terms of just this session, like. How was the duration of time? Did it work? How was the level of content? Just to
Here
capture.
every year. Because you're a time hawk and I like that, and I like to know.
Unless you guys can have the conversation.
Well, honestly, I like to know exactly how much time I have here because I can still plan the rest of my day. So I think that's a big plus.
Facilitation helps.
Yeah.
And any,
URA, I don't think we got through URA last year, did we?
well, we added time this year.
Okay.
Yeah,
How
made
much-
it longer.
did the time work? Was it about too long? George mentioned maybe, do you want to do 2 sessions? Not, yeah.
I like one. I mean, if it, like, as long as
Yeah.
it, like.
As long as we get done on time.
Yeah, much longer, and we're probably gonna be under the table.
I think if you give us 2 sessions, we'll take all that
Okay,
time.
fair enough. So the time work.
We need to be fair to staff.
That's actually more of that too, like.
Yeah, and I think there's value in that, staff is gonna take this, we're gonna put it back together, we see a draft of it.
Yeah.
That also gives us space and time, a couple weeks
Yeah.
to be like, oh, do on some stuff and. It's nice to have that.
Or if we forgot to bring something up, you know, I mean,
There's that too, yeah.
cause that's a lot of notes that I had, that I brought with me, and
Yeah.
a lot of notes I took today, and if you look at them both and go, I missed that.
Yeah,
I don't, wait, I don't want that, or whatever.
yeah, tomorrow somebody runs into you and says, well, what about that? You're like,
Oh, don't like things.
Anything you'd want to change? Just ideas.
Piece of low fruit. I like it, like first, I want to say you too. You have to say it. That's always the hot topic, right?
How was it actually being here instead of at city council?
I like the retreat idea.
The space,
Somewhere else.
different
Yes,
space.
yes.
Well, I think we get interrupted less. I mean, I think that when we're in the building, people come and go, they kind of see us and they stick their head in. I mean, and it's just a change of pace.
and staff is trapped with us here.
They are.
Yeah.
How do they share? They can't say, oh. I'll go there.
Yeah.
They're better than the chairs that we sit in.
I mean, I like the dice chairs, a little bit, that don't change those.
Yeah.
Any other changes?
I wouldn't change it, you know, I mean, it's thorough, right?
It was a lot of information to go through.
It is.
Yeah.
Reading.
But too much,
Um,
find it helpful.
Oh,
Yeah.
Major project. Oh, you wanna talk red, yellow?
I made a little note to myself.
I think Councilor Pellard was.
Oh, yes, she was. You got plenty of time. Go right ahead, yeah. It's not so pretty. It's down to pretty.
I was wondering if the status could have gotten to us a little bit earlier. That kind of came in, when did we get that? Friday?
Everybody with a packet, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. what's
I don't know. I know it's difficult, so I
I
don't
just put
wanna.
it down. Possibility.
I would say, I would have liked a hard copy on Friday if I had been thinking about it, because by the time I got to it on Monday, I was like, I wish I had a hard copy, and I didn't want to print out 50 on my own. so-
Yeah.
And I think that's where I'm at, too, like a hard.
I think,
Yeah, I think hard copy would have been.
I got in touch with Monica and she did right for me on.
Thank
Friday,
you.
Just to tell you.
And I'm not throwing anything under the bus, I'm just saying, I realized too late that I wanted hard copy.
Yeah.
next year, and maybe we did this one last year, or the year before, but going through the status at a council meeting for goal setting.
Yeah.
That might be good.
Yeah, let's do that.
And
That's
just,
just her
just-
idea.
and not really have discussion about it, just head out to
Yeah.
the status.
Yeah, we're outside your
And then we can write those, and then we bring those to here.
That brings me to my status comment, same thing.
It's an hour off meeting.
The traffic lights.
Of the colors.
You know, I've been thinking about this, the things that are done, you have checks. They're done, so if the public sees the list, it's done. Things that we're doing should be green, not orange. Orange replies the caution to me that we really don't know what we're doing, slow down, and I think green means we're doing it. And I don't care what you use from the last one, it can be any color you like, the ones we haven't started. That's it, yeah, but I just got the thinking as I was looking at, and I know that it got changed, we kind of talked about it, and I. First year I
Go
like,
back and add the
Yeah.
lights,
I know.
originally didn't have.
I know, but now that I see it on the second iteration, third iteration, and I'm looking at what we're doing, there's so much more that we've accomplished in this list. And I kept looking at it.
Code stuff.
Thinking green really should be on the stuff we're doing. Then I said, what would I put for the completed one? Check mark.
I
What
would
are we
have
doing?
on it.
I don't know.
Think about it.
Yeah, maybe we just go back to words.
Sad
Yeah.
face, sad
Progress.
Yeah.
Progress.
Thank you for your time, staff. Thank
Oh,
you
yeah.
for your time, your expertise, council, yeah. And you need to probably convene us.
Yeah, I need to, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Well,